happy freaking Monday, everyone. I mean, I'm not a fan of Mondays, I'll tell you that much. I'm not a super big fan of Mondays, and it's cold here today, in case anybody was wondering. It is not hot, it is cold. And also, see my hair? It's not cooperating. It's giving me alfalfa. Because my hair is cut at an angle, so the shorter parts, like, of course, when I put them up, make it alfalfa. Alfalfa! Yeah, I'm not a fan of Mondays. And actually, I have a question for my good friend Space Coast. Tell me how, so I don't travel a ton. I used to, way back in the day. How long before hotel points expire? Because I probably have some from like 2 years ago, but I'm guessing they're probably like expired. I was looking into if I had enough to do Connecticut, the Connecticut thing for my husband's tournament that he was chosen for in Connecticut, Father's Day weekend, that Saturday and Sunday. And I'm like, oh, maybe I have, there's a IHG hotel, and I'm like, maybe I have points, but I'm like, I think they expire after like a year. And I think they do. I feel like they do. But I know you travel a lot, Space Coast. It depends on what level you are. Most expire after you. Yeah, that's what I thought. They expire after you. Damn it! Fucking damn it! It's like that little kid. Fucking damn it! I was hoping, like, God damn, maybe I can use those, and then it wouldn't cost for the hotel. You just have to figure out the travel. Like, fucking A, man. Just gotta be difficult. Gotta be difficult. Yeah, they're probably expired. Definitely like 2 years ago. I had them. Fucking damn it. Fucking damn it. That's right. It was a good thought, though. It was a good thought. I know you travel a lot, so I was like, I got to ask somebody that travels a lot. I stopped, traveling a long time ago. Once I had a lot of health issues, it was not within my realm to travel. And of course, right? Can we send some weather here, though? It's cold here today. It's fucking cold. Call customer service to sign into their website and check. Yeah, I forgot I tried to do that, but I definitely forgot the password. Which is why I'm asking you, because I was like, I tried signing in this morning and was like, wrong password. And I was like, yeah, I don't remember what that password is. I'll have to reset it and shit. I just didn't have time. But I figured I'd ask somebody that travels a lot. Maybe they would know. All right, so I got hold on. Okay, over here. The Muppet Man has made a hole. I feel like we are still waiting for spring. Like, what is happening? It gets cold, and then it gets hot, and then it gets cold, and then it gets hot, and then it gets cold, and then it gets hot. Massachusetts can never make up its own fucking mind, ever in life. Twitter Tales, everyone. Twitter Tales.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Technically, it's North Branford, Connecticut. It is where the Sportsplex is. Those are the fields that they play on. So it's, as close to the Sportsplex as I can get in North Branford, Connecticut. So whatever's in that general vicinity, I guess. All right. So the Muppet Man has made a video, a 2-minute and 40-second video, and he says, "Thank you to all. I've missed some, but I'm sorry. You are all important in Muppetville. Watch to the very end, as Sheriff Cam has a message for us all. Keep spreading the word and help Muppetville grow. We won't forget you. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel at SK27 Music. Help us grow. We got to the Muppetville. We love Muppetville. Let's watch. I have not watched. I watched the first 30 seconds, and then I was like, I won't have time to watch the whole thing. So I guess we're watching all the new Muppets together. Maybe we'll find my Muppet in there somewhere."
From the East Coast to Vegas and over to the West Coast, Mexico, Australia, and up where you barely feel your toes. They're everywhere around the world, and all of them are heading this way to a land of pure imagination where every day's a sunny day. And if you haven't heard about it, it still. We guarantee you that you will. It's Muppetville, a land where dreams reality. And even when we don't agree, we show respect and find our common ground. Cause life, it comes and goes too fast. From time to time we need some laughs. So enjoy this paradise that we've all found. Jay Boogie and there's AB, Boston B and BJ, Mike and Brian and the boys just said they're headed our way. Sanchez is at the border. If he gets across, he'll let me know. Jason's writing another tweet. Might not get here till tomorrow. I'm told Jenna's heading here with Nick Rocco. Wait, who the fuck is Nick Rocco? So many friends have come our way. We hope that you enjoy your stay here in Muppetville, a land where dreams reality. A land where dreams we don't agree. We show respect and find our common ground. Yours life, it comes and goes too fast. From time to time we need some laughs. So enjoy this paradise that we've all found.
We got a Muppet.
We've all found. Yeah.
Okay, people, let's all stay civil while you're in Muppetville. Please show each other respect and have fun.
I love it. I love it. We found my Muppet. My Muppet was in there. It's the 20th through the 21st. So it's Saturday to Sunday for the tourney. Oh my God. It's the key fob. I can't with the key fob. It's key fob.
And again, we're finally free by the grace of heaven's light, with the help of the OG. No surrender together.
Okay, it's been brought to my attention this morning. Something fucking wild. Technically it is this month. It's June, so yep. I forgot. Oh my God, it's the 1st, you guys. It's June 1st. Wow. It's already June. I can't believe it. Already freaking June. Next thing you know, it'll be July, August, September. Holy shit. Just puts into perspective when you said this month. I'm like, oh yeah, shit, we're in June. And I know because I paid rent this morning, so it's got to be fucking June. OMG. So it was brought to my attention this morning, okay, that in my research, I have not put on, I'm a Muppet. You like my Muppet? I like my Muppet. I like my Muppet. My Muppet's pretty cool. I like my Muppet. It's a pretty cool Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets now. I do. I love his imagination. I do. I love Scott's imagination with the Muppets. I think he does a great job with his Muppets. And I'm happy to be a Muppet that will poke fun at myself and other people. I think it's great. We all have to laugh once in a while, people, you know? Already wishing for back to school. My kids aren't even out yet. My kids aren't even out yet. My city decided to do this really amazing, stupid thing where they didn't apply for the waiver. Yeah, they didn't apply for the waiver. So my city decided that the kids will go to school until the very last day of freaking June. Because instead of applying for the waiver, like the rest of the goddamn state did, for that blizzard that we had, it was not normal, obviously, with the amount of snow that it dumped, especially not normal because the kids were out of school for over a week. And they didn't even do my street for like, I think it was 4 days, 5 days, somewhere around there. They didn't even do my street for, like we were stuck in this house for multiple days. So, and they hadn't even touched plowing it. And so instead of doing like the rest of the state did and apply for the waiver so that the kids don't have to, because again, my district starts at the end of August. Instead of waiting until after Labor Day, they decide they need to get 1 or 2 days in before fucking Labor Day, like assholes. So they want these kids to go to school all the way until the end of June and then go back in August. So essentially they won't have their first like free day of school off until like July 1st. That'll be their first like day. So cool, they get out July 1st and they go back in August. I don't like that. I just feel like they're being, the district could have applied for the waiver like everyone else, and the kids would have gotten out probably in the next, I'd guess around the 17th is about when they usually get out. But now they have to go to school until the freaking 30th, which I think is absurd and ridiculous. Because my district did not want to apply for the goddamn waiver, which might be okay for some families, but for some families it's not. Some families already paid for like summer camps that start at certain days. I don't know if those summer camps moved back, but those are expensive. I went to overnight summer camp when I was a kid that my grandparents used to pay for me because I loved summer camp overnight in New Hampshire. But these are like day camps so that, the parents can go to work and the kids can go to summer camp, but they're expensive, just as expensive as daycare. So it kind of screwed over a lot of the parents in the district with them not applying for the fucking waiver. They ended in May. Oh, is she a senior though? I feel like seniors definitely end in May. I know that. That's normal, but or even maybe high school. But is she in like elementary or middle? Hey, Nina. Yeah, it's wild here. They only give the kids very short time. I think about different countries, what I've learned from other people in other countries, the way they do school. Oh, she's in 7th. Wow, and they're already out. When do they go back though? Do they go back in August, or do they still go back in September? See, that's the thing. I know that some states go back in August, some go back in July. So they let them out in May and then they go back in July. And I'm like, why? The reason why they do that in New England is because a lot of the schools don't have AC. So when it starts getting really hot, the kids have no way to cool down. Fans aren't doing it. So if it's 100 degrees outside, imagine what it is inside. Yeah, 3rd week of August. Yeah. So that's the thing. Our kids usually go back the last week of August and get out mid June. Now they're making them go all the way until the end of June, and you want them to go back the last week of August. Like, I feel like that's just not fair for the kids. You know what I mean? Like, the kids go to school all summer. They deserve, all year. They deserve, people are like, oh, well, they have the weekends. And it's like, dude, the weekends are not, come on. Realistically, you can't do shit Sunday, right? Because they got to go to bed. They have school Monday. Friday, they have school. So realistically, they have Saturday, right? And daytime Sunday. And that's it for weekends. And maybe a school vacation, once every couple of months for a week. Everyone needs a break, and they're kids, kids need to be kids. They need to have summer vacation, I know it's different for other parents who have to pay for daycare or summer camp. Of course, they need their kids, doesn't matter where they would go, whether it's school or summer school or camp, because they have, an office to be in, they have to work. But the cost of childcare and those, like it's astronomical. You're talking 30 to over 60 grand a year where I live. And you'll be lucky to find anything that's 30 or 40, usually between like 50 and 65,000 a year for childcare. That's absurd. No one has that. Most people make that a year. They can't afford to pay 50, 60 grand a year. And unless you're making nothing, literally nothing, unless you're making 10,000 or under, you're not getting free childcare, It is like a mortgage payment. Think about that for a second. Daycare is like a fucking mortgage payment. Who the hell has that? Never mind the fact that mortgage payments, at least for people who bought houses, more than 10 years ago, are lower than what I pay for rent, which is fucking absurd, right? I could probably pay 2 mortgages for people who bought houses more than 10 years ago with what I pay in rent. So take $2,250, you could probably pay 2, $1,000 or $1,100 mortgages for what the fuck I pay in rent for 1 month, and that includes no utilities. Like, that's just wild. So of course nobody has anything left over for childcare. 50 or 60 grand for childcare, and that includes, you know, summer camp and shit. So I get where some parents are like, they don't care how long their kids go to school, because like that's, you know, essentially kind of like a daycare, where they don't have to pay for that if it's public school at least. But damn, I still think about the kids and when I was a kid, you know, thinking about when I was a kid and wanting to be out for the summer. I just feel bad for the kids, you know, especially my angsty teen, you know, she's a teen. She wants to be with her friends, you know. Is he still crashing out right now? 25, that's wild for 1 year. And that's like, you know, it obviously depending on where you live, it can go up and down. That's just fucking wild. I think it's too late as well, LTG. And for me, like that was something that the district could have applied for the waiver and they would have been approved for that waiver. Many other districts in Massachusetts did apply for that waiver, and Rhode Island, because there was an astronomical amount of snow that nobody could have predicted for, and the amount of snow days that were allotted weren't enough to cover it. So they absolutely could have applied for the waiver and got the waiver, and the kids still could have gotten out at the normal time, but the district decided, oh, we're just not going to apply for the waiver, with no input, might I add, from the parents. They just told us they were going to apply for the waiver and then said, oh, well, we decided not to. We decided just to not to do that. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, usually it's the middle of June, like 14, 15, 16, 17, somewhere around there. I feel like shame on the district too. I feel like it was shitty to do the parents to the kids. They told us they were going to apply for it, and then at the very last minute, they were like, oh, nope, you know what? We decided not to. The kids will be going to school until the 30th. Like, I'm sorry, what? Maybe you guys didn't, you know, I'm not a fan, I'm not a fan of the superintendent, but what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? They could have applied for the waiver and they would have gotten it. My area was one of the hardest hit areas from that entire storm. We absolutely would have gotten it, just like the rest of the area that fucking applied for it and got it. So, but he's still crashing out. Is he fucking still crashing out, YB? He's still crashing out. Like, what? I need some clips of this crash out. I'm going to need some clips. I haven't seen any yet. But if he's still crashing the fuck out, I find that quite funny. I feel like it's shitty to do the kids too. You know? Good afternoon, Ruthie. Well, that's the thing. I don't think Tim gives an actual fuck, but I think Aiden's starting to figure out that, like, Tim did it as a way to sort of appease Aiden in a way, right? Get him to shut the fuck up and just, you know, say the thing he said on his stream, which is like, don't go listen to him. Nudge, nudge, go look at him so he'll shut up. But he's still not going to have him on. Let's be honest. If he was really, you know, this guy of First Amendment, he would have told his lawyers to stick it where the sun don't shine, and he would have just had Aiden on. Clearly, he understood, just as his attorneys did, that is a very huge legal liability that they don't want. He's still tweeting at him? Shut the fuck up. We have to look at this. Please hold. Turtle Tanties incoming. Incoming Turtle Tanties.
I can't go back! I can't go back! I can't go back! These idiots will buy anything I sell.
Oh my God, he's like retweeting other people tweeting at Tim. I fucking can't. This is desperate. He's still trying to get him to reconsider bringing him on. If he actually thinks that's going to happen, he's losing his fucking mind. So he is retweeting this person. Okay. Seems like a good time to post this again for all the new people just now looking for Karen Reed case, thanks to the Vic Alberts and Tim Gas backing out of 34 Fairview Road just as they did in the early morning hours to go home, and somehow they just didn't see their friend dying on the lawn. Yeah, see, the problem with this right here is, A, you have your headlights on and you just assume that everybody put their headlights on. Like, first of all, I usually don't pop those bitches on until I'm already driving down the street, just saying. I pull out if it's especially as a residential area like that, you know. I back out so that the lights don't go directly into the house. I learned over the years living in an apartment complex, if you park in front of a house with your headlights facing them, you just turn those bitches on when you're leaving and it's late night, you might wake people up and they might be annoyed because it's happened to me. So usually I would back out of the driveway and start sort of driving slowly down the street first before I turn those on. That way I'm not blinding any of the neighbors while I'm backing out. But hey, that's just me. But this also completely ignores the fact that it was fucking snowing. and that your windshield wipers are on, obstructing your view. Snow is coming down onto your car, obstructing the view. Like, common sense, dude. All right. But bottom line is, Aiden is now Turtle Boy has blocked you. I find that funny. Like, sir, you were already blocked. You were already blocked. Yeah, see what I mean? This is what I'm saying. Daycare was more than my rent. It's absurd. It's fucking, nobody can afford that shit. Hence, A, why I am home. Part of the reason why I'm home. B, is because my physical health. I can't do the career that I was in. I physically can't do it. And so, you know, two very big reasons are A, I would just be paying for daycare and I would actually be losing money. And B, yeah, it's fucking wild. And B, I physically can't do it anymore. Like, I have limitations with my heart and other things that are going on with me. A lot of my insides are just fucked up. Let's just throw it that way. A lot of inflammation is just wreaking havoc in my body, unfortunately. But so he is getting pretty desperate here. So he's retweeting people who are adding Timcast. Like, what the fuck? And then he decides he's gonna at Timcast, right, about Chris Bataille, the attorney that's gonna squash him like a fucking bug. This guy sued the FBI for firing him over a pride flag at work. Timcast exposed him in November. Guess who the guy's lawyer was? Now Timcast is being told who he can and cannot have on his show. Like, sir, please stop speaking for someone else, number one. Number two, it's really pathetic. This is sad. Like, if you think that tweeting at the guy endlessly is going to somehow make him change his fucking mind, it's not. It's not. Oh my God, yes. 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 It's not going to make him change his mind. Want to know why? Because his attorneys looked at it. And his attorneys were like, yeah, we're not opening ourselves up to this fucking shit show. No, sirree, Bob, we're not doing that. And so Aiden really does think that, like, oh, Tim just doesn't know about the case, and I need to teach him for him to have me on. I mean, this is not just pathetic, but listen, if you really want to talk to him, why don't you just email his team, Aiden, right? Right? How long until he files for harassment? If I'm Tim, I've already blocked him. I mean, it's pretty pathetic, dude. Like, endlessly tagging the guy after he canceled you on his show is probably not a good look there, bud. Like, I also think the same thing, Space Ghost. I feel like it's just showing Tim that he made the correct decision to not have Aiden on, because this is what happens when you don't do what he wants, right? And I have no doubt that eventually he'll crack and start shitting on him, right? It's wild. Get a group to contribute to volunteering one day a month to start a group of moms working every day. That's really smart, actually. But you'd have to find that many moms that could do it. That's the problem, right? Yes, Aiden stalking always works, right? Imagine thinking this is going to make him change his mind. Like, oh, a guy sued the FBI. This was his lawyer. See, Tim, blah, blah, blah. See, this is a bad guy, bad lawyer. Like, first of all, Tim is going to be very well aware of who the fucking attorney is, because his attorneys are going to be very well aware of who the attorney is, and they're going to know that they do not want to tango with him, right? They're not stupid, right? Imagine someone actually listening to their attorney, unlike Aiden does. This is like borderline stage 5 fucking clinger shit. Like, then here we go, 6 hours. 6 hours ago, you guys. That's 6 in the morning, okay? Controversial blogger Turtle Boy gets into altercation outside courthouse. And this, of course, Aiden's like, he interrupted my YouTube presentation. Or you interrupted his. Which was it? Like, you were just being a douche nozzle? Because you had harassed the dude over and over and over? Like, come on. Here he goes again. I can't. Here he goes. He's just reposting, you know, all the stuff. I can't. I literally can't. So he posts this thing, which has nothing to do with him, right? This is the whole. Yesterday, the court granted our motion to dismiss all charges against Catherine Hines, who was targeted and arrested for exercising core First Amendment rights. We will protect the First Amendment in Connecticut. Okay, but what was she doing in Connecticut? She was at the highway overpass holding signs. That's it. She didn't show up to people's fucking kids' sporting events. She didn't threaten to make their lives miserable. She didn't send minions after them. One thing is not like the other, Aiden. Okay, sir. This lady being arrested for holding a sign over an overpass has literally nothing to do with you, and that's actually First Amendment protected, sir. See, I think you confuse anything that has to do with First Amendment with you. Problem is nothing that you did is First Amendment protected, sir. I can't. I literally can't. I fucking can't. So he's just endlessly retweeting Chris Matai as if that's going to work out well for him. Okay. Now here's, he thinks he's so tough. You guys are going to love this. Dear Chris Matai, Connecticut, you are now on notice that your threatening letter that got Timcast to censor himself is now being used by a well-known white supremacist who serves as your client's spokesperson to threaten other YouTube content creators. And who is he called the well-known white supremacist? Kate. That's fucking just making shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like, she is not a well-known fucking white supremacist. Listen, that's ridiculous and absurd. Okay? Let's fucking not. Like, when you have to make shit up like this, right? When you have to make shit up to call somebody a white supremacist, I mean, that's fucking wild. That's wild. The fact that the turtle riders aren't like, okay, that's a bridge too far when you're actually making shit up like that. Remember, he called the witness events on Juneteenth a white supremacy event simply because it's on Juneteenth at 7 at night. Because it's on a weekend. God forbid they have something on a holiday. Jeez, not that, right? This is the clown y'all raised money for. You know, face is red. They should be fucking hiding under a rock. You know, like that's what they should be doing at this point. I'd be fucking highly embarrassed, you know? It's amazing, isn't it? He must be confusing Tim with a former girlfriend because he just doesn't, understand that the walls are closing in. His ego will forever be his downfall. Forever be his downfall. He can't get out of his own way. Imagine tweeting this with a straight face, right? And of course, look, there's 68 comments underneath this, all right? So 68 or less people actually bought into this. See how stupid it is when they go, yeah, he's going to be, Chris Matai is going to, you can get him for defamation. You can charge him with harassment of a witness, right? Like, this is the shit these people actually believe. Like, they actually believe somehow, some way, Aiden's going to be able to sue Chris Matai for defamation or harassment for sending the letter. Nope. Well protected within his rights to do that and to send a letter to every single person Aiden ever attempts to go on their show or at their, try to use their event space. Like, he has every legal right to do that. It doesn't magically make Chris Matai a witness. It doesn't magically mean that Aiden can sue for defamation. Like, the wild shit that they come up with that I've seen them repeat in the last couple of days is fucking crazy. And you'd think that Aiden would correct it to be like, okay, guys, that's fucking stupid. I can't do that. Like, that's not going to happen. Nope. Why? Because he wants them to think that. He wants them to think these stupid things that would take them 5 seconds of research to realize is never going to fucking happen. Okay? So this person, you realize your usual tactics aren't going to work, right? It just makes it worse for you. You are really a dumbass, dude. I concur. Keep going. You're doing great. Zona says, okay. So most of these people are actually just pointing out he's an idiot. A well-known white supremacist. Right. You're the biggest liar ever, defaming more people. Hypocritical of you too. Racist, sexist, all around a shit person, really. You're a cancel culture guy, right? How you like those apples? Did you think you'd get away with what you did? Like, ignorance is bliss, I feel like, He's so mad. Why are you so mad? You expect your brainwashed cult to pay for the damage you caused? That's a low life thing to do. Manipulating your dumb audience into thinking this is free speech issue. I'm sure Tim's audience is smart enough to understand the difference between free speech and defamation. Keep talking. You have the worst lawyers ever, by the way, but keep talking. The more you rant, the better it will be. Not for you, though, obviously. I also concur with that because it's fucking true. This is a phenomenon that only white people do, going around online calling each other racist. Other races don't waste their time and energy doing this shit. Agreed. Like, what the fuck? Let's call another white person racist simply because you don't like them. Listen, there's a lot of people I don't like, but if they're not racist, I'm not just going to call them racist. That's just fucking wild, right? I am a technical person of color. Okay, I'm Congolesian. I'm Spanish. I'm Portuguese. I am like a weird mix of a bunch of things. East African. Like there's I'm a huge mix of a bunch of things. But what in the actual fuck does that have anything to do with anything? You know what I mean? I thought he would too, but that clearly means I thought he would just disregard his attorneys. But you know what that tells me, YB? That he very clearly knows that is a very big, and is that his attorneys know that it's a very large legal risk to take. And that if you want to be entangled with a very real lawsuit for the next 10 years, go ahead, have him on. Go ahead, have him the fuck on, you know? It's fucking hilarious. I can't get enough laughs out of it. And then he just makes himself look stupider by sitting there and just endlessly tagging him and calling everybody else a white supremacist for having the event on Juneteenth. Like, shut the actual fuck up, bro. Like, shut the actual fuck up. You sound stupid as hell. Okay? So let's see. Is this Turtle Rider? Let's find out. Said spokesperson is also a serial stalker. Okay, yep. Turtle Rider. Okay. Earl said, Aiden, remember when you called Lindsay's friend and Aunt Jemima multiple times? I guess you're a white supremacist too then. Fun fact, my husband as a child didn't know it was Aunt Jemima. He thought it was Aunt Jemima. So my husband's sister was like, ask him if he wants Aunt Jemima pancakes, right? And this was way back when we first got together. Or does he want whatever other kind they had? I think it was like the store-bought brand. And I was like, why? She was like, just do it. It's like, all right, babe, do you want? And he's like, oh, Aunt Jemima? I'm like, did you just fucking say Aunt Jemima? He's like, yeah, I love those pancakes. I'm like, sir, it's Aunt Jemima. Said, no, it's Aunt Jemima. I said, no, sir, it's Aunt fucking Jemima. I mean, this was over 10 years ago. Still funny, though, that he actually thought it was Aunt Jemima. Gotta love the guy. Gotta love the guy. Got a couple of good laughs out of it. It's like, sir, no. Also, I'm kind of mad that they changed it to the Pearl Milling Company. That's what they changed it to because, fun fact, Aunt Jemima's real family did not want them to change it to Pearl Milling Company. They had changed it because they said having the picture of her and the name was racist. People called it racist, but Aunt Jemima's descendants said, no, it's not racist. We want her picture and name still there. Like it represents like this is what she worked on, you know? Like why is it racist just have a picture of her and her name? Like, and so actually Aunt Jemima's family did not want them to change it to Pearl Milling Company. They wanted it to remain Aunt Jemima. Like, listen, if you didn't love Aunt Jemima pancakes, even now as an adult, there's something fucking wrong with you, okay? Best pancakes ever. Best fucking pancakes ever. They should Baker Act his ass. I'm shocked they haven't at this point, you know? So here's a nitwit. Let's call them a nitwit. Here's a nitwit that thinks that this is going to happen. Can't you sue him for making a fact statement about you being a liar? In doing so makes him a witness to the case, forcing himself to be dropped from representing them as a witness? No, you idiot. I can't comment. They have blocked me, even though I've never interacted with this person. No, you moron. No. You cannot sue him for that. Oh my God, I love that. See, not fun fact. See, I'm full of fun random facts. Wait till I get to the story about you being a plant, Nan. Right? I feel like at the time that they changed it, I was so mad because the family was expressing and didn't want it changed that I kind of went on a little boycott too. I was like, oh, they want to not listen to the family. It's the family that expressed that they wanted to leave it there. And I'm like, well, fuck them then, right? Like, fuck them. It's their ancestors' legacy. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not listen to the family? Who the fuck what anybody else thinks? It should be the family that matters, not anybody else or their fucking, nonsense. Like, it should be what the family thought. You remember that too? I remember. It just made me so mad, I didn't meet my part of my mother's biological family until I was an adult. And yeah, you're a plant. Yeah, you're a plant now. Wait till I get to that story. You're a plant now. You're definitely a plant now, apparently. According to Filter Little, you are a plant. I said, you can't make this shit up. The wild conspiracies these people make up to just try to shit on someone is amazing to me. Wow, she really needs to be stopped. I believe in freedom of speech, but this is way beyond that. So Kate making a tweet is way beyond freedom of speech, but what Aiden did is totally okay, right? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. All Chris would care about in your post is that his letter achieved its purpose. Does Chris know that you're a racist? That's a good one. I like it. I hope you sue those lawyers, Aiden. That would be almost a clean sweep of the plaintiff's counsel. The fact that anybody actually thinks that this can happen is fucking amazing to me. No, Trish Foster, you cannot sue Chris Matai for sending that letter. Sorry, not sorry. It's perfectly legal, well within their right to send them to every single fucking person if they so please. And there's not a goddamn thing Aiden can do about it. It does not magically make Chris Matai a witness. You cannot magically sue for defamation for it. Womp, 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 womp. This is why I think the family didn't want her name changed on it or her picture. And I believe that they shouldn't have if that's what the family wanted, you know? Part of the profit went to poor minority causes. She was an amazing lady. And sorry, but like amazing pancakes too, god damn it. So good. And you can add anything you want. You can put blueberries in there. You can throw some freaking chocolate chips. Like, ooh, so good. You can do so many things with them. Always fluffy, always good. Like, I can't. So good. My God, these people are really fucking stupid. How do you remove yourself from a lost cause without filing a motion to separate or motion to recuse for irreconcilable differences? Simply make yourself a witness. Are these people fucking stupid? Unless they aren't in danger, then they must continue and force their hand. People, for the love of God. Stop trying to pretend you know what the fuck goes on with the law or what's going to happen, because then you say dumb shit like this and it makes me cringe. Okay? Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Like, I can't. This attorney said in court that he doesn't even have the documents from trials. I'm guessing that he's only heard that side of the party. He's in for a rude awakening. He does. Okay, so once again, the defamation case is not a rehashing of the Karen Reed case. This is what people don't seem to grasp. Is Chris Matai does not need the transcripts from Karen Reed's criminal cases, because this isn't about Karen Reed's criminal cases. This is about defamation. They don't need those fucking transcripts. All right? Like, hello? The fact that people are screaming and yelling about transcripts. Oh my God, they didn't get the transcripts. Wow, they're going to need those. No. Ooh, sliced bananas is one of my favorite things. I like it in ice cream. Dunk it on pancakes. Oh my God, I could eat it on so many things. Sliced bananas, fresh bananas. So good. No, they don't need the fucking transcripts, okay? They do not need the transcripts. This is a civil defamation case. They do not need transcripts from 2 criminal cases for that, okay? Sorry, not sorry. So the people who are screaming and yelling that they need the transcripts, oh my God, they didn't get the transcripts. Like, they don't need the transcripts from 2 criminal cases. They're doing a civil fucking defamation case, dude. Okay? They can get them if they want, but they fucking don't need them. Plus, people just assume that like they don't have a shit ton of paperwork already from the witnesses. Like, come on, dude, use your brain cells. No, they don't. See, that's the thing. The prior statements were not made in court. The prior statements were made on TV or online. They don't need those. And some of are in police reports. Like, they do not need the transcripts for the criminal cases for the prior statements. They don't need those. They absolutely don't need those. And if there was a specific thing in there that they did specifically need, the witnesses have shit. They already have a ton of documents. Right? They do not need the fucking transcripts from the 2 criminal cases of Karen Reed's criminal trials for this civil trial. Right? They already have a ton of shit. A ton of shit. They don't need to request the transcripts for 2 criminal cases that are not part of what the defamation case is. 90% of the defamation case, in my opinion, is Aiden shit. All shit he said online, none of which you need transcripts for. Right? A lot of the other stuff is stuff that was said in interviews. You don't need the transcripts for that. Do not need that. it's just wild. Yeah, a plant. Nan's a plant now, guys. She's a plant. Wait until you hear the whole story on this one. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. Okay, hold on. Where's the other one? I can't. It's amazing how stupid. I'd love for Melanie Little to host you again. I'd want to see how she handles this. You know, I would love to see how Melanie handles this. You know what I would love for Melanie to do, to explain to me exactly how. Yeah, but you don't need, okay, but Jen McCabe testified about the harassment. Yeah, but they don't need her testimony about the harassment, though. She can just talk about it freely. They don't need the testimony from a criminal case to talk about the harassment. They don't need that at all. She could just freely talk about it because that's what this case is about. So they don't need the 3 statements that she made during the criminal trial about the harassment, or the 1 statement she made when she can just freely talk about anything she wanted. This is about defamation. So she's going to have to do a deposition, right? She's going to have to talk to the attorneys. Anyway, she can freely talk about it then. She doesn't need to get the transcripts for that. It's not necessary by any stretch of the imagination. Correct. It's not defamation. It doesn't magically make him a witness. All these wild assertions that the turtle riders are making. Like, I wonder, A, who fed them the nonsense, okay? I'm going to guess a Timu lawyer or a maybe someone like Filter Little over there that has no fucking idea what they're talking about. Well, see, that's the problem, right? Is that Aiden has to make everything about Karen, even though Karen hates him. If I was Karen, I'd stay far, far the fuck away from him. And as I understand it, she cannot fucking stand him and wants nothing to do with him, you know? That's a good point, Sarah. I do think he published a letter to try to, like, help Aiden a little by, like, you know, Streisand effect, sending him a few people so that Aiden would shut up and just understand that the lawyer said no, so it means no. But Aiden's not going to let this go. Tim doesn't know what he's dealing with. You're dealing with a narcissistic man who lives in a delusional world. In his world, you know, the excuse they already gave him, which is, oh, we'll look into it, right? In his mind, they're looking into it right now, right this very minute. And they're going to change their mind about having him on any minute now, any fucking minute, any minute. No, he was being sarcastic because there's a clip. There's a clip of him on his show that night doing the exact sarcasm of it. So he was being sarcastic when he said, don't listen to anything he says, blah, blah, blah. But I do feel like that was like giving him a little to like appease, right? Appease the guy, make him feel like, you know, you're on his side a little, but you just simply can't have him on because the lawyer said, and you gotta do what your lawyers tell you. And that way he gets a little bump in people, and then he fucking leaves you alone. What he doesn't seem to understand is that's not how it works. He's not just going to leave you alone. It's not going to fucking happen. Okay. It's simply not. As we can see, he is, you know, consistently tweeting at him and then retweeting, you know, like, no. He's just retweeting everyone else's tweets and then retweeting Chris Maddie's tweets. Like, I don't know why he thinks this is going to help him. As a matter of fact, like, all they're going to do is bring this into court and say, this is exactly the behavior that we're alleging here, Your Honor. Like, come on, bro. Come on. Fucking, some of these people are amazing. Oh, boy. This fucking guy, a mess, a disaster, okay? I can't. So, I mean, again, Tim's going to be harassed until the end of time is what he never understood, you know? Oh, they're mad about Mel. Let's talk about Mel for a second, shall we? Shall we talk about Mel for a second? Filter Little here. We're going to talk about Filter Little because Filter Little, I have been told this morning, has asserted that Nan is a plant. I love this for her. I love that she is this fucking stupid. I love it. I love it so much. But apparently, Mel decided on her little rampage about me and Nan that she was going to assert that Nan was a plant the whole time. She was a plant the whole time, you guys, and I'm just her mouthpiece. And apparently, I have just magically been her mouthpiece since last. Yeah, so you're gonna love this. Since last, what'd you say, fall? I think it was last fall. Like, you actual fucking idiot. We weren't even friends then. You fucking moron. The fact that you have to assert wild conspiracies just to like shit on someone shows me what kind of person you are, as if we already didn't know what kind of person Culture Little was. But if you have to assert that Nan was always a plant, she was just a plant in the Free Karen Reed movement. She was just a plant, and I have just been her mouthpiece since last fall. No idea how fucking hard I laughed when someone said that to me this morning. I fucking laughed so hard. I'm like, is this bitch serious? Like, I don't think, see, unlike her, once again, I say everything with my whole ass chest. So, yeah, my whole ass chest. My whole ass chest. I have nothing to hide, Mel, unlike you. I don't need to hide the fact that I really think Aiden's a piece of shit just to get, the views and the clicks and the money from his idiots. I don't need to hide who I am or who I talk to. No. Okay? Nan's just a plant. She's a plant life matters. Hashtag plant life matters. Oh my fucking God. I have to laugh so hard. The person who sent it to me was like, I almost fell over on my fucking couch laughing so hard, knowing that this wasn't true. I can't. I'm like, I have no, like, other than you're a fucking absolute moron, I have no other response for that, other than if you have to make up such wild conspiracies, that listen, let me be clear here. Nan has no problem saying whatever the fuck she needs to say on her own. If I am choosing to discuss something, just as if I would reach out to any of you, if any of you had your names involved, when I choose to discuss a topic, if someone I know is involved in that topic, I reach out and ask if it is okay if I can talk about this or that or this, because I never want someone to feel uncomfortable. B, I don't ever want me to be talking about something they don't, really want to out there, or I don't want to like push out something that like isn't true and go over it, and then you have a bunch of idiots still believing it, if that's the case, right? So I always check with people to make sure it is okay. I have never and will never need to be a mouthpiece for Nan because she uses her own mouth and her own chest. And so she doesn't need me as a mouthpiece. I find that funny, though, considering Mel can't even be her own mouthpiece. She can't even be honest with her own fucking audience. So she's got to make up wild conspiracies about Nan being a plant. Like, ma'am, I would like to, let's go over this theory for a second, right? If Nan was a plant, right, and I was just her mouthpiece, why the actual fuck would she be monetarily supporting other channels that weren't doing that, right? Like, make it make sense. Why would she be supporting Karen in big donations? Why would she be supporting Aiden in big donations if I am the mouthpiece and she is the plant? How's that work exactly? Someone, please, let me know how that works. I'm just saying, like, how in the actual fuck? A fern, you might be a fern. I think you're more like a beautiful rose or lily, because lilies are my favorite. But I mean, what? Fucking what? I mean, it is Grant. It's very Grant-like. It's very Grant-like conspiracy in that end. Like, it's I fucking can't. I can't. I do think he was throwing him a bone that way to get him to like kind of go away a little, but Aiden's not going to go away. Oh, Meredith's a plant too? Oh, and Jen Altman's also a plant? Oh, damn, I guess fucking everyone's a plant, huh? Everyone's a goddamn plant. It's amazing, right? Or here's an idea. Maybe, just maybe, okay, maybe people decided to, I don't know, be adults and say, whoa, we were trashing people that we didn't really know because we believed what he was telling us. And now that we know that he lies about going pee every, 5 minutes ago, and that he can't be honest about whether he's actually holding a pen in his hand right this very second, maybe we need to reassess the people that he shit on. And so like adults, people decided they were going to do that, right? and they were going to actually reach out and see if they could just have an adult conversation and talk about shit. And that's what some people did. And so, lo and behold, when they did that, they found that not everybody that Aiden says is bad is actually bad, right? So, oh my God, could that be the answer, Mel? Or is it that everyone's a plant? Everyone who talks to me now apparently is a plant. I find that fucking hilarious. Hilarious. Where do I benefit from that? I would like to know. Where's the benefit? I would like to know where the benefit is to me in that. Because that's kind of how like conspiracies work, is I would have to benefit from that, right? Like, where do I benefit? I would like to see the benefits of that, please. Like, what the fuck? When you make up a wild conspiracy, Mel, it kind of has to make sense, darling. It can't be a line over here and a line over here that don't connect. Okay, honey? Like, your lines are doing this, all right? They're doing fucking loop-de-loops. They're going underground. Like, the mental gymnastics it takes to get to Nan is a plant or Jen is a plant or Meredith's a fucking plant is some wild shit at this point, okay? I don't know. Did she say something today? She's got big news? Is she going to be Turtle's agent? That'd be hilarious. So when he shits on her, I can laugh in points. We can pop popcorn, you know? No, he's not important even locally. I agree with you on that one. Oh, you could be a fig plant. We could make you a fig plant, I guess. You know? They are pretty strong. They are pretty strong. You know? Just say it. Listen, I misspell shit all the time, and I must be a plant too. What kind of plant am I? What kind of, am I right? That roots go deep. What kind of plant am I? Listen, I've been accused of being a plant several times, and I'm like, if I was a plant, don't you think that I would have spilled everyone's secrets from here to Kalamazoo? Just saying. If I was a fucking plant, right? Wouldn't I have taken all the secrets from all the people that I don't talk to anymore and just fucking outed them, including people who come like at me ridiculously over their own fucked up wild conspiracies that they make up in their head? Wouldn't I have just spilled all the actual truth and their secrets? Wouldn't I have done that if I was a plant? Because I'm going to say I probably would have if I was a plant. I'm just a person with a conscience, unfortunately. No plants here. Although, if I'm going to be a plant, I would like to be a lily because I think lilies are beautiful. You know? I think she's just mad. You know, I think Mel is a little upset that she decided she was going to get in the clown car with the clowns. Right? Maybe that's it. Maybe, I don't know, it's the most obvious thing. But no. Now with Filter Little, Mel has to make up conspiracies to make it work. So she can pretend to be outraged about it, you know? Oh yeah, everybody's got Turtle Boy derangement syndrome. You know, they all have Turtle Boy Tanty syndrome, so it's fine because it's that one right there, you know, there's no medication for it. It's just Tanty after Tanty, you know? I don't know. To be fair, Bradle was always a joke, and he was already being looked into by the Bar Association for lying while he was a prosecutor and keeping someone in jail for over a decade. So he was always a joke and very unethical anyway. Betterow, I feel like, just didn't have any attention until he got on Mike's show. Mike's show is what really gave Betterow attention, right? He took that attention that he was so craving. How do we know he was craving it? Well, there was a guy who had him as a lawyer many years before Aiden, many years before Karen's case. And that guy memorialized what he thought about Betterow in a review about Betterow. And in the guy's review, which was from several years before all this started, the guy said that he ended up sort of firing Betterow because all Betterow cared about was the media, right? And that his case was going to be resolved, so he didn't want to sort of talk to the media about the people on the opposite side of the case, you know, like harm them with the media, call them names, like, you know, whatever. Put that sensationalism on it. He didn't want to do that. Betterow tried to do it anyway on his behalf. And so he did not take kindly to that and ended up firing him. And in his review, he says that clearly all Betterow cared about was social media and media attention, not his fucking case. And he had a serious problem with that. So I believe long before Betterow was on the Young Jerks, he was looking for that pat on the back or attention from an audience of, you know, regular media, social media, whatever. That's my opinion, mine and mine only. But anybody can go and read that review from that guy from years ago. Oh no, he cannot wait. He can't wait. He's got to try to force Tim's hand. You know how this works, you know? Oh, from Mel Little. Filter Little originated this the other day, apparently. You know? Doll's eye plants are creepy. Oh, I've seen those ones and they are kind of creepy. Cool though. Interesting looking. A little bit creepy. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, look at the list of these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that list. Like, come on now. All right. It's fucking ludicrous. It's wild. You know what I mean? It is wild. Yeah, she's just mad. And I honestly believe some of it is these people are mad. I'm a Venus flytrap. Ooh, I like that one. I honestly believe that what she's mad about is there's no more us versus them with most people. Oh my God, you have no idea. The Brokeback Baker's leaked DMs are fucking gross. All right. Oh yeah, like, well, that's the thing, right? You're not on that list of people because you're not a fucking degenerate like the rest of them, you know? I'm a prickly cactus. I love it. We're all plants now. We can all pick our own plant because Mel Filter Little said so. You know, it's amazing. I don't know. I guess I don't know what the fuck they mean. They mean we're all plants, I guess. They think you're still. Well, they're idiots. They're idiots. They're idiots if they think you're still on X. Like, you're not. It's very clear that you're not. So I find it funny. You know, for the longest time, I had somebody accusing me of being every fake account they argued with. The problem with that is I have no fake accounts. None. I have my one X account. That's it. I don't need it. I don't need one. You know what I mean? Like, if I didn't have a channel and I was just a regular person, maybe I would have one. But I have a channel, right? So like, I don't feel the need to at that point, you know? If I didn't have a channel, I probably would have a different one, but no, I don't need to. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to. I've named one of my plants Robert. We should now name it Filter Little. You know, since we're a plant, we could just name a plant after her. You know, what a creepy doll's eye plant, you know? I honestly do believe deep inside she is mad at herself. And there's no way out at this point. What's she gonna do? She can't say Aiden's a piece of shit because then she loses all those donations, those views, and those people in her chat, right? But what she doesn't realize is she's driving out people that she had there for a while, you know, because they're not digging the drama part of what she's doing, especially since she's just saying shit that's fucking wild and out there and has no truth to it whatsoever. You know, she's definitely not the sharpest, that's for sure. Oh yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Oh my God, you remember that too? The belt, the missing belt that was never missing. I mean, I pointed that one out. Oh my God, so many times, so many fucking times. Like, there's no missing belt. Melanie Little's a liar. But she couldn't help herself. She couldn't help herself but to keep talking about a belt that was missing, that was never missing, right? Couldn't help herself. She had to keep doing it, no matter how many people corrected her. You know, like, come on, man. He's scared to go after streamers bigger than him. No, he's not. He'll do it. He will do it. I promise you he will. He'll go after people. Beto thought he could be saved by going on his Sunday talks with Nurse Kim. When Nurse Kim is not even listening to Beto on her show, it's obvious she tunes him out. Okay, let's be honest. The only reason she has him on there is because she makes the most money by having him on there. That's the day that she makes the most money, because she has Beto on. That's why she has him on. You know what I'm saying? I'm the weed eater. I love it, Michael. I love it. Spent weeks pushing the Dunkin' Donuts theory. Oh, God. Melanie's insecure and hates Nan because Nan has gotten praises by not only TV, but the glare. She's jealous. TV admiring Nan looks, and Melanie wants TV so bad, so she hates Nan for that. I feel like she hates Nan because Nan's actually a human with a heart and doesn't just shit on people for no reason anymore. You know, like, she figured out that some of these people are just shitty human beings, you know? I think everyone on planet Earth knows. I don't know if they were saying that because, again, I didn't watch it, if she was trying to say that you were an anti-Free Karen Reed plant or what. But everyone on planet Earth knows you're Free Karen Reed. I don't get why, I mean, she would even claim that. That's why I said, like, make it make sense. Why would you make large donations to Karen if you were a plant? Why would you donate to Free Karen Reed channels in large amounts if you were a plant, right? If you were a plant and I was your mouthpiece, where's my benefit to that, right? That conspiracy falls apart on its fucking face because it makes no sense. Also, we weren't even talking at the time that she claims that you've been a plant since. So it's amazing to me. It's amazing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The Brokeback Baker had a sexcapade texts with this lady who also is a turtle rider and just shits on other people. And so they've been sort of, I'm Groot. Yes, Christina, I fucking love you. Win the internet today. I am Groot. Plants that bear fruit, right? Sneaker belt, dog clothes. I mean, Mel Mel has that problem. A sativa plant. That'd probably be a good plant. Hey, Pepper, nice to see you. It's wild to me, okay? It's fucking wild. It's absolutely wild. I think my husband would probably pick that plant as well. He'd be that plant, that kind of plant. But when you actually have to say someone's a plant, like, I feel like at this point, you're not doing yourself a service. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you have to make shit up. You know, like, you gotta make shit up at that point. Maybe the O'Keefe family paid me money to donate Wink Winks, Karen, and TV, and to make it look like I'm not a plant. It runs deep. I mean, it must be a very, very large conspiracy we're running here. I mean, I don't know. We might get Rico'd, man. You know, this might be Rico. This might be Rico, you know? Should we eat lunch before or after the Baker test? Before. Oh, you know what? After. Don't eat it before. Don't eat it before. Don't eat it before. Anti-sewer turtle. That's fucking right. See, that's the thing. You know, I don't. Melanie Little is dumb. She knows that Aiden's fans aren't the most stable nor upstanding people and double down on their deplorable behaviors. Melanie Little knows that people with sense and morals aren't. Well, that's the thing, right? I love when she calls anybody ratchet. Okay, listen, I am not a princess nor classiest person on planet Earth. I am, rough around the edges. I'm from fucking Boston, Mass, right? Like, I swear I like beer, okay? And I'll play sports with the guys, all right? I am not a pretty princess. Does that make someone, quote, ratchet? Well, I guess if you could call somebody who worked in the criminal justice system itself, working in the prisons, ratchet, then sure. What makes someone a ratchet, I would like to know. Because if lying and making up conspiracies makes someone a ratchet, then Melanie fits that fucking bill, no problem. Right, Mel Mel? Right, Mel Mel? Maybe Mel Mel's the plan. Maybe she's just trying to throw everyone off, right? I have, but the problem with that is in the state of Massachusetts, you can't just take the bar. I've actually taken the mock bar exam like a fucking billion times, but you can't just take the bar. You actually do have to go back to school in Massachusetts, unless you move to another state that allows you to just take the bar. And in that case, you have to live there for 6 months or more and be a resident before you can do that. So believe me, I've explored every avenue. And if I had the time and the money, I'd go back to school, but my credits were non-transferable. So I'd literally have to start from scratch all over again. I don't know if it's worth it at 39, almost 40. They do just throw shit at the wall to see if it'll stick, I don't know what. I don't see, that's the thing. Well, a plant for what exactly? Right? Like that's, apparently she's not caught up. Okay? Apparently she's not fucking caught up. Like a plant for what? Like what would be the purpose of this plant long after the trial is over? Like what would be said purpose of plant? Just wondering. I don't think she thinks these conspiracies through before she just throws them out there. I feel like they just have a little group chat and they're like, all right, Mel, tonight, Filter Little, you're going to talk about all the people we shit on earlier. So just, say whatever. Maybe they're in a conspiracy. Maybe they're all plants. Who knows, right? They can't possibly like each other. They can't possibly get along as human beings. They can't possibly have anything in common. So it's got to be a plant, right? Because we're like smart people. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I believe he did, didn't he? I don't know who did. It was one of them. One of them fucking did. Apparently she's not very caught up. I don't know. There was this whole thing about people accusing some of the spaces hosts as secretly working with the antis. I love when they say that, right? The spaces host working. Are people not quite grasping yet? Like, you can say there's antis and free care and reads all you want, but people have learned to integrate, right? And they talk to each other. There is no more, well, you're an anti and I'm a free care and read, so fuck you. Unless you're a turtle writer, that's no longer happening, right? People are talking to each other. People are connecting about movies, TV, recipes, kids, sports, a billion other things. They don't give a fuck whether the person they're talking to is a anti or a free Karen reader, okay? They don't. We care about each other as human beings at this point, right? So it's fucking weird to me that they still need this us versus them, but there's a reason. Mel and her pals need the us versus them. They need it. Yeah, the backstabbing is depressing. I agree with you on that one because it happens on both sides, within both sides. That's why I like to think of myself as like a middle ground, right? I don't fit in this side and I don't fit in this side. I fit in my own hallway because I don't agree with some of the tactics here and I certainly don't agree with some of the tactics here. So therefore, I'm just going to stay in my own hallway, in my own fucking lane and run to the beat of my own goddamn drum. And I don't give a fuck who likes it and who doesn't, right? All of you have no problem with it. Therefore, I don't give a fuck what anybody else has to think. So there's that. So funny, though. You know what I mean? Like a year after the case is over, watch out. There's some wild conspiracy. Mel said so. Like, what? What the fuck, dude? You probably touched on this already. What are your thoughts on all the lawyers saying a month was good except for Sewer Turtle's lawyer? Well, Sewer Turtle's lawyers are always trying to buy him more time. Always trying to buy him more time. Why, you may ask? Well, because the closer they get to like a resolution, the more realistic it is that either he's going to be fucking bankrupt and on the street or in jail. So they can't, they got to give you as much time as humanly possible, His lawyers are always going to play the underhanded card where it's like, oh, well, this needs to be back in 23 days, Your Honor, but counsel's going on vacation, but then I'm also going on vacation. So they don't really have a choice but to agree to give each other more time at that point, right? But, of course, in Sewer Turtle fashion, his idiotic lawyers have no fucking idea what they're doing, Right? Abaya planted. We're plants. I'm the conspiracy for the spaces. It's all my master plan. Ooh, am I in this master plan? What kind of conspiracy did we come up with? I like a good conspiracy once in a while. We can conspiracize. Let's conspiracize some shit. I gotta love laughter. Laughter's a good thing. Can't confirm, but wasn't Baker sending out pics of his sausage roll? So I can't. Baker should stick to baking. I didn't know what he was thinking. Is the money worth losing your dignity? For some of these people, yes. Yes. Central casting. Go back, Mel. Central casting needs you. Rubber tree plants, whatever they spew bounces right back to them, right? We're a rubber tree plant. That'd be kind of cool, not gonna lie. I knew you were involved. Makes sense now. Yeah, we're just conspiracizing. It's totally fine. We have lots of conspiracies here. I'm a plant too from another country. Lots of plants. We got lots of plants. Hey, how was your trip? How was your trip? They are working seriously hard. Like, seriously fucking hard. I do believe in karma as well. And I believe that when you do bad shit to people, and you put that sort of bad karma out there, that guess what? It comes back eventually. Might not be a day, it might not be a week, it might not be a month, it could be a year. But guess what? Eventually, that bad karma is going to fucking come back. It's going to come back. Oh, I'm sure it did, and I am so jealous. Did you take lots of pictures? You have to take lots of pictures. I expect pictures. I expect text messages with beautiful pictures of Barcelona. I'm living through your spirit of travel, my friend. All of you that travel. One day I hope to buy like a giant Class A and just travel everywhere. That would be like the dream, Oh my God, imagine. So orange is the new black, my friends. Yeah, filter little. Did lose your trash bag and get gross. I think it's wild the amount of conspiracies though that come from some of these people. It's like, bro, have you not sat with yourself for a second and said, wait, this doesn't make sense? If in fact this person was so horrible, or if in fact I was a plant, how many of people's secrets and information could I have spewed by now? Just saying. To be fair, back when Jen Altman was very pro, Aiden, I had plenty of messages with her from when I first started covering the case. I could have outed all of those and all of the ones with anybody else. I didn't because it serves no purpose. The purpose would be to hurt another human being. And regardless of what they do to me, I am just not that person, right? And so why would I do that? If I wasn't going to do that to them, why would I do it to anyone else? You know what I mean? Like, listen, there is only one time you'll ever see me do that. And is if I have to defend myself about something so ridiculously absurd that I need to show that, like, this simply can't be true, right? But I haven't had to do that yet, thankfully, you know, from some of these fucking wild conspiracy theorists. But if you have to make up conspiracies or make them work in your head to make you feel good about your behavior or make you feel good about shitting on people who did nothing but be kind to you and try to help you, then that's on you. I can't do anything about that, but you have to live with yourself. I don't have to live with being a shitty fucking person. I live knowing that I did everything that I could to help. It's all I can do, right? That's it. No good deed goes unpunished, unfortunately. And you learn that along the way that some people you help are just going to be ungrateful. And if it's not ungratefulness, then sometimes it's just that they need some serious fucking help and haven't gotten it. And so you need to be a scapegoat for them because they think it's totally okay to just shit on you for doing nothing wrong. But to continue to do that to please other people, you have to come up with a reason, right? You have to come up with a reason why they're bad in your head, right? And then you have to spew that out so that you can make yourself feel better about it. I don't need to fucking do that. People know exactly what did or didn't happen. There are plenty of people who were, around at that time. And if you have to make shit up, like Nan's a plant or I'm a plant or fucking, ridiculous nonsensical shit, then that's on you, right? I want to know how that conspiracy would work, Mel. How does that conspiracy work, Mel? What did I benefit from out of that? Because usually when something like that happens, like conspiracy wise, two people benefit. One person benefits one way and another benefits another way. What was the goal exactly? What was the goal? What was the goal of this conspiracy? I don't know. Right? Yes, we're all plants now. We've all picked a kind of plant. I got pictures. Oh my God, so pretty. Oh my God, I love it. Yes. Awesome. Oh my God, it looks so beautiful. That pool would definitely be my jam, I'll tell you that much. Although I do love a good river. Floating down that river is just one of the most relaxing things. And if you've never floated down the Saco River, I tell you, you should do it. Oh yeah, I mean, I get them all the time, Well, that's the thing. You should be able to be friends with anybody you want without anybody saying anything. Oh my God, these pictures are amazing. I love it. And it looks so pretty. Look at those clear ass skies with just a few clouds. I freaking love it. I hope you had an absolute freaking blast because I would have. That's for sure. I would have. That's for damn sure. I do. I believe in karma. You know what I mean? Karma is a bitch and revenge is a motherfucker, You just do what you can to do the right thing and the rest will fall into place eventually, Oh my God, yes. I would love to go to Switzerland. Just travel in general. That would be so fun. If I hit the lottery, we all win. Let's just put it that way. If I hit the lottery one day, we all fucking win. I'm taking all you motherfuckers we're gonna rent a yacht. We're just gonna all go on one big trip. That's what we're doing. Sounds like a plan. Ooh, that's a good plan. That's a good plan. It is a waste of energy. It really is. Oh, you were elected to be TV's agent? Vegas, here we come, baby. No, she definitely talked to Aiden first and then Karen. I don't know if it's sympathy or empathy or just going through a lot of shit in life. It just doesn't seem right. You know what I mean? Like, there is only one circumstance in which I would ever need to share personal messages. And even people who have been enemies of mine can tell you I've never shared their personal messages. There is only one scenario in my mind that would result in that. And that would be somebody saying something so fucking wild and not true that I would have to share them to show. I happen to like people. right? Even though a lot of shitty people have done a lot of shitty things to me, like I cannot punish everyone else for what they did, right? So if I just stopped caring or helping people because these 5 people out of 100 were ungrateful, or a lot of the times what it is people think that you owe them something after helping them, that like you helped them, but now they find out you have a YouTube show, so they think that you should give them money, right? Like a lot of it boils down to what people assume in their minds or think that they should get, because if you're friends with them, then you should just rain upon them whatever you have, which I have no problem doing, right? If I have 2 boxes of macaroni in my fucking cabinet and my neighbor needs one, like, yeah, I might have one less and that might be my last one, but they have none. So now they have one, right? Like, I'm just not that kind of person. And there's this like misconception that I fucking make some wild amount of money. Like, this is not a large channel. What I can tell you is this: I paid rent today. I have exactly $30 in my account left. That's it. That's it. So I don't know where this like idea that every YouTuber makes a ton of money. Like, you have to start from the bottom. When you start talking to 3 people, then 5 people, then 10 people, then 1,000 people. You know what I'm saying? Like, then 100, 200, 300, 400. You know what I'm saying? Like, it goes up and down and up and down. But you start from the bottom and you work your way up. It takes years and years and years to be making, fucking 50 grand a month or something crazy like that. That's just not the way it works. You know what I mean? Not by a long shot. I don't make that kind of money. I wish I did, because I'd have a lot more to share, right? But I don't, right? That's not how it works. So there's a lot of like jealousy, misconceptions, people who think they're owed shit that they're not. Imagine thinking someone who helped you owes you. Didn't they just give you all their time and energy that they could have given to their selves or someone else? Like, is that not good enough for you? And most times I don't just give time and energy. I'm one of those people that likes to send random things once in a blue moon to like just make you smile. Like, if I have the extra, I do it, right? Like, sometimes if I don't even have the extra, I do it. It's just my way of saying like, someone's thinking about you. You're not alone, It's a nice thing to do once in a while. And it's just wild to watch people that got all the help in the fucking world crash the fuck out, crash the absolute fuck out. It's wild. Timu jet boats, they have those? That's a thing? A cactus, I like it. Yeah, your plant definitely repels turtles and other creatures like ratteralls. Rent out Godzilla. Oh my God, Godzilla, imagine. That's a boat in Boston Harbor. It's got this big face on the front of it. It's actually quite cool. Imagine renting out Godzilla. That would be fun. That would be fun for us that are here in Mass. But I feel like it would be better, more tropical for everyone to just like enjoy the weather and enjoy each other, You find it a nuisance now. See, it's probably because I love traveling. I love it. And I don't get to do it. Maybe a couple times a year I might go Connecticut or Maine or something like that. And, usually that's usually a travel tournament for my husband, and the one time a year trip that we take down to the Saco River, which I don't even know if it's happening this year. I actually talked to my grandmother from Florida this morning, and I feel like she's not telling me something. I can see you. I'm just behind in the comments. So I'm a little bit further up. I just scrolled it all the way down to see. Can you see her now? She's there. Yeah, YouTube has been acting up. It was hiding people the other day. Ever since the stars fell out of the sky the other day, it's been hiding people, and people can't see each other. And I don't know, it's weird. So it's probably not you. It's probably YouTube. And also, you got to change your chat from top chat to all chat. It's automatically set at top chat, so you have to go up to the top and change it from top to all to see all of the comments, not just whatever YouTube thinks the top comments are. Yeah, see exactly what Maestro said. That you can change it to that. You'll be able to see everyone. Yeah, see, that's weird. They could. I feel like on EXO they could be shadow banning her. Shadow bans are a real thing. They do happen. It's weird. It's fucking weird. YouTube though has been. Ooh, Geneva. So funny you say Geneva, because I'm not a fan of coconut. For those of you who are fans of coconut, Just calm down for a second, all right, for what I'm about to say, but I'm not a fan of coconut. And so every time someone says coconut, I'm like, oh, coconut, that should be illegal in all 50 states and against the Geneva Convention, all right? For those of you who like coconut, I apologize. I'm not a coconut person. I do not like it. I don't even think it's personal beefs. I think they take on Aiden's beefs, you know? Time is never up, my friend. Ooh, that sounds like so much fun, though. Switzerland is beautiful. I've seen the pictures, you know? Nina can tell us how beautiful it is. I do think people get sucked in, for sure. Oh, on a plane. I like the road trip version. I like to drive. Yeah, Maine. I go to Maine every year, usually in the summer. One time a summer, it's usually at the end of July to float down the river. But I don't really think that's happening this year, to be honest. It's making me sad, but it is what it is, you know. You can only do what you can afford to do. Yeah, you can be a plant too, you know. Plant. Pick a plant, ma'am. And we should. I should change my name on X. Plant. Untwisted plant. Rose plant. Lily plant. Yeah, see, that's what happens. Like, and nobody even realizes how ugly it does get when money is involved, you know? Oh, that's just awful. But that's the thing, right? You put it in his name, assuming that you're not going to get fucked over, and then family and his are just like, yeah, no, we're going to keep that shit. Go fuck yourself. And then it's ugly. It's fucking ugly. It gets real ugly. I could never imagine doing that, you know? Not that I have a lot to leave in a, in a will, but when I do write it up, I'll tell you this much. What I'm going to put in my will is that if anybody, just like my grandmother did, my grandmother was a very smart lady. My grandmother died when my little was about a month old, almost 2 months old, so a month and a half ish. And in her will, she didn't have much to leave either. But in her will, she had a clause that if anybody argued over anything that they were given, that they got nothing, and then their portion would be given to the other people in it. I didn't have much to give. It was my grandparents had sold their house when my grandfather got pancreatic cancer, and they winterized the summer cottage that my grandparents had. That was passed down from family member to family member over the years. That ended up with my grandfather when he died. My grandmother didn't have the heart to let it go, so she winterized that and lived in it herself because it's really small. It's not meant for really more than one or two people tops. The bedrooms are teeny tiny. And you can't build up because it's not in a foundation that's in the ground. It's like because it was a summer cottage and not like a everyday house. So if you wanted to, you'd have to knock the whole thing down and then start from scratch. And my grandfather's grandfather built it, so my grandmother didn't have the heart to do that either. So she moved in there. So the only things that she really had to leave were that, her car, and like a tiny bit of retirement money that she left my mom and my aunt, and that was it. But she was very specific that if anybody argued over what was to be given to them, that they would get nothing. And so I feel like she was a fucking smart lady. You know what I mean? Like, cool, you argue about it and you get nothing, and it gets re-given to other people. You know what I mean? Like that was a smart thing to fucking do. Ruby's got a conspiracy theory. Those broken Baker DMs that got leaked may come from TV to remind the Baker that he has blackmail on them. Ooh, that's a good conspiracy theory. He's done that before. You're going to Alaska? Ooh, it's so beautiful there. Listen, I could never live way out in Alaska, like in the middle of nowhere, but I have heard visiting is amazing. A lot of people do it in the summer, obviously. I think you're going to have so much fun. Take lots of pictures, Lynn. I bet you're going to love it. Bet you're going to love it. Fans also take on the YouTube creators beefs for sure. Yeah, I don't want anybody taking on my beefs. I tell people all the time, I don't want you sticking up for me. Can I pin my link for Venmo and Amazon? Yes. I mean, I can't pin them. I can pop them up on the screen and I can put the Amazon list in the chat. The pin is the debit and credit link, actually. As a matter of fact, I haven't gone over this yet. Yes, if you would like to donate to the channel, we do have a bunch of different ways to do so, which would be very helpful at this moment in time. But we do have a bunch of different ways to do it. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. Revolut is for people who are from different countries. You can send and receive money from different countries. And it's not used very often here, but there's a bunch of different countries. Like, I mean, a bunch of different countries on it. And fun fact, the exchange rate is better than PayPal. Fun fact. The exchange rate and the fees are way better than PayPal. So if you don't have Revolut, say you have family in China or Canada and you're in the United States or Switzerland or any of those places, like there are I think it's like 160 countries or something that you can literally send and receive money for. So if somebody sends me money in yen, right, it'll come into my Revolut as yen. But right there in the app, I can transfer the yen to American dollars with a push of a button. Boom. They give you a card just like Cash App or Venmo does, right? You can use that card anywhere. You know, it's actually super helpful if you have other family in different countries and you like, you know, someone's like, oh, I'm in France. I'm going to need you to send me $20 because I left my wallet at home. Boom, you can send American dollars to France. Boom, right away. Seconds, sent right over through Revolut. It's one of the reasons why I got Revolut, because I had people from other countries were like, we don't have, obviously they don't have Venmo, they don't have Cash App, and they wanted a way to be able to contribute. So that's why I got Revolut. It was the only thing that I could find that would work from country to country. So, orchids are so pretty. So freaking pretty. So at the bottom of the screen, you guys see that little scrolly thing at the bottom of the screen there? It's below this big one that I just popped up. At the bottom of the screen is always my Cash App, my Venmo, and my PayPal. Those scroll by. Boop, boop, boop. They just keep scrolling by. So even when the big one is not up, some people will ask me to put it up, and I'm like, the little one's there. The little one is right here at the bottom of the screen, and it's always scrolling by. So you can always see it, no matter when. All right. Robert Plant. That's what she named her plant. Robert the Plant. Parasocial relationships for the win, right? He's a broken sewer treatment plant. Shit in, shit out. I like that one. It kind of is, right? I want to be one of those mushrooms that grow out of ants. Wait, there's mushrooms that grow out of ants? I know there's mushrooms that go out of cow shit, and you might see some shit, right? Like, you might see some shit. Oh, Pink Floyd, yes. Yes. I could tell you a story of which resulted in me being kicked out of family due to their greed. See, that's the thing, though. People try to steal, right? Someone dies, and they're like, I'm not going to tell this person they're in the will, and I'm just going to take their portion. I've seen that happen to people. It's awful. It's fucking awful. Like, to do that to someone. I could never do that to someone. If you're already getting a portion, like, why do you need someone else's portion? You know what I mean? Like, it's just shitty to do that to another human being. Like, that could change their life, you know? I think about that a lot. Like, I'm never going to inherit anything. Right? I'm never going to inherit a house or money that's going to change my life. But there are a lot of people that want to leave that for their kids. Eventually, I would love to be able to leave that for my kids for an amount of money that when I pass could change their lives. I will never have anything like that, unfortunately. My dad died a long time ago, and because his life insurance, you know, because it was suicide, we got nothing from his life insurance. So there's that. And my mother don't have anything to leave. So I'm never going to inherit something that's going to change my life or an amount of money that's going to change my life. But I think about wanting to have it there for my girls. And I would want to make sure that no one else could steal any of their portion or from each other either, right? I would want it to be so that they don't, like, a lot of times people just find the will, right? After someone passes, they find the will and they look it over, and they may never tell anyone a will exists, because if you don't tell them it exists, certain states just get split equally. Some states, if it's already in trusts or whatever, you don't even have to probate. So, like, there's a lot of different ways, but I would want to make sure that when I pass, it's with someone that can bring it, you know, to the court without my kids like trying to screw each other over. I just think there needs to be a better system, I guess, you know? Oh, worldwide traveler. I love that. I love that. Oh, she does the hostels. Those always sounded like so much fun. I used to love hiking, right? But I mean, I can still walk trails, but I can't physically do like the hiking up anymore, you know? Every national park. I love that. I love that. Apple stock must have been worth a pretty penny to do all that, but you know what? It's worth it. You only live one life. One damn life. So live that shit. You know what I mean? I'd rather make memories, right? Like, I'd rather take trips to make memories than spend on items. You know what I mean? Like these make memories. Me and my kids have used these so many goddamn times at this point, this popcorn machine. And like I'm telling you, that cotton candy machine gets used daily. All right. Freaking day. I've already had to buy one of these. This one, as you can see, even buying a brand new one of just this color is already being used. So the kids like we'll come in here and try to figure out like which colors to mix, what flavors to mix, you know, and we'll be goofing around, listening to music, dancing, playing. Like it makes memories, you know, pictures, memories, things that we like to do together, you know. I love that she just travels, Natalie. I freaking love that. I love it. I love it. And you know what? Maybe one day she'll adopt instead of having littles, you know? My cousins did that. They adopted instead of having, they didn't want like a small baby. They adopted an 8-year-old. And so they kind of like skipped the baby phase. But now that baby is in college, you know? Oh, Italy is one of those places that I would love to see. My grandmother, God rest her soul, went to Italy and she loved it. Freaking loved it. She brought me back a necklace that was blessed. It was Saint Anthony, and I don't wear it because I don't want it to break, of course. But it's one of those things that I'll probably never let go of, just like my dad's drumsticks. You know, I've never been out of the country, but I've been to all of the East Coast pretty much. I've not done the West Coast, but oh, Taylor Swift has a countdown counter. She got new music. Oh shoot. Yep, I've never seen Europe. There's so many places I would love. I've never been on a cruise. That's on my bucket list. My husband's been on the one before we were together. He think he's been on 2, but I've never been on a cruise. I would love to go on a cruise. You know? Oh yeah, there's real sus shit going on in that scenario. You know? I mean, that might be true. There might be actual plants. We're just not one of them. You can use hard candies. It says so in the directions. It says certain hard candies. There's certain ones you can't use, but you can use Jolly Ranchers. And there's like certain ingredients that the hard candy can't have. You gotta heat it up first. You gotta have it going for like 10 minutes first, and then you can use just different kinds of hard candies to make different flavors of cotton candy. They actually show you like a list in the pamphlet of like what would make like what flavor. It's kind of cool. Rome, yes. I have one. It's back here. Cotton candy, popcorn. Popcorn, cotton candy. The cotton candy machine's behind the popcorn machine, and it's pink. Yes, it's pink. We have one. We got both. I can hop in the car and drive 10 hours south right now and be in Belgium. Oh, it's so fun. Then France, then Switzerland, then Italy without stopping at a single border, no paperwork. See, I would love that. That would be so fun. You know, that would be so freaking fun. But you can definitely do that. Yeah, that's so cool. Nina said she's traveled to more than 20 different countries. Italy is top 3, she said. No, my husband bought me a Keurig for Mother's Day. That's what he got. He got me, you know, he went looking for the pink fridge that I wanted. And he went to like 3 different stores because it said it was going to be online. Like, you know, online, he looked and it was like in store, right? I think it was Home Depot was the first one. And so him and my kids went to Home Depot, Kohl's, and I forget what the other one was, but they were like, no, you have to order it online. You can't get it in store. And he was like, but it says you can get it in store. So originally he went to go get me the pink mini fridge that I wanted for the office, so I'd have to keep getting up and down when I'm working to go get something to drink, or even just like a little snack. And so instead, his backup idea was to get me a new Keurig because mine was unfixable. So the Twusband wins on getting the new Keurig. He knew how much I wanted that pink mini fridge though, so he tried really hard to get me that. So I applaud him for his freaking efforts, that's for sure. Yep, see, said the blind man. Pick up the hammer and saw. My grandmother used to say that. I see, said the blind man. Yeah, I mean, here you even need a passport to go to Canada, which you didn't used to back in the day. You never used to, but now you do. You know, I would love to go to Portugal. I have ancestors that are from the Azores. So Azores is like a little island in Portugal, you know. But yes, that's what we got for Mother's Day was the new Keurig from him and the kids, which I appreciate because I've been making my hot coffee and hot cocoa at night when it's cold. But yeah, I would love to go to the Azores where my ancestors are from. That would be so fun, I feel like. Just to see it, you know, and know that your ancestors came from that very spot. Like that's pretty cool. You know? You can buy wraps. I don't have a dishwasher, unfortunately. I wish I freaking did, but I do not have a dishwasher. We hand wash them bitches over here, which is obnoxious, I'll tell you that much. But there's no room for a dishwasher, even if I think my landlord wanted to install one. I don't even know where she would install it, you know? But yeah, everything gets washed by hand here, unfortunately. But they do. I saw that they have handles and stuff for refrigerators. If you want like wraps for those, you know. San Miguel, ooh, that I've heard it is very pretty there in San Miguel. You know, it's funny because Dora was in here with me earlier, you guys, and then as soon as I went live, she got up off the rug behind me and scooted out of the room. But when I came in here to work this morning, she hopped right up on the desk. And I was like, oh, well, you want my attention now? Because she was like meowing at me as I was walking through the house to the office. And so I stopped and I patted her and I gave her a little love. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to work in the office. And what did she comes behind me? So I'm sitting here for about, I don't know, 5 minutes. And whoop, up she jumps right on the desk. I'm like, for the love of Jesus, do you really wanted my attention that much, Miss Dora? Miss Little Dora. She does love this rug back here, though. The rug is what stops my chair from actually like rolling backwards, but still allows me to move left and right, which I love. But there's no other rugs in the house. Like it's all hardwood floor and cold. So sometimes you'll find her like on the, we have like, you know, one in front of the sink, like, you know, it's a kitchen rug, you know, one that sits right in front of the sink, just a small, you know, rectangle. And you'll see her sleeping on that, or she'll go in the bathroom and sleep on the bathroom rug. Like she just, you know what I mean? She finds a spot on one of the small, you know, rugs outside of the tub or in front of the sink. Eventually, I'm going to get one area rug for my room and one area rug for the living room because for my feet, my ankles, like I much prefer something that's not so hard, you know. But I did talk to my Nana this morning, my Grammy from Florida, and listen, I got one of those feelings that like she wasn't telling me everything, you know, like you ever get that feeling that like a relative is just not telling you everything, you know, like the way that she was telling us, like she has chronic fatigue. And again, my only living grandparent is in her very late 80s. And so she was saying like her chronic fatigue syndrome has been way, way worse. She's got to do like one thing and then rest and then do another thing and rest. She was in between doing things in the house. She's like, I did a thing and now I'm resting. I've been overdoing it. She's like, I really wanted to be able to be healthy enough to travel. She wants to be able to come from Florida to here to Massachusetts to see her family. And she just kept saying like, just want to see my family. I just want to see my family. And it felt like she was not telling us everything, almost like it was imminently, like it needed to be, you know what I mean? Not imminent, like right this very second, but like imminent in the next like 6 months ish. She just kept repeating, like, I just wanna be able to see my family. So I feel like maybe she's sick and not telling us. I mean, she dealt with a bout of melanoma, which she's fought twice. I don't know. I got that feeling that like, so I turned to my sister because me and my sister are both on the phone with her in the car. We dropped the kids off at school. And I turned to my sister and I go, do you think she's sick and she's not telling us? Do you think she's like, I'm like, it's just the way she was like, I just want to see all of my family. Because of course, most of us live here, right? Like not in Florida. So I got that feeling that like she knows that she's, you know, probably not got 10 years to live, or maybe even 5, or maybe even 3. She's in her very late 80s and she's already had a mastectomy years ago, but she had a mastectomy for breast cancer and then 2 bouts of melanoma. So I feel like she just wasn't telling us everything about her health. And I'm like, I wonder if anybody else has ever felt that way. With my other grandparents, they both were, my grandfather had pancreatic cancer. So he died of pancreatic cancer. And then my other grandfather, my grandmother from Florida's husband, also died of cancer from Agent Orange. And so, like, we knew they were sick. You know what I mean? We knew they were sick and we knew they were passing. But with her, I don't know. I can't just, listen, if it was an option for me to just hop on a plane and visit her, I would. It is not optional for me to just hop on a plane and visit her. I was talking to my husband before the show about it, because she's in Florida. You know what I mean? It's costs a lot of money to be able to go there. And if we do go, it's got to be all her grandkids, me and my two sisters. It has to be, because she's very worried about my sister's brain surgery. You know, she's super worried about that. She was asking about that. And she's very, very, like, she's a very Bible church person. So of course she's, you know, saying prayers and all that with her church. And I'm just like, she said something like, if God wasn't my best friend, I just don't know what I would do. Something like that. And it just made me think, like, maybe sometimes older people don't want to tell you when they're sick, you know? Maybe they don't want to tell you when they're just not doing too hot, you know? I could just tell that, like, she clearly was tired from chronic fatigue, which will make you exhausted all the time. But that maybe something else is going on with her. And I'm like, I just got that feeling, that sort of gut feeling that, like, maybe she's not telling us everything. Maybe it's to spare us. But I hated when my grandpa first got sick with pancreatic cancer. They hid it from us for a little while. And it was my grandfather's choice. No, yeah, she can't fly up here. She's not, health wise, that was what she was saying, is she wanted to be healthy enough to be able to travel, whether that was flying or driving. I mean, the last time I was in Florida was a few years back, and my brother drove her from where they were near Spring Hill up to see me and my husband and my kids. And we were on the Space Coast, near where they let the rockets off. So it's like two hours and some change drive. And when she got there, she could barely, like, move around. Like, she was tired, so we had to let her, like, rest, you know. And then we went out to lunch, and then that's all she could handle. So, you know, she knew she had another 2.5 hours ish back towards Spring Hill. So my brother, you know, we had a whole day planned, but she was so exhausted at that point that my brother brought her back, you know, home. So that's what she was saying, is she wanted to be in, and I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be, she's going to be in enough health to travel anytime soon. And so that's what I said to my sister. I think that we need to figure out how to go there, because she ain't going to be coming up here anytime soon, you know? And so it's like, it's a tough scenario with her being so far, you know? But she does have my cousins and my uncle, which is her only living son. My grandmother had two children, my dad and my uncle, Dave. And obviously my dad passed, so now it's just my uncle Dave. But my uncle Dave, his kids, right? So they're there with her, and we're here, you know? We actually never fly. We drive. We always drive. Last time I flew to Florida, I must have been 15, 16, and that was with my other grandparents, to go to Disney. And I was like, yeah, I was like 15 or 16. Every other time I've gone, I've driven there. We drive. I mean, yeah, we video chat. So it's like, she looks okay, but she's old. You know what I mean? Like, she looks how old she is, you know? And you can tell that she's just really tired, you know, like really exhausted. And it was just like what she was saying that just kind of like alerted me a little. I'm like, that just, like, it's one of those things that you're just like, she's like talking like she needs her family together. You know what I mean? Like, she kept saying, like, I just want to see my family. I just want to see all my family. Like, and it's like, you know, usually when I talk to her, she always says that she wants to see us, but the way that she was talking about seeing all of us, was like alarming to me, to the point where I turned to my sister and was like, should we be concerned right now? Because I feel like we should be, you know? Like I feel like this is telling us something, you know? I just got that like gut feeling that like something didn't seem right, you know? Like she was definitely tired, but she's always, you know, tired. She's old. But I don't know, just it seemed like extra to me. Just the what she was saying and the way she was saying it, you know? I don't like dead traffic. We have that all up here, you know? We have dead traffic. Yeah, but that's the thing. She does have company, right? Like my brother's out there, and then her son, my uncle, and my cousin. So like she sees them, you know. So I don't know. She's also very like independent. Like she wants to be able to do things on her own, even if she needs help. She doesn't want to ask for it. She's very sort of independent like that, and she's very into her like church friends and church group and things like that. She's about 4 foot, I don't know, probably 4'10". I'd say she's very short. She's about 4'10" and about the sweetest talking little grandma you would ever meet in your life. And she's a Bible thumper. So my grandmother a lot talks about God and praying and prayers. And she is very worried about my sister. She has the whole church praying for my sister, of course. Of course, she asked about the baby and how my kids were and how my sister's kids were. And, you know, I don't know. She was just, it just seemed like she was maybe, I don't know about lonely though, but it's like she's got family down there. I know it's not us, like she's still got my brother and my uncle and my cousins, which are all her grandkids, right? So it's like there's some of us are up here, but some of them are down there and live right near her and see her all the time. So it's like, yeah, my grandma, she's very short. She's like 4'10", very soft spoken. She speaks very softly. She talks a lot about prayers and God and Jesus and um, about the sweetest lady you'd ever meet in your life. Polar opposite of my loud abrasiveness, but she's exactly what she needs to be, right? Like she's that evening out of all the craziness. She grew up in Beverly, in the North Shore, where my dad grew up. They had a little house on the water, my grandfather and her, in Beverly. And my dad grew up on that sort of like dead end street there with their house was literally on like a rock wall that went down to the water. So, you know, right there on the beach, you know, she's the sweetest. My grandma's prayer cookies are the best. You know, she says little prayers and then she makes the cookies and she brings the prayer cookies. The last time she was up here was, I'd say 4 years ago. And she brought the prayer cookies and we ate all the prayer cookies, all the prayer cookies. I was like, am I gonna eat this cookie and I'm gonna spit out a piece of paper? Is there gonna be? I was like, is there a prayer in this cookie? Grandma had ever explained to me what her prayer cookies were. So, like, is a prayer inside this cookie? Like, how does this work exactly? Like, I wasn't sure exactly how that worked. But no, you just say prayer over the cookies while you're making them. So they made grandmother's prayer cookies, but you know that's what she calls them, and they're always delicious, by the way. But when she has visited, she brings her prayer cookies, and you know she hasn't been able to travel up here. She's been trying to do it for, I'd say, close to 2 years now. Since I saw her last about 2 years ago when I was there. It was 2 years ago? Yeah, so 2 years ago, the last time I saw her down there. She just can't travel like that. The travel on her is too much, you know, which I get. You know, she's 89, so you know, she's pushing 90. So I would imagine you'd be quite exhausted at that age. Just, I don't know, something rang the alarm bell in me that was just like she's very much, yes, wanting to see her family, but it was the way that she's like, I want to see all of you like together, you know. I don't know. I can agree with that. I can definitely, I mean, we have such a weird fucking, you know, culture here. Yep, 89, she's pushing 90. But that lady, listen, that lady has made it through a double mastectomy, okay, and 2 bouts of melanoma. So she's a freaking rock star. Even at 4'10" and 89 years old, that lady has lost her husband to Agent Orange. And she moved to Florida when I was like, I want to say 16, 17, somewhere around there. I was late teens by the time she moved to Florida. She bought a little house there in Spring Hill with a pool, and we used to visit them down there. And they had an extra guest room, her and my grandfather. My grandfather was a military man, so he was super tall, super tall. Grampy was super tall, but Agent Orange killed him. Like that's, it's unfortunate. Oh my God, imagine a huge extended van. Those things are a lot, even to rent a regular van. Like if you rented like a regular like minivan, those things are like fucking $1,500 to $1,800 for a week to rent one of those for a week. Then you still got to pay for the gas, tolls. Like it's a lot, believe me. So even renting one of those like hugely comfortable extended ones, like it's even more money. You know what I mean? It's wild. I mean, even if you bought plane tickets, right? Then you still got to pay for travel when you're there. It's a lot of money is the bottom line, and it sucks having your only living grandparent live all the way in Florida, because it's not like she lives down the street and I can just go talk to her and hang out with her whenever I want. And I feel like that's why she's always trying to like make her health enough to travel. But I feel like we're probably gonna have to go there. You know what I mean? If we want to see her before anything happens, we're gonna have to go there for sure. Okay, what do we got? Okay, so here we go. We got Tanty. Hold on. Didn't have Tanty. Not that he doesn't always have Tanties, but here we go.
I can't go back! I can't go back! I can't go back! These idiots will buy anything I sell.
Okay. Ready? This is a good one. So apparently he's doing this thing again. Hello, Natalie, where he's been calling Lana a he/she. Of course he does that when he thinks it's like okay to shit on people. Of course, right? He pretends that you're a thing and not a person. It's a way to distance. So as I see here, Lana says is just one of many examples. Keyword she. He only started attacking me with hate speech when I started asking tough questions. Well, that's usually how it works. But here's about a 30-second tanty of him, of course, like calling her an it or a she, her, or
Faggart sends $5, goes, I know you hate talking smack about people, but it's funny seeing turtle chats recommending you watch any truth and transparency video, like the Trooper Fanning expose with Kevin Clapp, and you politely shoot down the idea and move on. LMAO, that channel is full of misinfo. Which I will say, since you're too nice and polite to say it. Okay, yeah, I mean, I got no comment on that. Thank you.
Of course you don't.
She's always been nice to me. That's all I'll say. Faggart sends $5, goes, I know you hate talking smack about people, but it's funny seeing turtle chats recommending you watch any truth and transparency video, like the Trooper Fanning expose with Kevin Clapp, and you politely shoot down the idea and move on. LMAO, that channel is full of misinfo. Which I will say, since you're too nice and polite to say it. Okay, yeah, I mean, I got no comment on that. Thank you.
I love that he says I had no comment on that, but he has no problem now calling her a he, she, her, it now. That's what his like thing, right? Like that's his whole thing. When you don't do what he wants, he has a serious problem. Ooh, we have some new tweets from people. Let's see. Oh, okay, here we go. The following is an actual quote from an obsessed psycho who is hell-bent on retaliation. I think it's time to post some receipts later today so everyone is clear exactly who's to blame for all of this. You're lucky that I'm not obsessed psycho hell-bent on retaliation. Like, no, he is actually. Actually is. Aiden actually is hell-bent on being a lunatic. Did this not post when I did this? Why is it still sitting here? I know that I like posted it again and it said that it was, but okay, maybe it didn't go. Whatever. Oh boy. No, he won't debate at all. What is there to debate? You know what I mean? Like he won't debate because he has no debate in him, right? He can't debate his own case because what's he going to debate? You know what I mean? Like, what is he actually going to debate in all of that? He can't. There's not a single thing he can debate, you know? Great Aunt Pam sent sparkles for 2 jewels. Thank you, Great Aunt Pam. I see your sparkles. I didn't see it when it was on the screen, but I see it now. Trust your gut since you know her well, but actually, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, my brother and my uncle, you know, help care for her and stuff, but I don't know if that's it, or she just like desperately just wants to see us all together. I feel like that's probably, you know, it. Right? The controversial blogger is indeed controversial. Imagine that. Fucking imagine it being controversial to you to be a shit person to people and hurt people. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Is this a real thing? Oh, hold on. We're gonna have to. This is not okay. Okay. Meredith posted this about 2 hours ago. The sheer number of accounts dedicated to mocking Nan and her appearance is genuinely sickening. I get that I have plenty of accounts about me too, mostly because I'm the ex of Turtle Boob, but the obsessive hatred towards her is on another level. It's straight up psychotic bullying by grown adults. Carrie Brakanowski is a seriously disturbed witch. Well, we already knew that, you know, Brack was fucking, you know, seriously disturbed a long time ago. But what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. Why do you feel the need? You know? Why? I don't get it. Like, why attack someone you don't even know? Simply because a cult told you to? They gave the whistle that someone's bad? You know? I don't get it. Oh, by the way, the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing will be open to the public. Judge just ruled Robinson is accused of killing Charlie Kirk. So that will be open to the public. Good. I was waiting to see if the judge was going to allow that to be open to the public. Well, I mean, it's the same thing he does to me, right? He started this show off the other day with like running his mouth about me and then Brian, right? Then he had to run his mouth about Brian. And it's like, bro, all these people, again, bad business decisions. Why shit on the very people that helped raise money for you without even being asked, right? So imagine if Mike and Brian were still raising money for his defense fund right now. He would have that money coming in without even being asked every Saturday, Sunday, you know, during the week. Like, he shoots himself in the foot. Now, why shit on these people? Because they didn't agree with you. Because Mike gave him advice that he didn't like, which was probably the best advice anybody could have given him, which is basically, and Mike didn't say it in these words, but what Mike was saying was like, stop shitting on people. Stop shitting on smaller channels. Stop just attacking people. Like, move on from that and move on to covering things, right? Like, move on to covering important things. Like, stop doing the dumb shit. But he can't help himself. He can't not stop making fake accounts and fake evidence and fake receipts and, you know, using fake sock accounts and fake phone numbers to attack and harass people. He can't. He doesn't know how to. He's been doing it for 10 years, you know? Oh, absolutely. That's the thing, though. He will shit on anybody, including people who have donated to him over and over and over. You should see his extraction when it comes to fucking Suzanne. You know, the astronaut equestrian lady, who is absolutely an insane person. But it's been pointed out to Suzanne several billion times at this point that Aiden just makes fun of her in private. Calls her crazy, calls her a lunatic, that she just makes shit up, she's got more stories than Mother Goose, so on and so forth, right? Like, come on. Ooh, you made bread. I love a good, like, brand new, hot out the oven bread. Claire brought me some the last time she made some, and it was so good and so warm. It's delicious. Mike said, find new content. What's the problem? Well, that's the thing. Mike said it in like the kindest way anyone could have ever said it. In the most friendly, yes, Glama, the most friendly, kind way anyone could have ever said it to him, right? And that set him off. That set him off. That friendly advice set him the fuck off. Why? Because he knows it was true. Because he knows that Mike was right. So he can't have himself looking like a liar. You know? Absolutely not. You know? Absolutely freaking not. Yeah, so that's, I mean, he has over and over and over in private messages called her all sorts of names, and people have posted some from a while ago, but there's even more in his extraction, of course, and she just ignores it. Just keep sending him money, keep supporting him, and it's like, dude, what do you not understand about the fact he doesn't give a fuck about you? He thinks you're a lunatic. Like, I would never continue supporting someone if that's what I found out. Not in a million years, right? To him, these people are just numbers. They're numbers on a screen, they're donations that come in. They're not actual people. They're ATMs, you know? Oh, I don't know. What did the sparkler do yesterday? She forget to edit out every detail. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. It's possible. Did Ethel have another crash out? Someone tell me, did Ethel have another crash out? I feel like. Hold on. Something's wrong with your brain. Why would people get the idea that you would be going to New Hampshire for this frivolous hearing? Probably because you said it right here and you don't remember. You're acting like, why would anybody think that? Because you fucking said it, you weirdo. Oh, so she doesn't remember that she said that she's going to New Hampshire for this frivolous hearing that the Sparkles decided she was going to try to get an order on Meredith and Jen. And the judge was like, yeah, no order, but they still have to have like a hearing. So the hearing's going to happen. And now apparently Ethel is acting like she doesn't know why people think she would be going to this ridiculous hearing. Gee, here's why.
Let me just clear my fucking schedule. Wow. Going to be interesting to see if New Hampshire judges do things differently than they do down here. June 24th, 1 o'clock, Nashua, New Hampshire. I'll be there, Sparkly.
I'll be there. Please do, so that Meredith can tell the judge all about how you and Sparkly called her job. You fucking look like an idiot. And how stupid does one human have to be? He does complain worse than a teenager. I concur with this. Also, I just looked down at my phone, and I'm really bad at doing this, but I just looked down at my phone, and I see a Venmo. It's $50. Thank you, Natalie. It says pizza. Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate that, my friend. I appreciate you. I'll pop up the donation information if anybody else wants to chime in on that. So yeah, she had a meltdown because she doesn't remember saying that she was going to show up to the hearing. I would love for her to show up to that hearing. I would love to go to that hearing myself. Oh, is that the Sparkle foot? Is that what we're doing? Is that Sparkle's foot? Is this the Sparkle foot? I'm guessing this is the Sparkle foot. I feel like this has to be the Sparkle foot, right? I feel like it is, right? Am I wrong or am I right? I'm guessing I'm right, but it's funny how that popped up right after you said it. Has to be. It has to be. Uh-oh, another chanty. What's this one about? Aiden, has it ever occurred to you that unlike you, Chris Matai is comfortable with his own self-image and who he is? He sealed the $1.4 billion verdict in the Alex Jones case and is described as an incredible powerhouse lawyer, and Forbes magazine named him in its inaugural of America's top 200 lawyers. And you think you're going to own him in a courtroom? Do you know what I think will happen? I think you're going to be a blubbering mess and look like the loser you are. And Chris Matai is going to own you by the end of it. You think you're a pit bull, but really you're just a yappy shih tzu, all bark and no bite. I can definitely concur with that. You know, I can definitely concur with that. Fucking amazing. Okay. Fucking amazing. Now, if we remember correctly, this is where he has this whole crash out over, I'm going to own Chris Matai in the same way that he did with Hank, right? Remember? I'm going to get up there and I'm going to destroy Hank by answering questions. And he's going to look so foolish. And then what happened? And then what happened, y'all? And then Aiden pled the fifth. He pled the fifth like the bitch that he is. Your Honor, I'm gonna need to plead. What is it? Pled? I'm gonna pled. Can I pled the Fifth Amendment, sir? You know, I'm not a massage therapist. I'm not. I need a meal of food. I'm not a massage therapist, and I'm gonna need to pled the fifth, please. Is that what we do? I need to pled the fifth, Your Honor. I'm gonna need to do so.
Getting hard, like actually erect about the thought of being deposed.
I just want to know, why does this man get hard or erect over everything? I think you have a problem, sir. You might want to stop taking the fucking Cialis, all right? I know you lived on it in college and maybe you need it to even do anything these days, but sir, that's not normal. You're going to have that, red meat of yours tested for something. All right, that's not normal. No, that's not okay. Nope, sir. It's not healthy. Okay, it's not healthy, sir. It's not healthy. It's not fucking healthy. Like, I'm sorry, but who the Elmer Fudd sweating bullets? I can't. I fucking can't. Now I have to make that. I have to make that now, right? I have to write this down. I have to make it. I have to do it. Oh, he's panicking, all right. Absolutely panicking. Absolutely panicking. At least I had a Shih Tzu can bite. Sure it can, but probably doesn't have as much bite as a German Shepherd, I'm guessing. I plead the fifth. I pled it, sir. I pled the fifth, please. I'd like to plead the fifth. I mean, the guy doesn't even know how to read a court document if fucking it was stapled to his forehead, all right? Like, I am dead, right? Elmer Fudd sweating bullets. I'm fucking dead. I can't. I mean, it's sick. It's sick. Who the fuck wants to hear about why you're erect or hard? I certainly do not, sir. Okay? It sounds like you may need Sexaholics Anonymous. And from what I see inside your fucking phone extraction, you're into some weird shit, bro. I'm just going to throw this out there. You, sir, need help. You're a fucking weirdo. All right? All your weird sexual shit, like, I'm sure you don't want me to share with the class on that one, because that'd be quite fucking embarrassing. But sir, you're going to need to calm down now, all right? We don't wanna or need to know, all right? The lollipop kid. Oh yeah, never going to plead the fifth. Never going to plead the fifth. I have nothing to hide, says the guy who has everything to hide.
Post and being like, I can't wait, because I'm going to use the deposition
be
as a chance to interview Chris Maddy.
Does he realize that's not how depositions work? He doesn't get to ask the lawyer questions. He gets to answer them. That's it. Like, he clearly doesn't even understand how a deposition works. This is how it works, Aiden. If I'm the lawyer and you're the idiot, as you are, I ask the question, you give the answer. See how that works? You don't in turn get to ask a question or answer a question with a question. You don't get to do that. You have to actually give an answer, or they'll just keep asking until you give said answer, right? That's how it works, dumbass. You do not get to ask Chris Bataille a fucking thing. Isn't that amazing? The fact that you're misleading your audience into, I mean, look at his face. He doesn't even believe it. Look at the perplexed look on his fucking face. He's like, yeah, I'm going to ask Chris Bataille all questions. I'm going to interview him, I think. Like, no, bro. No, Elmer and Ethel. Like, bro, this face right here. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say to him.
Where? Can we screenshot? Can somebody screenshot this? I need this. Someone screenshot this and send this to me. This perplexed face is amazing. I need someone to send me this screenshot. Screenshot this fucking face and crop the face and send it to me. Yes! His lawyers did do that. He did beg the judge to make him take the fifth off camera so that he could just later on be like, oh, I didn't do it on camera. My lawyer did it for me. The other argument they made was, Bradle asserted it for him. Yeah, that's him asserting the fifth. If your lawyer asserts the fifth for you, your lawyer is working on your behalf. That's you pleading the fifth. They actually tried to argue that. Well, it was his lawyer. It wasn't him. Tell me you don't know how a courtroom works without telling me you don't fucking know how a courtroom works. Tell me you don't know what a lawyer is without telling me you don't know what a fucking lawyer is. If your lawyer asserts that you're pleading the fucking fifth, then that's you pleading the fifth. Okay? That's how it works. Idiots. Idiots. I need this screenshot. I need somebody to give me this screenshot. I'm going to turn it into Elmer Fudd. I'm so serious right now. Sweating bullets. I'm doing that. So someone's going to need to screenshot this for me. I can't do it from mine because it shows the lines on the computer if I do it from too close. I need this to be Elmer Fudd. Sweating bullets. I need that. I need it. Kind of like a chihuahua. Definitely gets startled by sudden movements. Silverado's outside. He's like a crackhead who peeks through the windows. He's constantly looking out the windows, looking for the cops to pull up outside. I mean, that's a wonderful life to live, let me tell you. That totally happened. It 100% happened. You are totally right, MBM. It happened, Maestro. Oh, he's not testifying in his own trial, dude. Absolutely not. There's a 0% chance that his dumbass is doing that. He's going to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege again. Come on. If he has to do something that's not in his own case, he's going to assert the Fifth. In his own case, he doesn't have to assert the Fifth. He just doesn't have to testify, right? Because he has that right to not testify. But in any other case, right, that he's going to be asked as a witness into, he can plead the Fifth. And that, absolutely, is happening if he has to do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't pray for him. Even if I wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, to be honest, I don't think my very loving Grammy from Florida would pray for his dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, a deposition is not a conversation. They ask the question, you answer the fucking question, and you can't plead the Fifth. So good luck to you, sir. Chris Matai's gonna own that ass, baby. Yeah. As I said, he will be begging, and I mean begging. Absolutely fucking begging on his hands and knees for someone, anyone, to give him a fucking settlement. Okay? Like, that's gonna happen. All right? That is going to fucking happen. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. He is gonna cry like a baby back bitch. That's right. I don't know. Did Epstein plead the Fifth during his depo? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know what he did during his deposition. So besides that sweetheart deal that makes everybody want to fucking hit the roof, I don't think I saw that anywhere. I don't think so, though. I mean, I would, like, was it his own deposition? Like, was a case against him, or I don't know. In Massachusetts, you're not pleading for the Fifth during a deposition. You know what I mean? Be careful, people will assume you're a Satanist. Let's hope not. Can you imagine if you sent interrogatories, you could read a whole bunch of crap without actually answering the question? Oh my God. Imagine. I think you hit it on the nose, Rose. I think. Yeah. Ask him fucking what an interrogatory is. Ask him what an interrogatory is. You know what I mean? Yeah, usually what happens is the judge is like, yeah, no, that's not a thing. Sorry, you're not doing this. This is a civil case, not a criminal case. And so fuck off. You're answering the question. Like,
he's going to ask me questions. And I'm like, actually, I have questions. Because I've done depositions before, Chris Matty. Go read my depositions with Mike Gaffney.
Oh, where you, I don't know, committed perjury? You mean those ones? Yeah, we'll definitely listen to what you have to say with your perjury committing ass. Also, he can't help himself but to lie. So if he does lie in those depositions, I fucking hope and pray that they charge his dumb ass with perjury, because he can't even keep track of his own lies at this point. He can't even remember what lie he told 5 minutes ago, right? That's how much he contradicts himself. He can't remember the lie he told 5 minutes ago. So you can bet your ass he's going to lie and commit perjury. So I hope that they charge his ass with fucking perjury. You know what I mean? I hope they fucking do. Yeah, but he's already got criminal charges. And by the time the civil stuff happens, his criminal charges cases will already be over. So he won't have anything to assert the Fifth over. That's the point. You know what I mean? It can't lead to criminal charges that he already has. That's double jeopardy. You can't charge him twice with the same thing with the same people. So by the time the civil case is like over and done, his criminal cases would have, at least those ones, would have been already over. And so there's nothing to assert your Fifth over. You know what I'm saying? There would be nothing to assert your Fifth over at that point. But that's the thing, is you can try, but almost always they're like, yeah, no, you're going to answer it. Because again, by the time his shit happens, like his criminal stuff will be over before the civil stuff ever comes to any resolution. And so even if they have to push off his deposition, they will. He has nothing to assert his Fifth over once his criminal cases are done, you know? Yeah, I mean, that there's nothing to assert it over once it's done. He can't be charged twice with the same crime. So, you know what I mean? If it's about witness intimidation, and which is what the case is about, right? The defamation is all the things he did pertaining to that. So what's he asserting the Fifth over? You know what I'm saying? You can't just assert the Fifth and have no reason to assert the Fifth either. It's got to be a reason, a clear reason, you know? Yeah, if the judge allows it. But since his criminal case will already be over by that point, he's got nothing to assert at that stage. You know, these civil cases can go on for fucking a decade, guys. Like, this isn't something that's going to be solved right now unless he magically takes a deal, which he should, in a settlement. You know, but he's too stupid to take a settlement deal, right? He'll just keep going like a dumbass until he ultimately loses. But I don't know. I'm just saying, yeah, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, they will appoint you one, so on and so forth. You know, it absolutely can be used against you in a court of law. If you say anything you do say can be used against you in a court of law. So when you willingly open your fucking mouth and come out the side of your neck like he does on a daily basis, it can and will be used against you in a court of law, sir.
You know, Julie Mejia with Tony Branch. I turn these into clown shows. Like, I dunk.
Sir, you are the clown show. Who lied to you? Who didn't tell you? Which one of your friends that then you say are not friends and are just followers told you that you were not the clown show, sir? You're the clown show. You had a big clown nose and everything, bro. You are literally the fucking clown show. Clown show.
I love dunking on attorneys during depositions. Any deposition.
I love dunking on attorneys during depositions, even though I have to answer the question and they're the ones asking the question. Sir, you can't dunk on an attorney by answering a question, you fucking idiot.
I ever did was hilarious. And yours is going to be the funniest. Because I am going to dunk on you, man. And number one question I'm going to have for you is, who the fuck's paying you, brother? We're not here to discuss.
I'll tell you who's paying him. Ready for it, Aiden? I'll give you the answer to that. Did you keep asking that and we keep answering it and you don't want to seem to hear the answer? I'll tell you who's paying for that. All of us kind folk, okay? All of us kind folk that think that you're a deplorable piece of shit, those are the kind folk that's paying for it. Why are you so concerned about who's paying for it, Aiden? Why are you always counting everyone else's pockets? You know, you're out here begging for 90 grand, right? And you're worried about everyone else's pockets and how everyone else is paying for it. How are you paying for it, sir? How are you paying for all the crimes that you keep committing? Oh, that's right. You screaming First Amendment, screaming we corruption, us, Karen Reed, we corruption, us, we Karen Reed, corruption, us. You know, all the talking points. Who's paying for yours? Oh, turtle riders. Who the fuck do you think is paying for theirs? All the people who think that you're a deplorable piece of human garbage who cannot get out of his own fucking way but hurt innocent people. So we all decided that we would do this thing called crowdfunding. Amazing, isn't it? You know, that thing that, you know, you do, except you lie and we don't have to, right? We can just show people what you do in your own words, you know, so on and so forth. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing. They can use your silence against you in the UK. Yeah, they can't do that here. That's probably the big difference, I'd say. Yeah, he's definitely bragging about being deposed. The problem with that is he's lying, right? You can't dunk. There's no way to dunk on an attorney while being deposed, dude. They ask a question, you answer the question, right? That's it. That's literally it. Or you lie in the case of him, right? Oh, he's been deposed. This is going to be a very different deposition for him. Because he can't keep his own story straight at this point. So which false story is he going to tell? Because any false story he tells, no matter which fake story it is, they're going to have a piece of evidence, aka a video or text message, to prove that he's lying. Because he can't even keep all of his stories straight. He changes them. Times, dates, people. He's not going to be able to control shit. Yeah, at all. Like, it's just not happening. Like, he lives in complete delusional la la land at this point.
Well, I'll decide that. I'm asking the questions now. Okay, you're gonna figure out who's the daddy in that relationship real quick. Chris Matty, you're new here. You're new here. I am not Alex Jones. I saw Alex Jones.
He keeps saying that. as if he wants to be Alex Jones. He keeps saying, I'm not Alex Jones. I'm not Alex Jones. You're right. You're way more irrelevant than Alex Jones. You have way less support than Alex Jones. You have way less views than Alex Jones. And he still squashed Alex Jones like a bug. What the fuck do you think he's going to do to you, sir? What do you think he's going to do to you? I mean, man. It's beyond Delulu at this point, sir. I'm telling you, he needs a fucking straitjacket. He should just be in the corner going, like that's literally all I hear when he talks at this point. Is that like what the fuck? It's worse than the Charlie Brown teachers. It's wild, dude. It's wild. You know? Oh, the turtle chats that weren't read the other day. Do we think it's because he didn't actually have turtle chats? He said, oh, I'll wait to read them. I'll wait to read them till the next one. Do we think it's because he didn't have any and he was embarrassed? Because I don't think I've ever seen him be like, oh, I'm not going to read any turtle chats. Wow, there's 47 of them. Wow, there's 48 of them. Wow, but I'm not going to read them. I mean, that's so disrespectful because the people who donate to him are expecting you to read their things, which I would do, you know, like, hello, they're expecting you to. Like, that's the whole point, right? Is they send a donation or a tip because they appreciate your work and you read them, right? Like, that's how it fucking works, sir. And then you scream and yell and go, oh, you're going to die in the hole. $5 or more, $5 or more. It's not worth my time. It's not $5 or more. Make sure turtle, be afraid of me.
Kind of dunk on you, of course, kind of funny. I mean, you beat Alex Jones. So we're really impressed by that. We're really fucking impressed.
He sounds so stupid. Dude, the guy won 1.4 billion with a B. The biggest amount in that scenario ever in history. $1.4 billion. Okay? Anyone who's anyone isn't fucking impressed with that. All right? 1.4 billion against Alex Jones. What the fuck do you think, once again, he's going to do to you, sir? You're delusional. If you want to feed to your turtle riders that they shouldn't be impressed by that. Yeah, billion. 1.4 billion with a B. That is what Chris Matai won against Alex Jones. $1.4 billion for the Sandy Hook families. 1.4 billion. Okay? 1.4 billion with a B. Not million with an M, billion with a B. Okay? As a matter of fact, I'll show you. Look. Ready? Hold on. Let's let the rest of this nonsense play out.
Oh, you're missing. There's something missing right here in your head. It's like a big. It's like your bald. It's a horrible place to go bald. It's just one spot.
You're going bald, bud.
You know, you look like you're wearing a white yarmulke. It's weird.
Does he not realize that he's in his mid-40s and he's got a receding hairline? Does he not realize he's going to start losing his hair? And, sir, you've already got moobs. You got to put them puppies away, all right? He could be making them up, right? Yeah, we are really. Who the fuck is we? Who is we? And that's the other thing. He didn't even have to use depositions against Alex Jones. He just used a shit ton of discovery in his own words. Aiden's got both. Just like Meister said, Aiden's got both. Like, the dude's an absolute fucking superstar. Yeah, I showed that tweet earlier. To have a conversation, to replay comments for something. He isn't going to respond. He just wants everyone to believe that, like, you know, he's somehow going to prevail over this attorney, so they need to donate. Remember that. Because if they don't donate, he's going to have to pay for it out of his own pocket, and he can't do that, right? He cannot pay for it out of his own. So that means he needs these people to believe that imminently he can beat this attorney if they just give him enough money to do so. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't know, of course not. Now, listen, there are some things that he actually does believe, right? There are actually some things that he believes that we all know are fucking delusional. But in this scenario, he knows none of this is true. right? He knows that. He fully is aware of that, but he needs other people to believe it. He needs the writers to believe it, you know? I love that Aiden said the money flowed in when Tim canceled him. He didn't even have to ask for money when he literally begged his fans Friday morning to give him money ASAP. You know, it's just sad, right? Like, he doesn't need money. It's one thing, right? Like, if you are in deep need, right? And even in deep need, I'm going to tell you right now, it is fucking really hard to ask for help. Like, it's fucking hard. I am one of those people that just suffer instead of asking because I really don't like doing it. Like once in a blue moon, I might, but there isn't many people I can ask for that help. A lot of my family is gone a long time ago. They all died. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have people to call and be like, hey, I have a lack of groceries in this house. Help, right? Like, there is no one to call for that, right? So all I can hope for is that I make enough money on my own shows to cover it, right? And if I don't, then I try again the next day. That's the bottom line. He has no problem getting out there and being like, I need you guys to give me money. Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me. And then out of the same side of his mouth, call everyone else a grifter. It's amazing to me. Okay? I have never been like, guys, give me all your money, right? I will pop up the donation information. People know how to donate to the channel. People who are new know how because I mention it, right? But I'm a very tiny channel of 3,400 people, all right? I am not a channel of 160,000 that I cannot sustain on just memberships or super chats or anything like that, right? And as we know, YouTube takes their cut, and things that come from like super chat or things that go through YouTube don't come for an entire month afterwards, right? And then after YouTube takes their cut. So most of us, at least small channels like mine, we sustain on direct donations to us. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, our links that we use for credit and debit. Like, that is how we keep the channels running. That's how we pay for the things that you need to pay for monthly to keep the shit going, right? He doesn't have that problem. He has plenty of money coming in from his website, his merch, his membership, so on and so forth, right? He doesn't need money, right? He wants. There's a difference. He wants. He's not in need of anything, right? He can pay his bills just fine. He's not hurting for anything, but he does not want to dip into his own pocket to pay for any of this legal shit. He does not want to do that. Thus far, he hasn't had to, right? But it's getting to the point where he is going to have to start coming out of his own fucking pocket. And that is why he is begging the way he is, because now he is going to have to start dipping into his own pocket. And he don't want to do that. I fucking hate when YouTube does that. They're censoring your comment. If Aiden has any images in his extraction that he shouldn't, Christopher Matai will be all over that. Oh, he's got, let's just say he's got a lot of images of people that aren't him, that he shared with people that aren't the other person in the picture. And that is a crime, okay? There's quite a bit of weird shit in there. Weird shit. And there's quite a bit of telling on himself because he brags to people. He brags to this person about how he totally screwed over this person. Ha, fuck them. They suck anyway. Who cares, right? He brags about how some of this money that he's getting from the people who are donating to him are just stupid fucking people and they'll believe whatever he says. Like, I can't wait for all that to come out, because then when all the turtle riders start seeing the way he speaks about them, like, I could never imagine in a million years having any conversation with someone and calling my own supporters idiots and morons and fucking ATMs and who cares what I say, they'll believe it anyway and they'll just keep sending me. Like, that's what you think of these people? Right? Like, that's what you think of them. It's fucking gross. It's some of the most disgusting things I've ever read in my fucking life. All right? It is hard to read through some of this shit that's in there. I'll tell you that much. It is hard to see how happy he gets by hurting other people, right? So that he can dodge his own accountability. It's not because the person did anything wrong. It's so that he can get out of doing something. That people won't believe that person that he did it to if he trashes them first. The way his mind works is fucking wild. And that's why I always say, like, it needs to be studied. And I'm not kidding. Like, it needs to be. Like, it absolutely needs to be. Somebody one day needs to figure out where the fucking haywire went in his brain. You know what I mean? Oh, he tells on himself constantly. But for the writers, it just goes right over their heads. Over their heads. You know? he says the money is flowing and he didn't ask for it when he demands it from them. It's fucking amazing to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I can't imagine being like, all right, guys, I need you to give me money today. Today, I really need you to give me money. Like, I need you to give me open your wallets and give me your money. Like, what? Like, you think you're that entitled to other people's money? That's fucking amazing to me, right? Like, that's fucking quite amazing. I can't imagine being that. I just don't get it. I don't fucking get it. A lot of it has leaked. There's a lot that has leaked. You also have to remember there are certain laws against nudes and things like that you can't just post that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, revenge porn is a thing. It's a law in Massachusetts now, where it wasn't before. He was getting away with it because there was no revenge porn law. Now there is, and so there are certain things that you just simply can't post, right? But I'll tell you this much: it's some fucked up, weird shit. Okay. You know what? Hotbox, a lot of people, unfortunately. It's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. And fucking YouTube, can we stop censoring my people's comments? Like, I don't care if they swear. I don't care if they say fucking whatever. Like, can we not do that, YouTube? I'd appreciate that. Thanks. I'm a believer in if I have extra, I will try to help people. That's how I've been raised. I love extremely tight and poor, and the fact that he demands it and lies about it. Yeah, see, that's how I mean, that's the thing, is everything is tight here, bottom line. And I have no problem if that means, like, you know, I need to share what little I have with someone else so that they're not fucking struggling. You know what I mean? Like, that's how my grandparents raised me. Like, it doesn't matter if you're going to end up screwed in a week, right? You figure it out. Always just figure it out, right? But helping that other person is more important, right? They needed help with a few things for a week, right? And then they'd be okay. So cool. In a week, you might still be screwed, but ultimately, you helped that person out of the goodness of your own heart, not because, you know, you wanted something in return, and not because you were going to tell them what to do with the things that you gave them or the money that you gave them or the items that you gave them, but because you wanted to help and it was for the right reason. And that's all that matters, right? If you're doing something for someone else and expecting something in return, don't fucking do it. That's what my grandmother used to say. Don't do it, because you're not doing it for them at that point. You're doing it for yourself. If you're not doing it for them, you know, to just be a decent human, then you're not doing it for the fucking right reason, and you shouldn't be doing it at all. You know what I mean? That's, I mean, the lying about it, like, it's very, like, he's very obvious when he's like, I need y'all to send me money, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to say that it just comes in and you don't have to ask for it. Like, which one is it? Which one is it? How long did it take Aiden to get to 3,000? Oh, a lot, years, I believe. Multiple years. I mean, I think it took him fucking like 10 years to even get past like 7. You know what I mean? Or 10. Like, it a longer than it should have anyone else. But again, I feel like that's also from burning all the bridges that he burned. You know what I mean? Like, it continues to burn, you know? Oh, absolutely he did. And you have to remember, Chris Matai has been looking at this shit for quite some time now. He didn't just pick all of it up now. You know what I mean? When you go to an attorney with a case this large, you give them everything you have. You direct them to where else they can find things. They take all of it and they decide with what they have and what they can find whether it's something they want to take on or not, right? And I'll throw this out there. Just because it was only recently announced that he took this case, he's been on it for a while. He's taken them a long time ago, right? Took him a little bit to decide. He decided, he took the case on, but it was only publicly released that this was going to be the attorney. I knew a long time before all of you did. I just couldn't say anything because it wasn't public yet. I had to wait for it to be public to talk about it, which is fine. But he automatically assumes in his brain that Chris Matai magically just became the attorney right now. No, he was hired a long time ago. He's been going through this forever, you know? I mean, that's just sad, you know? It's sad. To be fair, like, even Amy and Deirdre had to, like, force me into, like, asking for help when I was moving. Like, I was like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. But they knew I needed it, right? Like, they knew there was not another option. And it's good to have friends like that, like, you know, it makes you cringe to ask, but, like, your friends know that you need it, you know? And so they push. And you know, I'm glad I did because I would have been screwed, you know? I did. I used my Google Play points for that. I've been saving my Google Play points for that, actually. So I save my Google Play points and then I turn it into Google Play money, and then I can either, you know, send super chats or buy memberships or both. So I did a super chat and a membership. I gifted a membership because I'm not there all the time. So I wanted to gift to somebody who would use, you know, that the computer at least would use it all, you know, more than I do. And so I wanted to just support another small channel. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted to do. Like I save it up and I use it for things like that. You know, I've done it for Mike, I've done it for Brian. Like I just, you know, and also I want to encourage other people to do it, you know, like hopefully them seeing me do it was a little bit of an encouragement for other people to want to donate that day. You know, it's just a little encouragement for other people to want to support another smaller creator, you know, because it's fucking hard out there being a small creator. It's hard, you know? Oh, we talk about all sorts of things. I feel like we touch so many subjects. My God, talk about the fucking space. We talk about cooking. We talk about kids. We talk about family. We talk about all sorts of shit. All sorts of. We couldn't even list all the topics we talk about. You know. Of course, he wants to cut me down because if I tell the truth and people actually go and look into it and realize that it is the truth, then he's screwed, right? And he can't have that. He cannot have that. You know. Cannot. Oh yeah. What does she do for him? You know what I mean? What does she do for him? Nothing. Yeah, I mean, the hypocrisy is quite fucking amazing. Yeah, I mean, well, not the X-rated ones, obviously, but there are quite a few like that. I haven't figured out exactly. What I'm going to do, I think, is going to make like a slide of it, right? But there's 48,000 pages, guys. 48,000 pages of the fucking extraction. So what it does is it makes my computer very, very fucking slow when I'm going through it. So I literally have to go through message by message by message because it's so large on my computer that my computer is running at a snail's pace of going down each one. It'll like blank out on me for like 3 minutes before it loads again when I scroll down. Like that's how much fucking data is on there. So it's going through it little by little. It's fucking hard, dude, you know? So I want to make sure that I get them all before I make the slide, you know? The attorney firm that is handling all the restitution against Jones has started putting out the videos. So loads of Chris Matai in there. Yeah, I have another clip I'm going to play of him in a minute. If he loses Baker Maza, Galera will hold fundraisers to help him under the guise of free speech. Of course, that's what they do, right? You know, revenge corn. Yeah, there's lots of that. Aiden reminds me of the jerk in high school that is head of his clique and tells people what's cool and who he considers a loser. Yeah, it's exactly like that. You know what I mean? I don't think he's ever going to graduate from high school or middle school in his mind. I think he's stuck there. I think he's absolutely fucking stuck there in his mind. It's sad. He does. It offends my computer. It does. It's offensive to my computer. My computer's like, fuck this. And I'll tell you, my computer has plenty of space on it, right? But because the file itself is so fucking large, I need to find something else to open it up to like make it easier because it is impossible going through it with how fucking slow it is because it's 48,000 pages, you know? I agree with you on this one. It is shocking how slow it is, but remember that his attorneys are good at just trying to, you know, put it off, you know? Keep putting things off, you know? It was. You know, it was. Ooh, I love steak though. I haven't had steak in a long time just because, like you said, it's fucking super expensive, but I love some steak tips once in a blue moon. So freaking good, you know? I would love for compassion to come back, and I feel like it's lost and hasn't been quite found, you know? I don't know. It's sad. I just wanted to pop over and show a little support for another creator. And, you know, I think Brian's a good guy. I think what he did for Aiden was really nice, and he didn't have to do that. And I just kind of want to show that kindness back, even if it was in a small bit, you know? Obviously, if I had more, I'd give more, but I just wanted to sort of show him that, like, kindness can find him too, you know, like it should find everyone in a way. And even though, and I'll tell you this, Brian, Mike, myself, Nan, plenty of us have dealt with relentless, and I mean fucking relentless harassment from the turtle cult and the turtle himself behind closed doors. And when I mean relentless, I mean every day. And I know how much that is to deal with on a daily fucking basis, even if I don't talk about it a lot. It is a lot for any one human to handle, right? We're not built to need to handle something like that. But I simply am not somebody who gives up fucking easy. I've never had anything easy a day in my goddamn life, and clearly it's not going to start now. So I'm not one that's easy to give up on something like that. I'm just simply not. And so, unlike what Aiden wants me to do, I'm not just gonna, I'm not gonna just disappear, right? I think there's value in showing people what kind of person he is so they can decide for themselves whether this is someone that they want to be around. Because I want them to be fully aware that if that is your choice, just know that when you become a victim of his, which ultimately will happen eventually, there is somewhere, there is somewhere that will accept you and say, sorry you didn't listen, but now that you know, you're welcome to just chill, because when you have to sit on the phone or in person with these people, with people who have been victimized by him, and look them in the face as they're dealing with just waves and waves of insane people, saying shit that simply isn't true about them to harass their families and their loved ones, it's fucking devastating, dude. It is devastating. If I could, obviously I can't get into the details of what every person has said to me, but what I can tell you is to look someone in the face while they're dealing with what they're dealing with, knowing that the person that did it is a guy just trying to get out of his own bad behavior, and that the person dealing with it doesn't deserve it. You use it as a way to just keep going. Because what's going to happen in the long run is either an insane turtle rider is going to hurt someone or someone's going to hurt themselves. And if I do nothing, then I feel responsible for not saying something and not doing something or everything in my power to stop it. And I will not allow that. Like, I think back to my dad. If someone had known what my dad was going through, could it have been stopped? Would my dad be here today if he didn't choose a permanent solution for a temporary problem? Like if someone knew how to help him or he had told someone, right? Could we have gotten through it together? Because if these people have no one, right? If there is no one who's willing to speak out, who's willing to say this is not fucking okay, who's willing to tell the truth about it all, then you leave people by themselves to just live in that hell of constant harassment, constant lies. It's a lot, dude. It's a lot. No one should ever feel the way some of these people have felt, ever. Because a man cannot be honest about the things that he has done. And he can't stop doing them either. Let's make that clear. Can't stop doing them either. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate. People disagree all the time here and don't get blocked. What do you mean? But see, this is the kind of stuff, though. Like, it's not an echo chamber. See, there's many people who agree and disagree in my chat all the time. See, that's the difference between me and him. Is I don't tell people to die in a hole, right? there's a big fucking difference between me and him. I don't tell people, hey, go die in a hole. I don't like what you just said. If I think it's a troll, yeah, I bounce them out. Absolutely. Because that's my peace, right? And I deserve my own peace as well. I already have to deal with enough nonsense. So if I need peace, so be it. So fucking be it. If that means bouncing out a troll or someone I think is a troll, well, so be it. If they're not a troll, they'll find a way to get in touch with me. So thank you, Isles. That was really nice. Who got it? Let's see. I gotta scroll to the bottom over here. Rain Dancer got it. Hello, darling. Hello, darling. Nice to see you. How'd everything go? You don't have to say in chat. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to play a clip of the attorney in a second. But as a matter of fact, I have to pee. So Jesse, can you hold this down for 1 second while I go pee pee, please? Talk amongst yourselves, but I got to pee. Drink whole coffee, so I got to pee. Okay, sorry. All right, let's let Dick Nose say the rest of whatever the fuck he's gonna spew here.
It's weird. You should just go full Tully. You got to go full Tully. Or, I mean, you make enough money, right? BLT can afford a full head of hair, but you can't. What are you doing, Chris Matty? BLT, who sells watches and has 50 people watching his YouTube show, can afford to buy hair. And you can't. You're walking around with a...
I love that he uses numbers. There's 50 people watching. First of all, he knows how streaming works, right? You guys are going to see a number at the top of your screen. That is not the total number of people watching my show. Right now, it's a little low, about 214 people. Couple on Facebook, about 100-ish on... nope, that's YouTube. On YouTube, and over 100 on X. So Aiden knows damn well that if he's on YouTube and Brian's numbers are showing a 50, right? That guess what? Guess what? There are more people watching from different platforms, and there's a total number that goes at the top. Yeah, Facebook and X, you guys can't see. I can see it at the top of my screen. You guys can't. Mine shows me the total number and then each number for each one over here at the top of my screen. Now, why does it matter though? Like, why does it fucking matter how many people are watching Brian or how many people are watching me? My videos get about over 1,000 views per video. By the time I'm done, it's about 1,000. Sometimes over 1,000, sometimes right under 1,000 by the time I'm done streaming for that day. You know, that's, if I get 1.5, right, 1,500 views on a video, that's a 50%, about a 50% retention rate, right? Aiden cannot even get close to a 50% retention rate. So I don't know why he always tries to like talk about numbers when he clearly doesn't even know what the fucking numbers mean, right? He clearly has no actual clue what those numbers mean. And the golf tournament, imagine. I mean, there's only so much gaslighting of this idiot I can hear.
White yarmulke on your head. What are you doing? What are you doing? Anyway.
Why does he care about anybody's yarmulke? Just wondering. Like, why is that a thing, sir? Why do you give a fuck about anybody's yarmulke? Now, I'm definitely going to get like a strike for this. Not exactly a strike, but like a thing that fucking YouTube sends you when they're like, hey, you're playing something that fucking you can't monetize your video, blah, 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 until you remove this. So if you're catching this on the restream, what I'm going to play next may not be there by the time that you go and look, because it may make me remove it. Wait, no, that's not it. Right? He cannot speak on here. He can't speak on fucking anything really at this point, right? Like, bro, I can't. Like, I can't. All right. Here we go. This clip here.
Case that's like seconds for being released. that I want him to talk about. He can't talk about it yet. And it's a case that made national news, not Connecticut based. So Chris is going to tell me, so you can have your phone on set and tell me when you get clearance to talk about it.
At least you could ask me about it. I may decline to answer.
No, I want when you can give me all the dirt. What are you talking about? And this one, we had some pushback. We were talking off mic back and forth on it. So let's wait until she says you got the clear. We got like 10 minutes.
On?
Yeah, we're on.
We're on right now?
Yes.
Oh. You got to tell me, man. I'm not used to
What do you
TV.
mean when this stuff comes on? We're on. We're hot. In terms of like your career, do you consider yourself like a cause-based like attorney? Like, does there have to be a cause that you believe in for you to take a case?
Well, yes, to that question, yes. Now, it may not be that every case has the same cause. Like there are some lawyers, like for example, a friend of mine, Lee Merritt, who's based in Texas, almost his entire practice now is representing families of people who've been in violent encounters with police, and he travels all over the country, and that's his mission. Right. We have different types of cases. So obviously the Alex Jones case was a mission for us. But it followed a case that we had on behalf of the Sandy Hook families against Remington, the manufacturer of the Bushmaster that was used in that shooting. Different kind of case. A lot of what we do is represent people who, have been horribly injured, whether it be because of a defective product design or medical negligence. And, those people have had a bomb go off in the middle of their life that they will never be able to recover from. And so those cases don't have the same kind of societal impact on a one-off basis, although as a whole they do. But those are very important cases too.
Well, let's talk about Alex Jones for a second, because these aren't pro bono cases, right? These are,
some of them are.
Okay.
A lot of them are.
But not all of them.
Right.
And so like Alex Jones, the top line number is a big number.
Yeah.
Right. And so he doesn't have anything close to that. And I guess the question I think most people would have is,
going to get?
Is anyone going to see any money? Yeah. And so, what's the progression of this case like as it stands right now?
Yeah. So that case, I don't mind telling you, my firm handled pro bono. So we have not and will not take a fee for our work on that case.
Good for them.
But in terms of the money itself and whether the clients are going to see the money, I'm not going to bore you with the tortured track that case took through the bankruptcy court in the aftermath of our verdict. But we are, like, what has been happening in the meantime is Jones has had to sell his houses. He's had to sell his cars. He's had to transfer over all of the accounts for his InfoWars business to a receiver. Those total millions and millions and millions of dollars.
And that's been done.
And so the process is consolidate all the assets, sell off the tangible assets, resolve any disputes where there's a fight over who owns the assets. And there are some fights about that. And then distribute the money to the families. And that distribution is going to start happening like very soon, like within weeks. But it's taken far longer than it should have. And yeah, every single one of our clients is going to receive money as a result of that. But it's really important to note that like none of our clients, we represented 15 individuals, have any interest in money.
It wasn't about the money.
No, except to the extent the verdict affirmed what had happened to them and has given them the leverage that they need to now shut InfoWars down, which is what's going to happen. And that,
and
it's unusual.
This was a month ago.
People to be able to achieve non-financial goals in litigation. It's always imperfect that at the end of a case, what happens is somebody gets compensated for their losses. Our families had non-financial goals and they are on the verge of achieving them.
Now with the Roland case, you were in your 30s.
Yes.
Those are good
32.
times. Did you, was that hard? Like, did you get threats? Like, what kind of tension was there?
Oh, I bet.
Because like he was a guy who was he was a very popular governor and very talented politician who'd already gone to federal prison once.
Yeah.
He was in the media. He worked at my current station, WTIC. Was there tension there? Or was it not like that anymore since he wasn't serving?
Well, I don't recall receiving any threats over that case. I have received threats over a number of different matters I've been involved in, but not that one. And as far as tension goes, I mean, you know, our relationship as prosecutors was really with the defense lawyers, not with Mr. Rowland himself. And so there was often tension in the courtroom. That's true in pretty much every case. I mean, trials are a very human endeavor.
That's an interesting
You've probably been to
thought.
courtrooms where, you know, you have the jury and you have the prosecutors and you have the defendant and the defendant's family and members of the public and the judge. And and what you are doing is you're putting on a, you know, I don't want to say it's a drama, because it's not. It's all evidence-based, but it is a dramatic event as evidence comes into the courtroom. And so there's always tension.
I consider you confident, but not cocky. Like, when did you know?
We've
like,
talked to the
I'm pretty
alphabet
good?
attorneys, so they're fully aware of all
Was there
of
a
that.
moment
is
when you
going
were a
on
U.S.
with him.
attorney, or
It's
before
not
or
going
after?
to end
Like,
well with
You know, it's funny you say that, because I know a lot of lawyers like this who have, you know, had some success in their careers who never really think that they're as good as other people think they are. And I've also encountered lawyers.
but I feel like you know how good you are. Like, I feel like that you know that.
Never going to say that.
You know,
no.
there are
Attorneys don't
things about my
usually
personality,
say that.
and how I try to connect with people that make me effective in a courtroom. That I do think that. And then, you know, there's a lot of hard work, and I got very lucky as a young lawyer to get a job at the U.S. Attorney's Office when I was only a year and a half, 2 years out of law school, which is unusual. But that training ground at the U.S. Attorney's Office, where you're working with very experienced, very capable lawyers who are mentoring you, and also you're getting real on the ground practical experience on your feet, making decisions, which is really rare for a lot of lawyers, you know. You know, that was seminal in my development as a lawyer. So I think I started to figure it out, you know, a few years into my career at the U.S. Attorney's Office. I started to figure out, okay, this is what I'm good at. This is how you handle a case like this. This is how you run an investigation. But a lot of that's due to the mentorship I got.
Also, like, people are like, watch A Few Good Men, and they go through things. Like, there's a performative element to being in a courtroom.
Yes.
So, like, how much do you practice? Like, what's your, like, can you give people a little peel back the onion, like, pregame routine? Like, about, do you really like go through like a rehearsal almost?
So I don't do that. Some lawyers do. And there's a difference between kind of the run-of-the-mill examinations that you're doing of a witness and a closing argument or an opening statement. And the closing argument and the opening statement, where you're on your feet from anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour and a half, those are the types of presentations where, although I don't rehearse them, I will spend hours and hours and hours pacing around my office or my bedroom or my backyard and just kind of trying to lock in what I want to say, the sequence that I want to say it, the points that I think are most important.
And that's committed to memory. You don't have a legal pad in front of you with like a sequence?
Correct. But what I do, especially in closing arguments, is I will have slides. And although I almost never put any text on the slides, and I'm using them mainly to display exhibits, the way I structure it is each exhibit I display is a trigger in my mind of, okay, that's up. I know what I want to say about that. And I don't have to look at it, and I don't have to look at my notepad. I already know what I want to say about it because I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. But I find that rehearsals for me are awkward, like, you know, because I don't want it to feel rehearsed.
But to go 20 minutes and be sequentially tight is not, that's difficult. I mean, that's like memorizing a monologue almost.
Yeah, that I've always been able to do.
Huh. And my question, like, in terms of the cross-examination, though, like, sometimes you'll ask 3 questions to set up like a roundhouse left of a question, right? I mean, that stuff you prepare for as well.
Oh, yeah. I don't have my questions written out, but I have basically a set of topics that I know I want to cover. And then, you know, the questioning is really more interactive. You know, you kind of gauging the witness and listening to what the witness says and seeing if they've given you an opportunity to move to something. And you know, you have the exhibits that you know you're going to use, and oftentimes you have testimony they've already given. And so you really shouldn't be asking questions that you don't know the answer to. But the magic in trials comes when a witness gives you something that's unexpected and you improvise with it, or they have an intonation in their voice that suggests to you some reluctance or some hesitation, and
you're
you
goddamn
sense
right
it,
I did.
and you sense it. And yeah, and so that's kind of the kind of relation dynamic in courtrooms that's really important, having a rapport with the witness, whether it's a good or a bad one.
Yeah.
Understanding kind of where the jury is and how they're feeling, and
no letters
that's all
disguised
human
emotions.
stuff.
We got to run in a second, but I do want to ask you because
over.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Do we have to go?
No, we can do it next time. It's just you. We'll do just you. And did you get clearance?
No, I didn't.
All right, we'll talk about it another day. It involves a pretty high profile. Would you call it a murder case? Would it be a murder
No, not
case?
the one I'm involved in.
Okay. You know, the group we have, you're young compared to me. I think I'm the oldest at 54. I think it ranges from like 46 or so to 54. But we're all sort of like crossroadsy. Like, you know, we're all sort of wondering, you know, where we fit for the next phase of life type thing. Do you see yourself trying for politics again, or are you comfortable doing what you're doing and having this rhythm where you see your sons grow up? I mean, is there something in the broader public life that's possible for you moving forward?
I don't know the answer to that. What I love about the job of being a lawyer is that, as you said, like a lot of the work that we do is mission focused, and you can do a lot of good. I mean, one of the things that I've learned watching, especially like Congress over the last however many years, is how ineffective Congress is, and how kind of challenging it must feel to a lot of, you know, politicians who can't actually do anything,
even if they want to.
And instead, they're just like raising money. And to me, you know, you can get into politics because it's a career for you, and you want to, you know, I don't know, you want to be the center of attention, or you have a huge ego or whatever, and that might be fulfilling. But for me, it wouldn't be, especially given the sacrifice that's required. And so, you know, when I'm asked a question about, hey, would you ever try your hand at politics again? The way I think about it is, if there was ever a job in public service, and it doesn't have to be elected office, it could be some where I felt like I could really make a difference in a way that was unique, you know,
like him.
That there was something about my experience or my outlook that
could
made me uniquely suited for that role in that time, then I would absolutely
take it,
feel drawn to that. But that may never happen. And if it doesn't happen, I know that I'm always looking for ways to be of use and of service. And so there's lots of different ways to be of use and be of service, as you know.
Chris, be brave, be kind, do your best, and never quit.
But we got to hug it out.
I know. We'll do it when the cameras
do that
go.
with a hug.
Listen, we're going to talk to the League of Conservation Voters when we come right back.
That was a month ago. It was about a month ago. But there is, hold on, I can find it. Hold on. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't think Aiden realizes what he's dealing with, because he's so fucking delusional that he seems to think that, like, somehow, some way he's gonna, you know, win. I mean, it's delusional of him to even think that, with all the shit that he has said, you know? I feel like they wanted to announce something has to do with what, you know, this case, but I don't think he had it says a month ago, so it could have been a little more over a month ago, which would make sense, you know? That would make sense. But the guy knows what the fuck he's doing. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a guy who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He knows exactly what the fuck he's doing. He has experience in doing cases just like this. And Aiden's screwed. Bottom line. Like, he is fucking screwed. He doesn't seem to understand it, but he is, you know? I got something else with Chris Maddie. Here was the default judgment hearing, right? They have the depo of Alex Jones on here, which is funny. If you want to get an idea of how a depo with Aiden's going to look, this would probably be it.
We're on the record. This is the videotape deposition of Alex Jones. Today's date is November
he's representing the witnesses.
2019, and the time is
That's why I say, like, Aiden's
9:17 a.m.
He's
Would
fucking
the court
screwed.
reporter please swear in the witness?
Raise your hand. You swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be in
Mr. Jones.
service of anybody but himself. You know?
We doing that thing where you don't respond?
Well, objection, just Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I was trying to see if the witness would acknowledge, like, hey, good morning, how you doing? Anyway, whatever. Mr. Jones, you signed an affidavit verifying the discovery responses of free speech systems, right?
Well, yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and mark that as Exhibit 1.
I don't know. If I was her, I probably would have.
Mr. Jones, I'm handing you what I've marked as Exhibit 1. That's Defendant Free Speech Systems' second amended objections and responses to plaintiff's request for admissions, interrogatories, request for production. This is the discovery responses that you verified?
I believe so.
And you understand that by verifying a discovery response, you signed an affidavit in which you subscribed and sworn that these discovery responses are
Now
true
they'll
and
bring
correct?
him in a
Yes.
jumpsuit.
Okay.
I mean,
Would you do me a
might
favor and
ask for
flip
street
page 3 for me?
clothes, but usually they just bring him in the
You see where it says
jumpsuit.
interrogatory number 2?
Yes.
Okay, and that states, identify by date and
It's not
title
prejudicial.
every
It's a civil
article or
case.
video discussing the Sandy Hook
The
Elementary
jury's
School
not going to see
shooting
the deposition.
created or published by Free Speech Systems LLC, which is not
Like,
already
they're not
listed in the
there.
Declaration of Brick-Benskowski.
It's
Did I read that
recorded.
correctly?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about videos first. It's true that on November 7th, your company produced to me 42 videos of Sandy Hook in the title. Is that correct?
Is there somewhere I read that?
No, I'm just asking you.
I don't know.
Well, at some point when those videos were produced, you are the one who verified these in the last sentence here, the InfoWars videos produced on November 7th, 2019, correct?
I know they got videos together and gave them to you. I believe, yeah.
Okay, well, when you certified this is correct, were you certifying that that was the production of all videos in InfoWars possession that discussed or relate to Sandy Hook?
I mean, I believe so.
Okay. It's true that after I sent a letter saying that that's not true, that those weren't all the videos, that on November 14th, you
Ouch.
produced an additional 12 videos to me. Isn't that correct?
6 years ago.
I don't remember.
It
Okay.
says 6 years ago.
When you signed these interrogatory requests, again, the last sentence there says, and videos produced on November 14, 2019, you were involved in that process or you weren't involved in that process?
I mean, I just said give them all the videos.
You did nothing to verify that those were actually all the videos?
Nope.
Uh,
Nope.
I mean,
Nope. Well, he
didn't really know
was
how
a
to pull those
millionaire.
videos up. I don't understand all those computers, that type of stuff.
Well, what I'm saying, Mr. Jones, is you signed an affidavit verifying these answers and that these were the responses of Free Speech System. Are you telling me you didn't have anything to do with that?
I relied on my attorneys and my crew. I said, give them all the videos.
Okay. Who did you say that
Can't
to?
do that.
Objection, don't relay any conversations you had with counsel.
Okay. I can't relay that.
Okay. Did you give any instructions to any members of your staff?
He just said he did. So
Just to comply with, give you all the videos.
Okay. So you did talk to your staff about the production of videos.
yep.
I guess the previous 3 lawsuits by you, but I just say comply with it. I'm not doing that.
Well, what I'm asking you is when you got these discovery responses in this case, and when you executed an affidavit on September 24th of this year, Who'd you talk to in terms of your staff?
I wouldn't say it was a millionaire, but not billionaire.
I don't think I even needed. I mean, they were given the information. I believe they had turned it over.
What Aiden's gonna sound like.
I don't remember who I talked to. I don't think I may not have even talked to any staff. I just obviously supply with the discovery.
Okay. Well, when those 54 videos were provided to me, that's not all the videos where InfoWars discuss Sandy Hook, is it?
Hard questions.
I don't know.
Bingo.
What'd you do to try to find out?
Well, I mean, I did go and I guess just last night and said, you know, in the computer, are there any other videos? And they did some searches. Rob Dew did, and was able to find stuff that wasn't under the name Sandy Hook.
Yeah, they did, but he doesn't have 1.4 billion.
And he was there, and we put him on a.
That's why his assets are being sold off.
Okay. And when you say he is there and you're pointing off camera, you're talking about
have that in
Wade
cash.
Jeffries, yes.
Okay. So, in other words, first of all, in response to my question, those 54 videos that were produced on November 7th and November 14th, those were not all the videos that discuss or relate to Sandy Hook.
Hilarious.
Yes.
That's true. That's not all the videos.
We discovered that, yes.
Okay. And when you produced today, as I walked into this deposition room, a USB drive, how many videos are on that USB drive?
I don't know.
Okay.
Still don't
Is
know.
it your opinion that between those 54 videos previously produced and that USB drive you gave me today, that you have produced all videos in which InfoWars has discussed?
Yeah, they won 1.4 billion.
That was what I said last night. I said, find anything and give it to them.
You didn't say that back when you were answering the discovery back in September?
I mean, obviously, I said, just we're not hiding anything. I said, give them all the videos.
We didn't get all the videos, though, did we?
I didn't know that till last night.
Okay. And so right now, you can't say to me that I currently have produced from you all the videos from InfoWars that talk about Sandy Hook. You can't say that, can you?
I mean, actually, I can't because that wasn't my job. But and I told people to do that. So I'd be happy to look some more.
When you say that wasn't your job, you're the person who signed a sworn affidavit saying that this had been done.
Yes, I relied on my counsel and my crew.
So in other words, this affidavit here, you flip to the last page with me, page 5.
He doesn't have it. So what they do is, right, so the jury decided on the number, but what they do is they take all of your assets and then they sell off anything worth money and try to get as close to that number as humanly possible. So he had to sell off all his cars, and they're selling off probably jewelry, furniture, things of that nature. And they will sell everything off until they get the closest that they can, until the last thing is sold off, and they get the closest they can to that 1.4 billion number. Because it's the jury that decides ultimately what the number is. They can sue for a certain amount of money, but the jury might give. In the state of Massachusetts, you get treble damages at trial, so that's 3 times the amount, right? So the jury can decide on any fucking number they want, you know? And so they decide on that giant number, of course, but they'll sell off all of his shit until they get the closest to that they can to that number, and then they'll give out whatever they can to the families based on what they got, right? Then it'll be allocated to the families. Yeah, they don't realize how stupid they are. That actually helps my channel, so they can push away on the fucking emojis all they want. I don't give a shit. It helps the channel. It says people are engaging with the channel, so they can push the emojis until the cows come home. I don't give a fuck.
Do you see at the very end, the very last 2 lines?
Mm-hmm.
It says the answers are true and correct based upon his own personal knowledge and belief. These answers are not based upon your personal knowledge. You relied on somebody else.
My personal knowledge of the lawyer and my crew doing it. And before we came here, we discovered this and had told you and produced it, supplemented it.
Right. What I'm saying is here right now, you don't have personal knowledge to say whether these responses are full and complete and correct.
No.
I mean, if you want to be technical, it's possible there could be something somewhere. But to the best of my knowledge, we have given you what you requested.
Let's not be technical about it. Let's be really accurate about it.
He was used to
Which
just
is to
ordering
say,
people around and
if
do
you
shit
wanted to
for him
find out
instead of
if there were
checking
videos
himself.
talking about Sandy Hook, how would you do
He
that?
could check. Do a search
We
in
would
your
have to do what
computer.
we did and search for things that don't have any of those names in it. Because I started digging deeper into it, and I said, I remember a video or two. And so we took hours digging around and then found it under another name and then produced it to you.
Digging around in what?
I don't understand. It's searching in the computer.
What are you searching on the computer? Video files? Are you searching
Yes.
transcripts?
Everything, trying to find stuff.
Do you have transcripts of your InfoWars videos?
No.
Okay, so you're not searching transcripts. Searching videos, right?
Produces transcripts. YouTube does.
Well, you search words too,
certain.
because that's what the names are. But yeah.
Okay, and so are you searching the titles?
Yes.
Okay, you searching anything else?
I know it goes on titles.
Okay, so if Sandy Hook isn't in the title, it's not in there.
No, that's how we were able to find it. It didn't have anything really related to that. But I said, I remember this video, and so we were, so we went and dug through again, and were able to. I forget the exact search term, but it was different.
Okay, so there is a video that doesn't have Sandy Hook in the title that you asked to be produced.
It was late last night. It was a couple of them. I believe what we produced them.
You don't know what you did last night. How many videos there were?
I don't remember the exact number. I think it was a couple.
It was a couple. So
I think it was multiple versions of the same one, and we just said, so what? Just put all the copies of it.
And you're saying we discovered this because you remembered a video that didn't have
it's not
Sandy
going to
Hook in the
save him.
title, but that was talking about Sandy Hook.
Not going to save him.
Yes, I remembered a title when I was going back over the paperwork, just double checking it, and so we went and
Yeah, it was
called
everyone
Rob Dew
else.
up to the office and went in there and searched through the computer.
But he'll ask the questions, like Dina said. He's got to ask the questions. This is what it will sound like with Aiden. These are the types of questions, and he's not going to be able to answer them.
No, I'll show you later. When you do an InfoWars show, there's some sort of written record of that show.
Bingo.
What the
Doesn't
outline
work
of the
with an
show
attorney.
is, what you're going to talk about, that exists,
Can't be
right?
vague.
No.
So what's a daily show log? What is that?
Sometimes someone writes notes about topics that were covered, guests that were on, so that somebody can grab clips out of that and make a boil down a derivative of it.
Right. So a daily show log is an outline of that day's show. List what happens the first hour, what happens the second hour, what happens the third hour, what happens the fourth, what segments, what topics are going to be discussed. Correct?
I would think of an outline as what somebody does before a show. So no, I would call it more of a primitive, maybe a log.
Yeah, I see that one.
Wait, so you're saying a daily show log doesn't occur before the show, it occurs after the show?
It occurs during the show.
Somebody is, as the show is being recorded, is writing down and creating an outline?
It's live.
Okay, so as the are all InfoWars videos live or some recorded?
Well, you were saying the daily show is live.
Okay.
I mean, I guess every once in a while we record parts of it are recorded.
Okay. So when is the daily show log created?
As the show's being made.
Who creates it?
Just one of the people that's in there during the live show, usually a producer or just someone that makes notes.
Okay. So first of all, your testimony is that a show log is not distributed to employees in advance of the show.
No.
Okay. Second is, if you were to search those show logs, you could discover all the videos that talk about Sandy Hook, couldn't you?
Gotta love interest.
No.
Well, they certainly mention the topics you're going to talk about on the show, right?
No.
Yeah, I'm going to show that
so in
one.
your testimony, if we were to go look in InfoWars production, the documents that you produced, we wouldn't find daily show logs which list that Sandy Hook is being discussed that day.
It does look uncomfortable.
the log is made.
Imagine.
It's not even really a log. It's
Imagine. He's like, which fake accounts, Mr. Kearney, have you used? We have produced evidence that these 75 accounts were all made by you and your IP address or your phone. Would you like to elaborate further, Mr. Kearney? Kate Peter, Nan, BLT, Cryford? It wasn't me, Your Honor. I plead the fifth. I don't think he understands. Like, they're going to trace every fucking thing if they already haven't, right? And they know what's connected to him, what's not connected to him, which fake emails are connected to him, which ones are not connected to him, which ones are connected. Like, is he's gonna lose his fucking shit. And that's the other thing, is you can't answer a question with a question. So it's going to be funny watching him answer a question with a question and the lawyer being like, yeah, nope, sir, you're going to need to answer the fucking question and not ask a question. I ask the questions in this room, you answer them, right? Because one of Aiden's famous things to say to someone, especially ex-girlfriends, is to scream at them on the phone and say, you don't control this conversation, I control this conversation. Yeah, that's one of his famous lines to ex-girlfriends, is to tell them he is in control, which is why I often like to tell him that he's not and he has no control over me whatsoever. And that chaps his ass because he likes to be able to have control over people. He has none over me. I don't allow it, you know? Yeah, no, it can't be the Shaggy defense. It wasn't me. But they call me on the counter. It wasn't me. Jizzed on the sofa. It wasn't me. The birdie even flew in my window. It wasn't me. But they call me on camera. It wasn't me. You can't do the Shaggy defense, sir. Sorry. Sorry, it wasn't me. It was a deep fake, Your Honor. It was AI. It was AI, Your Honor. Again, Cryford, Kate Peter, BLT, Twisted Tragedy. Your Honor, I plead the fifth. I was not any of these fake accounts. But, sir, it goes to your IP address, sir, which goes to your house, you know, to your router at home, sir. You know, your router at home has an IP address, and that IP address, you know, so, sir, so who are you saying that it was, sir? Well, when I was with Meredith, it was Meredith. That's who it was. I am sure of it. I did not record Karen Reed. I didn't wiretap people. I did not wiretap Brian and Lucky and Steve Scanlon and Meredith and Lindsay and Kara and anyone for that matter, Your Honor. Okay? No one. I didn't wiretap anyone. But Mr. Kearney, that's your voice. No? No, Your Honor. No, it is not. It's Will DeClare's voice. You know, Jess Machado made me do it. Jess made me do it, Your Honor. Can you imagine the dancing that he's going to have to do? I mean, Alex Jones can't even answer the most mundane questions. Now, there's another video. Let me pause this one for a second here. Hold on. There is one that came out 4 days ago about a hearing. And the hearing was a deposition. Sorry, it was a default judgment hearing, and they play part
of your announcement for the record, please, Mr. Bankston.
Sure. Mark Bankston, appearing for all of the plaintiffs in this matter.
All right. And Mr. Reeves?
Brad Reeves for the defendants in all these matters.
All right. So, Mr. Bankston and Mr. Reeves, we had a brief conversation about what we are going to cover today. And now that we're on the record, we're going to go ahead and get started. Mr. Bankston, all of the motions today are yours. Do you have a preference on what order you would like to take them?
No, it's usually just the attorneys.
Well, actually, Your Honor, I kind of figured for convenience and efficiency's sake, we do a presentation that kind of brings up the histories of the cases. And because these discovery disputes kind of weave in and out of each other, I was planning to kind of deal with them collectively.
Right, I think that's fine.
Do the same material over and over again.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of overlap reading the briefs getting ready for today. So that I think is an excellent suggestion. And I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, it was fucking hilarious. It was amazing.
And I'm going to minimize these windows here so I can see. All right. So, Your Honor, as you know, we're going to be covering all 4 cases.
Yeah, no,
And I think there's no better place than to start from the beginning.
Attorneys.
So the first thing that we are going to do, right there we go. All right. Your Honor, the first case that we're dealing with today is Heslin v. Jones. This was the defamation case involving InfoWars allegations that Mr. Heslin was lying about holding his dead child after Sandy Hook. Mr. Heslin had appeared on Megyn Kelly's show to push back against Mr. Jones' allegations that this entire incident was fake. After he did that, he was retaliated against when they said that he was lying about having held his son. That case was brought back in 2018. And in fact, a discovery order was entered on August 31st, 2018.
To be sued, sir?
So it's sort of happy 3rd birthday to our discovery order in this case.
We'll see them.
That order, which to this date has never been responded to in any way, shape, or form, required written discovery and deposition of all the defendants, about 30 pages of written discovery, and then for each of the 4 defendants. And the defendants refused to respond to that discovery. And actually, it's correct to say they did respond, but their responses simply said, the court does not have the authority to order us to answer this discovery, so we're not going to do it. So they basically just told the court to pound sand. We immediately filed a motion for contempt, being very alarmed with that. They appealed the following day. So for a moment, let's stick a pin in Mr. Heslin's case, that second motion for contempt, because that went up on appeal. And that brings us to our next case, which is Lewis versus Jones. Mrs. Lewis is the co-parent with Mr. Heslin of Jesse Lewis, a victim of Sandy Hook.
But no, he
Mrs.
won't.
Lewis brought her suit a little bit later. Her suit alleges intentional infliction of emotional distress because InfoWars made false statements about the circumstances of the death of her child. In that case, the court likewise entered discovery orders on January 25th and March 8th, 2019. That also required written discovery and deposition of all the defendants.
Bingo.
The defendants refused to respond to that discovery. They did show up for deposition, but they failed to prepare their corporate representative for the companies. That was Rob Dew. And as noted by the court during the hearing, it was a completely useless deposition. Mr. Dew did not have any idea what he was supposed to be talking about, had no idea he was supposed to prepare for the deposition, and basically answered, I don't know, to every single question. We filed a motion for sanctions. On the eve of that hearing, the defendant provided a document dump filled with non-responsive materials. And we'll talk a little bit more about those materials in a bit here. But for the moment, we can just say everybody at that moment was in agreement that this discovery production was a mess. Defendant's counsel during that hearing begged the court not to enter actual sanctions on the record and instead said that he would agree to privately pay $8,000 in attorney's fees and surrendered his client's TCPA motion except for a single legal issue. They wanted to argue, the only thing they wanted to argue was that Mrs. Lewis could not bring a claim if she had not been personally identified. And we knew this argument was bunk because, for instance, when Natalie Holloway disappeared in Aruba, her mother, Elizabeth Holloway, was able to sue the National Enquirer when the National Enquirer made false statements about her daughter's disappearance. So we knew the identification of the plaintiff wasn't an issue, so we agreed to forego the component of the motion seeking to strike the TCPA motion because we knew we had it in the bag by then. Those appeals actually turned out to be a little bit differently, so we aren't going to be accepting those kind of stipulations in the future. But for the moment, that's what happened there, and discovery was still a very big mess. What happened next in the chain of events is actually the Connecticut case was part of the same process. As you know, that there is a different group of parents who are suing in Connecticut. They are undergoing exactly the same kind of anti-SLAPP process, except Connecticut's deadlines on that are a little more generous. So they were actually going a little bit after the Lewis case. So once the Lewis case happened and that discovery problem, we then had the discovery problems in Lafferty. And these become relevant to our cases a little bit later. What had happened there is that by March 2019, the defendants had violated numerous discovery orders. And this is the Connecticut Supreme Court kind of summarizing what happened in that case. Defendants' local counsel at that time, this is March and April, started saying that he was in an ethically ambiguous position and he could not discharge his obligations on the pending discovery orders in a way that would permit him to put his signature to a document. He said the discovery situation is a mess right now. That's Exhibit 5 to our brief. Judge Bellis gave one final extension, and then defendants produced a dozen files of child pornography.
Oh, no.
Plaintiff's counsel in Connecticut informed the FBI, my counterpart, Chris Maddy, up there. And after InfoWars was informed, Jones appeared on his show and threatened plaintiff's counsel. I mean, none of this was public at this point. This was Jones making it public. Jones called plaintiff's counsel gang members, offered a bounty on their heads. And you have to remember that to Jones, all of us are one big group. We're a conspiracy of Democratic operative lawyers who have been recruited and by his words, by George Soros and put on payroll. And Hillary Clinton is directing us. And we're the people he's coming after. Specifically in this video too, he was threatening Chris Maddie directly.
Shocker.
Now,
Poor
what I want to
Chris.
show you now, Your Honor, this is our plaintiff's
Sounds
hearing
like Aiden.
exhibit 1. This is a video clip from April 2019. This was actually admitted and played in court in our last hearing in this case, in December 20th, 2019, the sort of hearing that we're continuing right now. So this has already been admitted and is part of the record, but I'm going to offer it now because I want to play a video for you of what Jones said right after all of that happened.
All right.
Also, I should warn this for folks who are on the live stream. This video I'm about to play is extremely not safe for work.
Oh my God, imagine.
It has a lot of profanity in it. Also, even if you're okay with the profanity, if you have children in the room, this video gets a little frightening at points.
Did
So I
you
just
blame
want to warn the
Obama?
live stream people.
I guess not.
Thank you.
You think when you call up, oh, we'll protect you. We found the child porn. I like women with big, giant tits and big asses. I don't like kids like you goddamn rapists, F-heads. In fact, like this, you fucks are gonna get it, you fucking child molesters. I'll fucking get you, man, fucks. Now we're done right there. I know I should have deleted it on the radio. Probably someone out. I don't care. You're trying to set me up with child porn. I'm gonna get your ass $1 million. $1 million, you little gang member. $1 million to put your head on a pike. $1 million, bitch. I'm gonna get your ass. You understand me now? You're not gonna ever defeat Texas, you sacks of shit. So you get ready for that. Now, I don't usually use French, but I'm pissed right now. Out of hundreds of thousands of emails they got, and they know right where to go. What a nice group of Democrats. How surprising. What nice people. Chris and Maddie. Chris and Maddie. Let's zoom in on Chris and Maddie. Oh, nice little Chris and Maddie.
Worked out well for him, right?
What a good American. What a good boy. You think you'll put on me?
It's very Aiden.
Anyways, I'm done. Total war. You want it, you got it. I'm not into kids like your Democratic Party, you cocksuckers. So get ready. You little
They found something.
boy, jerk off.
And he denies. Denies. It's everyone else's fault.
If they want war, they're gonna get war. I am sick of these people. They bunch of chicken craps that have taken this country over that want to attack real Americans. If you want blood, you got it. Blood on the streets, man. I mean, I am not going to sit here in my life and have these dirtbags say that I've done these things I haven't done and then know where to go and weasel in and find this
Exactly.
thing. It's ridiculous how obvious it is. You think I'd roll over and spray crap out my ass and show my belly and piss on myself to bow down to you? You just summoned war. So get ready. And I'm just asking the Pentagon and the Patriots that are left, and 4chan and 8chan and anonymous, anybody that's a patriot, I am under attack. And if they bring me down, they'll bring you down. I just have faith in you. I'm under attack, and I summon the me war. I summon all of it against the enemy. I will never sell out to these people. Anyways, want to say some closing comments?
Okay.
Wow.
So that is what Mr. Jones said. Obviously, that was very, very disturbing to us.
Yep.
Right after that, Judge Bellis assessed sanctions and struck InfoWars' motion to dismiss. She cited the production of child pornography, the despicable, potentially criminal threats. There was also a fraudulent affidavit submitted up there in Connecticut that was not actually signed by Mr. Jones. But the court said even if you ignore all of that, which is completely unprecedented, there were still multiple failures to comply with these discovery deadlines. Defendants would not fairly comply with their discovery obligations. Judge Bellis said at that time that she wasn't going to grant a default, But if there is continued obfuscation and delay and tactics like I've seen up to this point, I will not hesitate after a hearing and an opportunity to be heard to default the Alex Jones defendants if they from this point forward continue with their behavior with respect to discovery. You can see that in Exhibit 6.
Wow.
The next thing that happened was Heslin versus Jones comes back to Texas. As you remember, that case had gone up on appeal after they refused to answer discovery, and we had brought in a motion for contempt. That was dismissed on August 30th, 2019. For the next month, InfoWars did absolutely nothing, just like they've done in this case, actually. Judge Jenkins then held a hearing on October 3rd, 2019. And you can see from that hearing, he is extremely puzzled why, after everything that's happened in this case, these defendants are still refusing to respond to discovery and will not obey his orders. Now, I'm sure you know Judge Jenkins, and being one of the more senior judges in these, this last generation.
Yeah, he said he's at war.
Lawyers around here will tell you, you do not get sanctions from Judge Jenkins. Judge Jenkins, I think, to his credit, is a judge who vigorously pursues conciliatory actions and tries to work things out and really wants to give people a chance. He didn't sanction immediately in the Lewis case. The idea of Judge Jenkins granting a contempt sanction and a $25,000 fine is pretty extreme to most people in this courthouse. I haven't found anybody who's ever heard of it happening. But at that point, he was upset and went ahead and granted the motion and granted us our attorney's fees. They had another chance to comply because right at the same time that had happened, Mr. Heslin's claim for intentional affliction for emotional distress came for a hearing on expedited discovery. And once again, for now again in Mr. Heslin's case, Judge Jenkins ordered discovery for the claim for the IED claim. That discovery order was entered on October 18th, 2019. That required written discovery and depositions of Jones, Free Speech Systems, and their chief editor, Paul Watson. So let's talk about what happened there. First, the defendants gave false and evasive answers to discovery. And what you need to understand, as you see from our exhibits in here, the written discovery that was served in the court's discovery order is very simple stuff. It is very simple. It's stuff like identify all the videos about Sandy Hook, identify all the employees who were involved in those videos, identify for every statement, here's 17 statements you made about Sandy Hook, identify your source of those statements, identify the methods of communication that you used in the office. All of them were not answered. They were given answers. It would be things like our sources were newspapers and things we found on the internet. When they asked who was involved in these episodes, Alex Jones and Rob Dew and maybe some other people. We don't know. We can't figure it out. They would never tell me what videos there are. Any of the most basic information in interrogatories and requests for production, completely evaded. They failed to prepare Mr. Dew again. And this is what's really shocking. Judge Jenkins was clearly shocked by this, that the exact same deponent who was vigorously chewed out about not being prepared, they show up again and perform the same mockery of the deposition again. In fact, of both depositions. They failed to remedy the document production. And we're going to talk about this a little bit later. There's some really alarming testimony about what has and hasn't been produced in this case, and that there should be a lot more production that has not happened. And that was confirmed in some of those depositions. And those depositions also revealed other alarming irregularities. We know that there was no no litigation hold put out in this case. There was never until 2019 was there any communication with Inside InfoWars to tell people to preserve documents. And at that point, they just sent an email to every employee saying, hey, if you have any documents, collect them and bring them to us. Nobody actually went and searched or monitored any of this. The very employees who may have been giving the most damning testimony were told to go look for documents on their own files. And what happened? Not a single employee returned a single document. The defendants also failed to produce crucial evidence. And this is at the heart of it is mostly the videos that are at the heart of plaintiff's claim, which we don't yet have. As you know from the briefing, very soon after we sued, all of their videos started being taken down off of line. So none of them are publicly available like they used to be. And InfoWars has made, at this point, our best estimate is over 100 videos on Sandy Hook. We didn't have that. And of course, we also don't have their social media. One thing that the briefing gives you a flavor for is all those things. I don't think the briefing quite gives you a flavor for how evasive Mr. Jones was on these issues, on things like his sources and identifying those in interrogatories, or the methods of communication, or the videos, any of it. And so I want to show you just about 10 minutes from Mr. Jones' November 2019 deposition. because I do think it gives you a flavor of the bad faith we've seen in this case. And this is plaintiff's hearing exhibit number 2, which I'm going to play now.
So ambulances came an hour and a half later. That's not true, right?
I don't have the timeline in front of me.
Are you going to claim in this lawsuit that those ambulances came an hour and a half later?
I'm going to have to check that.
Well, I asked you to check it. Did you? I asked you in discovery to check it. Did you?
I'm going from memory. I believe there's some conflicting reports.
I'm not asking what your memory was. I'm asking if you checked it.
I think I did check it. I don't.
What were the results of you checking it?
I don't have that in front of me.
And whatever it was, you didn't give it to me either, right? In discovery?
Oh.
Correct?
Oh, I thought that was rhetorical.
No, I don't ask rhetorical questions, Mr. Jones. I want testimony.
Oh, I don't have that in front of me. I can't speak accurately to that. Okay, what was the question?
The question is, you said right after that, the Wayback Machine discussion, you said the word is that school was shut down for those years. That's what the records show. That was your argument, correct?
I'm specifically talking about the other articles I was talking about, yes.
That's what I'm asking you about right now. Those records, what are you talking about?
I'd have to go pull them up.
And you haven't done that?
No, not recently.
You've been under lawsuit now for over a year on Sandy Hook related cases, multiple cases, and you haven't done anything to go try to find what your sources for these claims are, have you?
I've done a lot of work.
So you were asked in interrogatories, weren't you, to identify your sources for all your Sandy Hook claims, including this one? You were asked that, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You don't remember saying you couldn't figure out what your sources were? Is that what you're saying?
I don't understand.
Let's just ask you right now. Are you able to figure out what your sources are?
Yes, I could specifically.
Aiden, who are your
I don't understand
sources?
what you're asking, I could go find that.
So if I
Miss
wanted
Reed,
to know, when you
that's
say
it.
the records show that the school was closed down, you could produce those records.
I could show what I was talking about at that point.
Yeah, or you could produce whatever you were relying on as your source, right?
Now that you've specified.
You haven't done that though, have you?
I don't have a law degree.
Okay. When you, if you were asked the question, produce to me your source or records or information that you relied on to say the school was closed, that's something you could do.
Yes. I don't know if it would be what you're looking for.
Let's talk about that Bloomberg email that comes up. This idea that there was an email sent the day before Sandy Hook saying, get ready, next 24 hours, there's going to be a big event. That email, you've been asked for that email and you say you don't have it, right?
We were covering reports of the email that was sent out to the activist groups that had been in the news.
Where were you covering it? What do you mean were you covering it?
We were covering the reports of them activating their anti-gun rights organization.
Okay. Well, see, here's the thing, Mr. Jones. At first, I thought there must be some email coincidentally sent on the day before Sandy Hook that Bloomberg or his people sent that you must be willfully misinterpreting or something like that. But the problem is nobody who's looked at this has been able to find any evidence that such an email has ever existed. And I want to know if you can explain that.
Well, I'm just not taking your assertion that that's the case.
Well, that's why I've asked you questions in discovery. And you haven't been able to produce that email to me, have you?
Well, you guys were asking if we have an email in our emails.
Mm-hmm.
I was reporting on other news reports about an alert they put out to their group.
All right. Could you find those reports if you needed to? Could you identify your source?
Well, I mean, you can hold back a source if you want to, but I remember being online. I can try to go find that again.
What do you mean you can hold back a source if you want to? What does that mean?
I mean, if I have a confidential source on something, I'm allowed to hold back the confidential source for their protection. But that's not what's happened in this case. I remember the news articles about it that we reported on.
So you could find those, right?
I should be able to.
Okay. What do your staff use to send messages to each other in terms of internal applications? Do they use Slack?
I don't know. I've heard that name.
Wait, hold on. Let's back up here. When you say you don't know if they use Slack, When you had to answer this question about what methods of
How do you
communication
not
were
know?
used by members of your staff among each other and with sources, what exactly did you do to find that out?
I mean, the only communications with Sandy Hook are like email and verbal and some guests on the show.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Jones. What did you do to find out what methods of communication your staff used?
The Wilbur said they will no longer host
I talked
him.
to the staff, and I had the lawyer ask the staff to handle it.
What members of staff did you talk to?
Oh, I talked to like Rob
Signal
Dew.
is the new Slack.
I talked to Zimmerman.
All right, let's talk about Rob Dew first. You asked Rob Dew, hey, how do InfoWars employees communicate with each other? What did he say?
Objection form.
It was just like, hey, give them all the Sandy Hook stuff.
That's what you said to Rob Dew?
Yeah, just like any type of communications on this, just give it to the lawyer.
How did that help you answer this question? This question is, what methods of communication were used? How did you answer that question?
I asked. I know the modes of communication, like they talk through email, in person, and over the phone.
Oh my God, I totally could. That'd be amazing.
You just told me you don't know if they use Slack or not, right?
Well, when you said the word Slack, I've heard of that before.
Okay, why is that not in your interrogatory response?
Because I never thought of that, and I don't even know they use that. I've heard of a bunch of other names too.
Let's just make sure we have this really clear. When that question asked you to identify all methods of communication, including any applications, messaging programs, etc., you didn't make any steps to find out if there were messaging programs. You didn't do that.
I've not seen anybody. I've not used Slack. I've not seen anybody use it.
Again, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you for the purposes of answering these questions. You didn't do anything.
Objection form.
I did say provide anything about Sandy Hook.
I mean, the truth is you didn't have any problem with what he was doing at Sandy Hook. He said he did a good job.
Well, I had only seen this report. Like, as you see in the report, I didn't even know he was up there doing that. I'm like, wow, what's this? Because I saw the thing with his brother, his uncle, that was good. The other stuff I saw, I guess later, didn't like. I'm trying to put it together watching all this.
Well, you didn't fire him for it. You kept him around for another year, didn't you?
No, he wasn't. I don't think he was being paid then. No.
Well, the truth of the matter is you didn't have a problem with Sandy Hook. You had a problem with him embarrassing you at a Trump rally.
One thing you're right about is I do need to, I guess, spend time and burrow into this more. It's just because it's like, I remember a lot of it. I remember what happened. And I think if I go dig even deeper, I can get specifics. But I remember telling them, try to find out the specifics.
This is your second deposition in a Sandy Hook case. You got more going up in Connecticut. You've had discovery in Connecticut. You've had discovery 3 times in Texas. And you're telling me you think you need to go burrow in and figure out what happened?
Well, no, now that I get these kind of questions, I don't think you were asking me these exact questions last time.
I was very much asking you about Mr. Badondian when he was terminated in the last deposition, wasn't I, Mr. Jones?
I don't remember this video. Did you show me this last time?
I did not show you this video. That's not what I asked, is it? I asked you.
Well, I went and I guess tried to get invoices.
It's very Aiden-ish.
Actually, Mr. Jones, your document production in this case shows you did that in May 2018, right after you were sued. The truth of the matter, Mr. Jones, is you knew immediately after being sued that Dan Badondi was going to be a liability for you, didn't you?
No.
Aiden, you might want to do some more fundraising there, bud.
If you had daily show logs that mentioned that Sandy Hook was discussed on the show, you should be able to produce those videos, correct?
Oh, yeah. He has other open cases. A few.
It depends. A lot of the live show was only archived on YouTube. And so then that was taken down.
Okay. So when you talk about the videos that were lost, that you don't have, because the YouTube channel was taken down, and the only place you had them saved.
No, he lied to just be outrageous.
You don't have those.
That was the point.
And so by extension, I don't have those videos, correct?
He had no information. None of it. Nothing.
No, those videos were duplicated on other people's channels. I've seen what you guys have. You have
his source was
everything we ever talked about.
Someone else said.
Am I asking you if we have basically everything, or am I asking you if we have everything?
I don't know if you have everything.
Okay. You don't know if I have everything, correct? Okay. You don't use a teleprompter on your show.
No.
Okay. And in all these videos, you just rattle them off, right? You say porta potties, Bloomberg email, green screen, helicopters in the woods, school was closed, video showing it was falling, rotting apart, SWAT team. You just rattle them off without a teleprompter.
I remember a video of the rotting school. I remember the helicopter video. I remember the chemical attack in Syria.
I mean, I don't use a teleprompter.
Public.
And you were able to do that without a teleprompter. But today, sitting in deposition, ever since you got sued, all of a sudden you can't remember anything, right?
No, I remember seeing I remember like the photos and video of the rotting school and the mold and the stains all the floor and all that stuff. I just can't. But if it's specifically in a deposition, then you'll say, well, where is that? And then trying to actually pull that very thing up in my head right here. I mean, I don't have photographic memory of the exact thing.
Yeah, I've been asking for a year, haven't I? Still don't have it, do I?
I love emoji bombs. I need to think about more of my lives, sir. I need a break.
Exactly right. And that's why I can't answer a lot of it because I don't want to be accurate as much as possible.
Okay. So for November, during this deposition, I dealt with that for about 3 hours. We didn't get anywhere with Mr. Jones. Same thing with his corporate representatives, as you saw. The entire thing was a mess. They, despite everything that happened, were still not cooperating in discovery in any meaningful way. We had a hearing on that motion, and their counsel at that time said the following, after the hearing did not go too well. He said, I will represent to this court that, regardless if this goes on appeal, that doesn't preclude me from, it stays the court as far as filing motions, etc. It certainly doesn't preclude me from providing additional videos, documents, and information they're seeking during that period of time. And I fully intend to do so. I've already started that process. So again, they're asking now for basically an instruction that, and then he's cut off. Judge Jenkins asks, so what you're saying is you're going to continue to comply with the order. That includes written discovery, which is the exhibit to my order, ordering you to produce those things? Mr. Jeffrey said, absolutely, Judge. I'm representing to the court that I have spent countless hours understanding infrastructure, what exists, et cetera, and I am certainly going to comply with that 100%, stay or no stay, moving forward, absolutely. The court replies, so your point is let it come back to the trial judge who's going to try the case and see just how quickly you do that. Exactly. And how compliant you are with the order before we make potentially outcome determinative decisions. Mr. Jeffrey says, exactly right. On December 20th, Judge Jenkins granted the motion for sanctions and assessed $100,000 in attorney's fees for all the work that we had done in deposition, bringing the motion, etc. The order holds the default judgment under advisement. And I think as you'll see from that order and from the transcript, Judge Jenkins' opinion was that he only needed to decide the things that were immediately important then, which was the TCPA motion and whatever fees we needed. But whatever remedies needed to flow from whatever actions happened here in this court, that needed to be saved for the trial judge, who was going to have more control over the trial because he knew he was retiring. I think also another cardinal sort of principle of Judge Jenkins' judicial philosophy is that if it is possible to decide less, it is necessary to decide less. And in that case, he did not want to decide something that he thought you should be deciding, which is here we're going to give him another chance. The guy made a promise. He made a representation to the court to try to avoid a bigger sanction by saying we're going to get this taken care of. We're going to make sure that this happens and that we don't, years don't go by and all of this information is lost and we can't ever figure it out again. The court's order says defendants represented at the December 18 hearing that they would continue to supplement discovery to belatedly comply with the October 18 order. The amount of supplemental discovery is a factor that will be considered if the motion for sanctions is reconsidered on remand. That's Exhibit 1 is that order. Now for the next year and a half, we go on the appeals, and the defendant did not supplement any discovery. They just completely disregarded their promise to Judge Jenkins. They got out from under fire by using that promise, and then they ignored it. They then continued an appeal where obviously the Court of Appeals was very frustrated with them in the Lewis appeal and noted that in that record. And then in the second one, in the Heslin appeal, they went ahead and sanctioned them. So now we have another fine against them from the Court of Appeals because they're still engaging in frivolous litigation. I need to mention right now, too, before we get kind of caught up to date about InfoWars sham defense, because this becomes very important later after they start producing documents. This is in our supplemental brief on page 37. Essentially, InfoWars defended the IED case in Mr. Heslin's case the same way they did Mrs. Lewis's case, which is to say they argued that because Mr. Heslin was not identified in any of the videos claiming IED, as opposed to his defamation claim, that he could not pursue those IED claims. Obviously, we thought this law was bunk, but there's something more important going on. Is in Mr. Heslin's case, we requested from them transcripts of all these videos, and they wouldn't provide them. They said, we don't have them. They didn't give us any transcripts of these videos. In fact, it came to be that there was never any transcripts of a certain amount of these videos because some of them had come off of YouTube and nobody had any transcripts. In the appeal, it's even talked about how there are no transcripts. InfoWars argued because we could not prove, we had no transcript to prove anything of. And they also told the court in multiple representations in these certain videos that they enumerated, we never identified Mr. Heslin. Well, it turns out close to the end of the appeal, we discovered, buried in the 5,000-page record of the Lewis case, that attached to an unrelated motion was a partial transcript of one of those videos. And that video, although Mr. Heslin's name was misspelled, so we didn't catch it when we searched, they identify Mr. Heslin in that video. In other words, the entire appeal that InfoWars launched against Mr. Heslin on his IED case was based on a false representation by InfoWars that they didn't identify him when they knew that they did. Now, InfoWars claims that it's all my fault, that I should have found this errant transcript in the giant Lewis record before this happened. And maybe we should have found it earlier, and that's certainly true. That doesn't excuse them lying about the fact that they didn't identify him to multiple courts. So all of that was a waste of time. But that actually becomes way more important later, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
I figured, that's why I messaged you.
Let's talk now about coming back on remand. After their appeals failed, they were remanded and a mandate was issued on June 4th. And so let's talk about what they're out of compliance of at that moment.
June 4th, 2021.
Correct, Your Honor, of this year. Right. So this is just a few months ago. And they came back and they are out of compliance first with the Heslin IED discovery order with a default under advisement. That's everything we just talked about, where they had responded, but the responses were absolutely bunk and their depositions were a complete joke.
No, you don't.
The next thing they're out of compliance with is the Heslin defamation discovery order, the one from 2018, which they had already been held in contempt for, and they had never answered in any way, shape, or form. They were also out of compliance with the Lewis IED order, for which they had already paid attorney's fees and admitted that the discovery situation there was a mess. They were also out of compliance with the Posner defamation discovery request. Here's the next case that we haven't even talked about yet, because Posner went up on appeal without any discovery first. We went ahead and just took that one up on appeal because the case was so strong. We didn't feel like we needed any discovery to have any, they didn't have any of these complaints like they've had in their later cases. But they've had discovery served at the outset of those cases.
Aspirin
and after the PCPA motion was denied, ever since then, they've just completely ignored them. So that's everything that was pending on remand. And what I thought was going to happen, Your Honor, because I knew when they made that promise, they weren't going to supplement anything during the appeal. I knew that that was a lie. But what I thought might happen is when we got back on remand, I thought the moment that the Texas Supreme Court dismisses their case, they would realize, okay, now we have to do something. And at remand, they would get in a panic and they produced a bunch of things and try to show that they were in compliance with discovery, and that I would have to be arguing to you that that wasn't good enough. That 2 years later, trying to make sense of any of this all would just be a mess. And that's what I was going to have to do. That is not what happened. Nothing could be further from what happened. From June 4th to August 26, 2021, defendants did absolutely nothing in terms of any kind of discovery. There's nothing been produced. And it wasn't until a couple days before this hearing that I was inundated with some documents. And so let's talk about what's happened during this entire summer that InfoWars has thrown in the trash. First, there was June. And for that entire month, there was no efforts made to comply with discovery in any case. And this was just like in 2019 when Mr. Heslin's case came back from remand. And for an entire month, they had done nothing. And Judge Jenkins held them in contempt for that. Well, at the end of the month, with them doing nothing, we went ahead and filed our supplemental brief in support of the default sanctions in Mr. Heslin's IED case. We moved to July. And in July, still nothing's happening. On July 6th, we bring the Heslin and Lewis motions for contempt. We had reached out to them, and that's an exhibit you'll see is our July 2nd letter. It's their only exhibit to their response. And that letter fully explains to them everything that's going on and why aren't you responding? And they, at that point, basically say, we have no idea what you're talking about. Please send us any discovery you say hasn't been responded to. So at that point, it's clear that they haven't even been working on Hess and Lewis and the motions for contempt. So we file those motions. We also at that point send them the Posner discovery request too and say these haven't been responded to. On July 9th, 3 days later, an oral hearing, we all met together. And at that time, I went through kind of a mini version of what I'm presenting to you now. And we also reminded them of their discovery problems in all three of those cases. One of the things you'll remember I specifically reminded them of on the record is because the defendants in Fontaine had just filed a motion to withdraw their
Alex
deemed
Jones didn't want to
admissions,
give discovery
I told
in
you
anything.
that I expected
Obviously.
for this hearing, when we were scheduling this hearing, that I expected one of the things we'd have to accommodate was a motion to withdraw deemed admissions in the Posner case, because those hadn't been answered. So I was expecting that to happen in a matter of days after the July 9th hearing, because if I heard that, I'd get those denied and served up with a response. Nothing happened. We gave them a deadline until July 16th, I believe, to respond, and they didn't. But we went ahead and gave them some more time just to see if they would. They didn't. So on July 27th, we filed the Posner motion for sanctions, which goes ahead and describes all of this. They continued to do nothing. August opens, and there's a couple developments that happened in Lafferty in August that I need to talk to you about. We filed a supplemental brief about this on August 10th. So on August 6th, that Friday, there were 2 orders entered. First was a sanction order for continuing failure to comply with discovery. They're in the same place we are. They've been remanded. Now they're trying to go back and figure out and try to see if any of the discoveries getting answered. They have discovery orders there that they're not being complied with. The second order was that they disclosed confidential information from a plaintiff's deposition. This, Your Honor, this was astonishing. They had started a plaintiff's deposition, which at the beginning of the record was designated as attorney's eyes only confidential. Then during the actual deposition, defendant's counsel, the local counsel, Mr. Randonza, has working up there in Connecticut, wrote down the things that plaintiff was saying in the deposition, put them in a motion, and filed them publicly during the deposition itself. Didn't even wait for a transcript and filed that publicly and disclosed that information. Now, you'll see from the court's orders on this, what's clearly about to happen in Lafferty, which is that now that Lafferty, just like in this case, had already threatened a default sanction if any of this keeps up, that's clearly what's happening now, because the court's orders there takes very extreme language that you can see what's doing, is saying that the plaintiff is now prejudiced from further prosecuting their claim, and that the plaintiff is also prejudiced from taking additional depositions. And the court also says that witnesses are going to be rightly afraid to appear in this case or give forthright testimony, believing that their confidential information will be disclosed. So all of those things about how the plaintiff can't even prosecute their case anymore, it's pretty obvious what's going to happen in Lafferty. I had thought that would actually be taken care of by the time of this hearing, but their August 24th hearing was actually just a status conference call. They have a hearing set for September 24th. There is actually another sanctions pending motion regarding some analytics information that was produced that is also extremely troubling. So it's pretty clear where we're heading in Lafferty. They're heading for the same place. Now we get into the second week of August, defendants still haven't done anything. And at this point, we get this very strange email where you'll see in hearing exhibit 5, is that Mr. Reeves stated that his client does not possess what production has been provided to date. He asked plaintiffs to send me the production you have indeed received to date. So I'm not sure how you would even supplement your own discovery if you don't even know what you've produced. But at this point, now this, as you may remember, this is 6 days before the originally scheduled hearing of this matter. They were asking me to send them the production because they don't even have it. A week later, we still don't have anything. And their counsel wrote again asking if I would agree to a protective order for the overdue documents. Counsel said the documents were ready to produce, but were being withheld because defendants require such an order to be entered. And we told them very straight up, you cannot seek protection over discovery that is already due. Rule 192 requires you to make that motion or seek protection within the time period for the responses. And 3-year-old discovery that you are already under contempt for not producing, you cannot have a protective order. The next week, we still don't have documents. We get 2 emails that day. The first one very early in the morning. Counsel wrote to us asking for consent for a motion for consolidated discovery plan. We had no interest in that. We told him, the court asked us to do a discovery plan. We just did it. We're now days before the hearing. We'll talk to you next week after the hearing if you want to talk about this, but we have no interest in doing a discovery plan right now. He said he was finalizing document production, which will only be produced in the Lewis matter due to the confidentiality of certain documents. But counsel stated you will have these documents today. We did not get those documents.
Shocker.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bankson, which of the binders has these exhibits?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. So these exhibits that I'm talking about right now, hearing exhibits, were uploaded to the box last night after defendants filed their responses. So they're in
So they're not in one of the binders you gave?
No, unfortunately not. These are in response to the responses.
Okay, that's fine then. I just thought I would flip through as you were talking. That's okay.
Sure. But yeah, they are in there noted as plaintiff's hearing exhibits. So so then later that day or that evening, we didn't get the documents. Counsel wrote us that night and said he will be moving for a protective order in Heslin and Posner, and that defendants intended to withhold confidential documents, and no documents were produced that day. Then on August 26th, just a couple days ago at 6 p.m., counsel provided about 6,000 pages of supplemental production, and as promised, withheld confidential documents from both Heslin and Posner cases, despite the fact that he has no ability to object to those cases and he's under contempt in the Heslin case. Let's talk about what was produced in that 6,000 pages, because this is where it really starts to get interesting. The first thing that was produced was nearly 2,500 pages of transcripts of InfoWars videos. And there's a lot of reasons why this is very alarming. First of all, it might be excusable, say, if there were 2,500 pages of transcripts buried somewhere in Mr. Jones's corporate files that were difficult to locate, and they're just now finding now, something like that. The problem, Your Honor, is that these transcripts were prepared by a court reporter. These were made, a great proportion of these transcripts were made in June and July of 2019. They had them commissioned to be made by a court reporter. That was months before they had told me in the Heslin case, there were no transcripts, and they didn't produce any of these transcripts, but they had them the whole time prepared by a court reporter. And what's shocking about that, of course, is that much later in that case, they then attempted to argue to me that they didn't identify Mr. Heslin and that my case was deficient because I didn't have transcripts. And the entire time they had actually prepared them with a court reporter. The other thing that's very disturbing about these transcripts is there are more transcripts than there are videos that I have been produced. And right here on the screen, you'll see a list of dates. They're all titled differently. Some of them have episode titles, some of them just have dates. All of these dates are dates I don't have videos for. And these are videos that mention Sandy Hook. And they're videos that they obviously provided.
But those are transcripts from this case, like this stuff.
This isn't tip of the iceberg too, because I know about a ton of videos that aren't on this list. But it is extremely disturbing to me that these transcripts from Karen's and these videos exist.
Criminal trial.
They were never produced to me and in fact hidden and used to try to get Mr. Heslin's case dismissed. The next thing that they produced, as the bulk of what they produced, is 2,100 pages of Google Analytics screenshots and Excel spreadsheets. What this is a bunch of data about entry links, keywords, search terms, and exit pages for the Infowars.com website. This is not responsive to anything in our discovery requests that are issued in this motion. None of the discovery that occurred prior to remand has anything to do with this. There is one request we issued after remand that's not related to this motion that was produce your analytics or web traffic for every video identified in plaintiff's petition. And some of the videos in plaintiff's petition have promotional pages on the InfoWars website here. But ultimately, this is kind of not really responsive to anything. I mean, there's buried in here some responsive information, I guess, to that, but not fully responsive. But mostly, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. We may end up having to talk about it later. The next thing they gave us, there's this gentleman, well, not a gentleman.
So, Mr. Bankston, are you trying to say that they just included that to clog your review?
I don't want to make that representation, Your Honor. I certainly hope that's not why. I mean, I'm hoping that they thought it was partially responsive to a post-remand request. I'm going to be charitable and say that that's what I think. Then again, Your Honor, you are right that there is thousands of pages of things that are not responsive to me there. I don't need to know exit pages for InfoWars, things like that. I mean, it is very non-responsive. The next thing they produced to me, there's a man named Wolfgang Halbig. He's a conspiracy theorist crank who has pursued these families for years, saying that Sandy Hook is fake. He's been a guest on InfoWars several times. They produced me, about 600 pages of strange emails and a transcript of a town meeting he was at, which is responsive. That's fine. I'm just saying it didn't have anything to do with what we were asking for in this motion. They gave us 239 pages of InfoWars articles, some high quality scans, some from litigation. All of them were previously produced. And then there were a few other things they produced. About 150 pages of messages to the news tip email address. We already have thousands of those. I haven't been able to check yet, but I'm pretty sure most of those are going to be duplicates. There are a few dozen pages from another conspiracy theorist blog named Jim Fetzer, who they've cited on occasion, a handful of emails. There's a few dozen internal emails regarding show scheduling and topics. There's around a dozen press inquiries to InfoWars about this lawsuit. For some reason, there's affidavits from Jones and Dew in March 2019 regarding Lafferty requests. And there's David Jones' deposition transcript, which we don't understand why that's in there either. That was an exhibit to our sanctions motion, in fact. And there were some interesting things in there, Your Honor. This is an email actually that was produced in 2019 before remand. And this is what you're looking at is an email notification sent to Rob Dew that he got a message on Twitter, a private message. And this message is 3 days before they defamed Mr. Heslin. And it's talking about Mr. Heslin's, the interview he had with Megyn Kelly. And we obviously can't see the full message because we don't have access to that. But in 2021, they produced this email, which is another notification. And this is a month later. And this one is on the day of the second video that defamed Mr. Heslin. And as you can see from this message, this person is engaging in a conversation with Rob, with Mr. Dew, who is obviously responding and giving his thoughts. And they're talking more about these relevant events. So we know that there are messages from Mr. Dew on Twitter giving their mental state of mind at the exact moment that they defamed Mr. Heslin. We don't have them because this is social media evidence. We only have these notifications to know that they exist. We got a couple of other surprises. First, we got an email from Chief Editor Paul Watson discussing the messaging application Basecamp. And we've never heard of this messaging application in this case. This is one of the things they were supposed to identify. And we don't know that anybody has ever accounted for this or searched this or knows anything about it. We also got an email from Roger Stone to Alex Jones referencing Sandy Hook. And we had been told that Alex Jones doesn't use email to communicate with people. We had been told that there were no Sandy Hook conversations. But now all of a sudden there's this single email from Roger Stone about Sandy Hook. I mean, we think that's because they think that we'll eventually get that email from Roger Stone. We don't know why we're just now getting one solitary email from Alex Jones. But most importantly, let's talk about what we don't have. Discovery responses. So first, the very first one I talked to you about, Mr. Heslin's case, we don't have discovery responses on his defamation claim, 32 pages of written discovery. None of that has ever been answered. And defendants apparently seem to think they have answered it, which is strange to me, but they have not answered that. They haven't answered any discovery in Posner. And then the discovery responses that you have from Mr. Heslin's IAD claim and Mrs. Lewis's claim have both been admitted that they're patently insufficient, but there's never been any supplemental discovery responses. We still don't have the most basic information about this case. We don't even like requests for disclosures, which are already due. We don't know who has knowledge of relevant facts, what the videos are, who's involved, any of it. Documents have never been supplemented in any meaningful way. We're going to talk a really important one about this is the amount of emails they should have, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Depositions. We were owed 4 different depositions in Mr. Heslin's case that we have never gotten. And one of those, actually a couple of those are pretty important because, for instance, we were supposed to have a deposition of Owen Schroyer, and we haven't had that in 3 years. And the problem with that is Mr. Schroyer was just arrested on federal indictment for insurrection activities on January 6th. And so we're not sure if we're ever going to have an opportunity to depose him. And in fact, in Mr. Schroyer's arrest affidavit and all the pictures of him breaking the law where he's not supposed to be, Mr. Jones is standing right next to him. So we have a strong suspicion that Mr. Jones is about to face federal indictment as well and arrest. We're not sure we're ever going to get those depositions. The videos have never been supplemented. And as we see now, they have videos that I don't have, and there are videos out there they should have. And if they were to go through their own documents, they would know about tons of more videos, and they have not done any reasonable good faith effort to get us those. And we don't have social media evidence. That's all gone now too. And you've seen that talked about in our brief quite a lot. And who knows what else? This is really the important part, is that when there was a promise made to supplement this discovery, it was because discovery had been so badly bunked for a year, waiting another 2 years wasn't going to do it. I mean, now we're talking about having to go find people 3 years out from where we would have normally done it to see who was involved in this case, who might still have documents. Do they still even have them? The quality of the evidence of people's memories and the physical evidence all degrades. And we have now been kept from discovering any of the basic facts about our case for 3 years. We don't know what else is out there. For instance, thank gosh that Robert Jacobson, their video editor at one point, decided to approach us and say he felt bad about what happened and needed to testify. We don't know who else is out there. We don't know what other information exists. Let's talk now, Your Honor, about these responses. And I definitely agree with you that filing these responses last night, or actually, I believe they filed them while you were in trial at this last afternoon and I was in deposition. And then when we got out, we would have had to have been expected to drop everything we were doing and read these last night. And I know you didn't, but I did. I had my wife take care of my kid and spent all night dealing with these. These responses further show defendants' utter conscious disregard for these cases. They're really quite amazing. So I want to talk a little bit about what was said in these responses, because you haven't gotten a chance to read them yet. This will be your first look. First, there is the Posner response I want to talk about, and they just flatly admit that they have not responded to discovery. They do not dispute that at all. They say the undersigned had the misunderstanding that plaintiff's discovery request had already been responded to.
Oh, please.
They say that when plaintiff's counsel emailed regarding the responses to plaintiff's discovery request, the undersigned failed to recognize that these outstanding discovery requests had not actually been responded to.
Oh, please.
This is very strange, Your Honor. Because if you look at their sole exhibit to their motion,
It's
to their
the
response,
defense.
their
We didn't
exhibit
know.
1 is the July
We
2nd email.
misunderstood. We didn't
And you'll
understand.
notice at the bottom of the email is my first email on that one. And I lay out to them on every case exactly what's wrong and what they need to do. And in Posner, it's very simple. I told them, regarding that case, your clients have not responded to plaintiff's initial discovery requests. Those responses were due on September 1st, 2018. When the appeal was initiated, the responses were almost 2 weeks overdue. Upon remand, you have made no efforts to respond. Now the requests are nearly a month and a half overdue. And now they're 3.5 months overdue.
I'm just going to, because I can't help it, point out that while I appreciate you taking the time and effort to lay out what they have not responded to yet, that was not your obligation. You filed the discovery, and it is their obligation to keep track of whether they have responded or not.
Bingo.
I would agree with you, Your Honor. I definitely agree. But this is an unusual case, and I sometimes have to do the lifting for both sides in order for anything to make sense.
Well, I appreciate it. I just wanted to be clear that that was not in any way your obligation.
Thank you, Your Honor. But again, Your Honor, it's interesting. I'm right with you there. But one thing I wanted to make sure and do was to put this out there as clear as possible so that we could demonstrate their absolute conscious disregard. So, and one place I did that again was the July 9th oral hearing. I reminded them that no responses have been served. I told them they needed to file a motion to undeem the admissions, and they didn't do that. A whole month, and the rest of that month passed. And then July 27th on the motion for sanctions, all of the above was summarized, that they had never responded to the discovery request, that all of this had happened in oral hearing, that I reminded them to file the motion to withdraw the admissions. They didn't do any of it. They just completely ignored it, a complete conscious disregard.
Alex
August
Jones.
30th, they filed a defamation response in Mr. Heslin's case. So let's talk about that one really quick. This one is also astonishing, Your Honor. They say the motion fails to provide any pointed explanation as to what alleged discovery abuses by defendants are ongoing, which would warrant a contempt finding beyond making the nebulous, conclusory claims that defendants have failed to adhere to their discovery obligations. Defendants have never responded to the August 30th, 31st discovery order. That is 30 pages of written discovery. That is 4 depositions that they were supposed to give, that they first told the court, you don't have authority to make us do this. Then they launched an appeal with no jurisdiction. Then they came back, refused to respond, and the court held them in contempt and fined them $25,000. Then they appealed again, launched a frivolous appeal for which they were sanctioned, came back and still have never responded to these discovery requests. And now they have the temerity to tell this court that I'm being vexatious and that there is no way they could possibly know what they would have to do to comply with this order. They've never responded. On Heston Contempt Exhibit 10, on July 2nd, there's that email that I sent them that we just talked about. And they were reminded that they never responded. In very clear language, I laid out this exact situation, how in 2018, they chose not to respond. In 2019, they again continued not to respond. And how now, where are the responses? Why have they not responded? Defendants now claim that, hey, how would they ever know?
That's what should have happened, contempt.
It's frankly, Your Honor,
they were already in contempt
disregard
at this
to
point,
respond to a second contempt motion in this way,
it's civil,
to not
that's
even
why.
know that you haven't answered the discovery. When I have provided you that, I sent them the discovery. The order has it all set out. And these are in orders of the court. It's frankly just baffling to me, Your Honor. Also, this is conscious disregard. Let's talk about, oh, my screen popped up there. Search terms in that case yielded approximately 80,000 emails that were potentially responsive to the Lafferty plaintiff's discovery request. But in no way does that support the idea that those emails are responsive to this plaintiff's limited discovery request. Your Honor, if you'll actually look at that affidavit that's in our response, what Mr. Jones said is that searching for the terms Sandy Hook in emails returned 80,000 emails, and that they expected similar volumes for other search terms in the Lafferty plaintiff's request. We've obviously requested all emails with Sandy Hook in them. We have about 11,000 total documents in this case, and I would just give you a rough estimate of about half of them contain the term Sandy Hook in them. So we're not anywhere close to that.
In's phone extraction itself is 48,000 pages.
A good portion of it, Your Honor, is the same 15 people who are writing InfoWars unsolicited, and they are extremely mentally ill and writing 500-page emails to InfoWars on a weekly basis.
Sound familiar to anyone? I'm wondering. I'm just wondering. Does it sound familiar to anyone? The audacity to pop in here with a fake Nina while Nina's already in here is fucking wild to me. Like, come on now. I mean, stop the madness, really. I don't know if Bedro did, but I have news, guys. I have news, okay? This is interesting. So the witnesses in the case, right, filed a protective order for discovery coming from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. And what do you think Aiden did? Filed in opposition to that protective order. Why, you may ask, Elise? Why would he file an opposition to a protective order? Oh, gee, I don't know, because he loves circumventing protective orders, right? He loves handing off that information to someone else so he can talk about it, right? And so that's what he wants to do. He wants to spin and talk about it, and he does not want to have to fucking have a protective order on it when everyone knows the way he goes about, breaking a protective order. Well, thank you, Lulu. I appreciate that. So here's this, right? Here's the opposition. I'll read it to you because it looks like you can barely see it on screen. So I'm gonna go over here and fucking read it. Defendant Aiden Kearney. So it's the defendant Aiden Kearney's opposition to the plaintiff's motion to enter a protective order regarding Norfolk District Attorney Office production of documents pursuant to subpoenas. Okay. So defendant Aiden Kearney submits this opposition to the motion of plaintiffs Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Higgins for a protective order governing production of documents by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. The court should deny the motion because plaintiffs had made no showing that a protective order is necessary or warranted to govern the use of the presumptively public records of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Is he fucking serious? Like, first of all, the protective order is necessary because you can't help yourself but to leak documents and then, defame people when you do that. And so the fact that his idiotic attorney, Mr. Pyle, absolutely wrote this, like, I don't know what world he lives in. Oh, Bedro confirmed he was going to be part of it. I love that for him. I absolutely fucking love that for him. Also, it's not part of Aiden and Karen's defense team because you're on the defense team of one or the other. Beto O'Rourke is not on the defense team of Karen and Aiden. He's on the defense team of Aiden. And regardless of the fact that they're both being sued, they're two separate entities with two separate defenses. And Karen hates Aiden, wants nothing to do with him or his fucking idiotic attorneys. So just saying, whatever Mr. Beto O'Rourke is claiming, he is not going to be helping Karen's defense team at all. He's going to be writing Dear John letters on Aiden's behalf and pretending they're motions. That's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do. But yeah, the ratchetness is starting. Let me read the rest, okay? It says, further, the motion is premature. A protective order is never premature. Because discovery in this action will soon be stayed by a virtue of the filing of special motions to dismiss pursuant to the anti-SLAPP law, which will be denied, right? So it's definitely not premature because pretty much everyone, including the judge, knows that that anti-SLAPP will be denied. So I don't even know why they're bothering to argue this. But in further support of this opposition, Kearney states as follows, okay? Plaintiff's motion for a protective order fails to show the need for an order. He is the fucking need. He's actually the need. Him himself is the fucking need. Are we serious? Governing the use of records produced by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. First of all, that is assuming, Mr. Pyle, that all of those records are public, which I'm assuming they're not, right? People's, addresses, phone numbers, dates of birth, things of that nature are all over those papers, I'm assuming. And there's probably many other mundane, really boring things about their life that Aiden could just delve into to harass them some more, which is why a protective order is necessary. And I do believe the court will allow a protective order on it, although Aiden will, of course, try to circumvent that order. You didn't see the fake Nina? You didn't see the fake Nina that just popped in here? Like, bro, I mean, you have to be pretty stupid to keep popping in here under people's names that I know their accounts. I mean, it's pretty fucking dumb how many fake accounts you have to make. Hi, Aiden. Are you upset? You're upset, buddy. You're a little sad today. Little sadsies. Turtle shad. I mean, that many fake accounts, you got to really be bored. Because I am not filling out fake emails to make fake accounts and names and not doing all that. Like, that is pathetic. That is beyond fucking pathetic. I know Nina's account. She's been here a million times. To make a fake Nina account and a YBE account, like, bro, you are bored. And probably a little scared. I'd be scared if I were you too. Maybe you should get a diaper. We do have emergency undies if you want them. We got them for you. They are emergency underwear, just for the turtle. Don't you worry. We're happy to provide you with the emergency underwear, sir. Okay? Don't you worry. Any records held by Norfolk County District Attorney's Office are presumptively public. No, they're not. Pursuant to the public records law. No, they're not presumptively public. Even in a public records law, you have to request things and they're allowed to redact them. Under certain laws, they don't have to give you certain things. So to say they're presumptively public is just patently false and really just a wild spaghetti throw. I thought this attorney was supposed to be decent. I thought he was supposed to be at least decent. Did Aiden write this himself? I'm confused. What is happening right now? It seems like Aiden wrote this himself, and he was like, angry, angry, angry. Like, what the fuck? Agencies shall, at a reasonable times and without unreasonable delay, permit inspection or furnish a copy of any public records. Yeah, but they get to decide whether it's a public record or whether it needs to be redacted or not given because it's not of public information that can be given. So it would never be presumed to be public. That's beyond desperate, really. Defining public records to mean all books, papers, or other documentary materials or data made or received by any officer or employee of any agency. Plaintiff's motion makes no showing that any document responsive to the subpoena is exempt from the disclosure under the public records law. Well, here's an idea. They're not showing that it's exempt under the public records law because they're not asking for it under the public records law, you idiot. They're asking for it under a court fucking subpoena order, and number one, and number two, they're asking for a protective order over anything that isn't. That's the fucking point of a protective order. And also, it's so that people like Aiden can't just keep taking documents and spinning a narrative with them in order to harm people, reading a paragraph and telling people what it means instead of showing them the entire thing, which is what he does, right? So, maybe get a new pair of shoes. Maybe he's sad about his shoes today. Maybe he's reminiscing about his missing shoe. I don't know. I'm just saying. It screams to me like Aiden fucking wrote this himself and had his attorney put his name on it. It very screams I can't go back.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Never not funny. Never fucking not funny. Just saying. You upset, Aiden? You mad? We'll play for you again. Just saying. Blah, 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 public records law, blah, 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 which is not what they're asking for it under, which is ridiculous. Accordingly, the motion fails to justify an order that would give the Norfolk District Attorney's Office unilateral discretion to designate any of the subject records confidential. I don't think the Norfolk District Attorney's Office is. That's why they're asking for a protective order. That would be the judge doing that, you fucking idiot. He's not working with their fucking defense. If I'm her, I'm filing a motion to sever. Like, let's be honest here. If they don't file for a motion to sever, they're fucking idiotic. If I am her team, I am filing for a goddamn motion to fucking sever. Like, period. No ifs, ands, or fucking buts about it. You know? Right? At least you're not Aiden if you're having a bad day. That guy has the best bad days ever. Yeah, but that's the thing. Imagine these records come, he leaks them. They're both in trouble at that point. Right? They're both in trouble. And you cannot trust him to not do something shady or fucked up. So it's just not, you know what I mean? Not going to happen. Like, I can't. How bad of a day you may have had, at least you're not on TV. I love that. I mean, yeah, I agree with this. You know, I agree with this. I don't know why these people feel the need to keep tying their name to it, because realistically, this is real. I swear to God. Yes, it's real. That's real. Yep. His I can't go back. Yes, that is 100% real.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
That is 100% real. Yep. That's the night he called the cops over his missing shoe. Yeah, and they told him to go to bed. They said, "We can't help you, sir. You're going to need to go to sleep. We're going to need you to go to bed, sir. Sorry." Yeah, we had a James Jackson imposter. Our bros figured that one out. You know? Well, that's the problem, right? Imagine having that dude as your co-defendant when he circumvents court orders and it could get you in fucking trouble. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Okay, so the rest of this nonsensical motion, let's see. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Unilateral discretion. Thereby restrict their use pursuant to the proposed protective order. See Worcester Telegram and Gazette Corp versus Chief of Police of Worcester. That is not the same thing, sir. Not even close of the same circumstances. I don't even know why he cited that. I thought this guy was supposed to be decent. I mean, I guess when you have nothing to work with, you know, I don't know. I guess when you got nothing to work with, I guess you just throw shit at the wall. But allowing the defendants, law enforcement entities, to decide unilaterally without any oversight what documents are subject to disclosure and what documents are exempt is wholly inconsistent with the purpose. Cool. They're not doing that. The court would decide what needs to be protected. That's the whole fucking point of a protective order, you absolute fucking buffoon. 2, regardless, the motion is premature. I mean, they can file this motion whenever they want, so it's weird to call it premature. They can seriously file it whenever. As explained at the May 26th Rule 16 conference, both defendants will soon be serving a special motions to dismiss pursuant to the anti-SLAPP law, which again will be denied. And this lawyer knows that. The anti-SLAPP law provides that all discovery proceedings shall be stayed upon the filing of the special motion under this section. Okay, but that does not stop them from asking for a fucking protective order, you clown. I can't. Accordingly, the court need not act on a motion for a protective order to govern third-party discovery before determining whether any portion of this action will survive the special motion. Buddy, I hate to break it to you, but even the judge knows that the anti-SLAPP thing is okay? I mean, I know you know that. I know you have to, like, put these motions out and pretend that, like, you could possibly win an anti-SLAPP, but let's be honest here, bud. There's a 0.0% chance Aiden is winning any anti-SLAPP motion for any fucking thing, ever. Let's just throw that out there, all right? Not happening. Not fucking happening. You can say next time at court, "Oh, police, you called that." Yep, sure fucking did. That's not happening. So, I mean, if this attorney was supposedly any good, Mr. Jeffrey J. Pyle, like, you would know that. I understand you still got to do your job. I understand you still have to write these spaghetti motions for Aiden. But, like, if you don't bow out of this soon, sir, you're going to look like a clown in the long run. If I'm you, I'm running far, far away from anything with Aiden's name on it. Far the fuck away. You know? Just say it. I'm just fucking saying. Blah, blah, blah. Anti-slap. Blah, blah, blah. The court need not act on a motion for a protective order to govern third-party discovery before determining whether any portion of this action will survive the special motion. For the foregoing reasons, Kearney respectfully requests that plaintiff's motion to enter protective order regarding Norfolk District Attorney's Office production of documents pursuant to subpoenas be denied. How about a denial to your ridiculous motion, sir? Because that's ultimately what's going to happen. They still have the right to ask for the protective order, and it's not going to survive an anti-slap. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know what fucking crack you're smoking, buddy, but, you know, maybe tell your client no. I know he throws all sorts of tanties when anyone tells him no, and he threatens, you know, his lawyers, like, or he doesn't listen to his lawyers. But, sir, I don't think you understand. There's a reason why he's stuck with Timothy J. Bradle, and I am too short to even fit in a shopping cart. Fucking bettero. I write Dear John letters to the court, but not motions. Okay? There's a reason why he is stuck with those two clowns. Run, sir. Run far away. If you don't think that this motion here, makes you look stupid with your reputation as being a semi-decent attorney, I don't know what world you fucking live in. This is bad for you, sir. This looks like I'm sorry, but your colleagues have to be laughing at you and pointing at this point. Like, that's what you needed to throw out there as an opposition. Why even oppose? Why even oppose a protective order? Why do it? Because Aiden needed me to. It said so. Like, I'm sorry, sir. This is the man. This is what he does when he doesn't get his way.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Do we know any other grown men that pee on the fucking couch and brag about jizzing on the couch and then cry and kick and scream on the floor to gaslight?
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Never not gonna be funny, dude. Okay, I'm just saying, it's never not gonna be fucking funny, dude. Listen, this attorney is supposed to be a semi-decent, nowhere near the level of Chris Matai, but I'm just saying, like, this is fucking embarrassing, dude. This is Bettero style embarrassing. Like, what is happening here? Like, are these attorneys so willing to take a buck that, like, they don't care how fucking ridiculous, absurd, and stupid they look right in these motions for him? I'm confused here. He looks lost in this motion. It looks like Aiden wrote it and he signed his name to it. Like, I'm wondering in my head, did that happen? Like, is that what happened here? Like, I'm confused. Like, fucking confused here. I am confused because this fucking motion is clown show shit. Like, you should not give the protective order, Your Honor, because we filed an anti-slap motion, and because public records and all, they don't get to decide what should be under a protective order. No shit, genius. That's why the protective order was asked of the court and not of them. You fucking idiot. I can't. I fucking can't. All right, I need to wrap this up because I need to, like, go figure out dinner too, but I can't. I fucking can't. I fucking can't. All right, I can't. The clown show shit that happens around here. I feel like sometimes we live on fucking planet Delulu. How many more clowns get out of the clown car? Anyone? How many? Like, and when they get out of the car, could I ask that each one of them honk their horn on the way up? Yeah, just like that. Just like that. Just saying. All right? This shit is a clown show. An actual fucking clown show. All right, listen, I gotta wrap this up. I love your stinking faces. Catching me on the restream. I love your stinking face as well. If you care to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways y'all can do that. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime, Amazon. We have a bunch of different ways for that. If you're on the Restream, you can get yourself a membership. You can't do super chats or jewels if you're on the Restream. But of course, as always, you can always remain anonymous on any of those. And if any come in when I'm not live, we'll read them tomorrow, as I always do if that happens. I love your stinking faces. Ah, there's my bugs. Hey, bugs. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you all tomorrow. It's gonna be a little later tomorrow. I get a doctor's appointment at 11, so y'all won't see me till after 1 o'clock. Just know that. I love y'all, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.